Unmute real quick. We'll do a quick audio check. Hold on. Make sure that you got your audio included in the stream. Okay, now wait a second. I'm gonna refreshing my stream on the laptop so I can make sure that everything is up to go. You should be able. Is it? Oh, it's probably because it's your party, not mine.
Do you want me to leave and you invite me to a party?
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, I still don't have the option. Just, you go to Streamline, don't you? Yeah, you go to Lightstream. Just go on the Xbox real quick. And just double checking the settings out.
Oh, it turned it off somehow. There you go.
It does that for me as well. It just switches it off after every stream. Look, this is your West Coast service, London Houston, calling out Preston, Wigan North Western, Warrington Banquet, Crewe, Birmingham New Street, Birmingham International, Coventry, Rugby, Milton Keynes Central, Stratford Junction.
We got you.
Wait.
We got you. Alright, so give us a minute, we'll be getting ready and we'll get started with some practice coverage here in just a moment. are some server issues. We may possibly be having a reset here shortly, so just stand by with us. So just so everybody knows, we are going to have a server reset here in about 5 minutes time. Fix some issues so we can get everybody back into the server and try and preemptively resolve some of those issues and figure out why we are having them. It does seem that a few people have found their way back into the server though. But this will be just a quick reset for safety. Make sure that everything is a-okay. well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whatever time it is for you. I know we've got plenty of drivers from all over the world participating in this Bathurst 12-hour tonight, so we are about ready to get started with qualifying here in about 30 minutes. Iron out a few bugs with free practice, both for the server and the drivers, before we end up getting started with qualifying and try to set our grid for this 12-hour endurance race. Both myself and Zalexi will be here for the entire duration of the stream, providing the official race broadcast. Make sure that you go ahead and follow Zalexi if you are not. The link will be posted in the Twitch chat momentarily. And we are both extremely excited to have an amazing race here at the Great Mountain, a personal favorite endurance race of my own.
I mean, let's be honest, it's Mount Panorama. Like, you can't beat Mount Panorama endurance racing.
No, you can't. I'm currently on board with the 818 Bentley of Wells, and for me, Bentley and Bathurst those two go hand in hand. So I may be a bit partial in hoping that we see a Bentley win today, but
I do not see a Bentley out there. All I see is a Boatley. But that is a Boatley and not a Bentley. If you don't get the joke, then you don't get the joke, people. And if you could not tell, it's early for retro. What time is it for you, sir?
it is about 6:30 in the morning, which while it is early, I would be leaving the house at this time to go to work. So just another day in the office essentially today.
I feel bad now because it's 12:30. It's 12:30 midday here in the UK.
Then just about noon for you.
Yeah. Then again, if we go by that, I'm going into the night, so I'm going.
Yeah, I've got
the
some time
of the night.
I've got some time to relax after the race is done, and hopefully my girlfriend will be bringing me dinner.
To be fair, that's fair. That is fair.
Patrick Sagek with MSA Racing 416.
Yeah,
fastest time we've seen so far, but not as fast as we are going to be looking at for the fastest times this session and qualifying. We very well could see a sub 2-minute time here at Bathurst.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you got to think about here in free practice as well. In qualifying, we know that drivers are going to be running low on fuel, whereas here in free practice, for all we could know, that lap time could be set with race fueling because they may not have had that much practice in the car before now, so they're using this time to get in there as the sparks flies go over the curb and into the downhill section. It all comes down to it. It's as simple as they might be running high fuel, they might be running low fuel, and personally for us, we don't really know what they're running here in free practice.
Well, while they may be running some race simulation as tricky and treacherous as Bathurst is, I can guarantee you there is going to be some qualifying practice. It's like my buddy who's a big golfer says, you don't want to waste your good swings practicing, so they might just go for a few push laps with quali fuel in just to get warmed up. But they're not going to want their fastest lap of the day to come in free practice. And that's when they find and try to push, I say, past the walls here at Bathurst, because the track limits are pretty well defined when you come up through Griffin's Bend, the cutting up into Quarry Corner, Frog Hollow, Reed Park, Solomons, McPhillamy. All of those areas are pretty well defined by big concrete walls on either side of the track, but these drivers still somehow managed to extend the track limits just past those walls. Go back to NASCAR racing. When they race at Darlington, they get this thing called the Darlington Stripe because they're running so close to the outside wall that it essentially rips the paint off of the car. They're essentially sanding down the right side of the car the entire race. We're going to be seeing that here because especially that one nice camera up into Reed Park. If you're not almost touching that wall, you can go faster.
Yeah, probably, as 112's been disqualified for going in the wrong direction. You can't do that, sir.
I think somebody missed the pit box there.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. I get there's cars in the pit lane right now, but you can't be missing the pit boxes like that. Honestly, it would be so much better in this game if we actually had garages, but unfortunately we don't. We don't have that in this game, unlike on Project Cars 2.
Big lift, the 818 of Bentley going up on two wheels coming out of Solomons.
I'll be honest, I don't really do Bathurst that much, so I suck with corner names around here. So I'm going to let you do your thing with corner names around here. I'm just going to be like downhill, uphill, long stretch.
Well, pretty much the best way to say it, I would say, is it's the mountain or it's not the mountain. Because aside from the mountain, you've only got the Chase, Murray's, and Hell Corner. Other than that, everything else is the mountain. And the Conrad Straight, the mountain straight, of course, but...
Yeah, as one thing to put, please be aware, may need one more reset for a messed up entry. Stand by and keep an eye out for notifications. So there may be one more yeah, there we go. Yep, copy. Yeah, somebody's made a mistake, so there'll be a reset in 12 minutes.
Alright, that would give us a 10-minute session to get quick back into it. Currently, Velocity Racing number 998. Top of the boards in free practice, 2-minute .692. But I know, and then a big moment down at the Skyline. And that is not the kind of incident that you're going to want to have in this race, but I can guarantee you there will be at least one incident like that, which is why it's going to be so imperative to pay attention to those yellow flags. Somebody sitting down backwards at the bottom of Skyline, bottom of the S's, bottom of the Dipper, all of that section is blind. Sometimes that incident can happen right before you get there, and that yellow flag, you only get maybe a second or two to react to it.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
very, very tricky and treacherous.
Yeah, I mean, heck, at least the actual game knows when to deploy yellow flags. Unlike the FIA.
Yeah, the marshals do a good job.
Yeah, the marshals do a good job. We like the marshals, and chat, remember, marshals are volunteers. So I think that's one thing a lot of people really understate. Like, a lot of marshals at majority of tracks are volunteers. So they're just fans like racing. They're just fans of racing. Just like us, and they take time out of their weekend to stand trackside, wave the flags. So, props to the marshals out there. Shout out to the marshals.
Moeller with the exclusive eSport 788 Mustang. And the Mustang right at home here, essentially a V8 supercar, except built for the GT3 class. As they do have a Dark Horse Mustang V8 supercar, but essentially at home, could probably run in the Bathurst 1000. But a 2-minute .145, very, very close to that sub 2-minute time that I have a very good feeling we will see in qualifying tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. You want to get as high up, especially for that opening lap, because you want to keep it clean around this circuit, but lap 1, with everybody bunched up, turn 1, through the mountain, down the mountain. Yeah, it's kind of expected if there's 1 or 2 incidents with so many cars on the grid.
I can guarantee you the ego is going to become a bit of a factor with qualifying, because it's one thing to put a good lap together and say, oh yeah, you know, good enough qualifying position for me, we're on the, you know, first 3 or 4 rows, shouldn't really be involved in too much. Here at Bathurst, it's such a tricky and technical track. A lot of people call it the mini Nordschleife, and if you're able to push and go for that lap, which, by the way, a 2-minute .1 lap, by the way, on green track. This is not fast, this is not optimum track, this is green track. That is 101% of LFM pace. And we are about to see sub 2 minutes if this track went optimum.
Yeah, it's really a testament to the driver's skill as well, to be honest, because I'm going to use a Top Gun Maverick. I'm going to use a Top Gun Maverick quote here. It's not the plane, it's the pilot. So you may have a good car with a good setup, but if you can't control your car and you can't get it, and you can't, how should I say this? And you can't tame it around this tricky circuit, then you're not going to be going fast. But Mola, of course, like you said, green track. And one thing to point out, it may actually be interesting for qualifying, because I don't know if it would cross over, but there is 30. But on the 30-minute prediction, there is rain. So
there is rain today, regardless. There is a chance of rain, and I believe we have a 60% chance of some sort of rain happening throughout the race. 314 Euro Titans Endurance Mustang off into the wall, into the chase, and is also carrying a braking board within the 100 board. Decided to bring it down to Murray's corner, or I think they placed it conveniently in front of pit lane to remind everybody, hey, you need to brake for pit lane.
Yeah, just it's just sat there. It's like, hey, here's your braking marker for the pit lane. You're welcome. Doing some good community service, like just doing some work for the community.
I heard a bit of gripes this week with braking boards being taken out in the practice sessions, and I think it'd be a bit ambitious to expect the braking boards to last the entire race.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's expected. Like, it's not Bathurst, but I'm gonna use another example here. Like, there's a tyre barrier at Donington Park into the chicane, which takes you into the final sector, and that's realistically a marker. It's basically telling you, hey, these are your track limits. Go to the right hand side of this tyre barrier. No, that tyre barrier is gone by the first lap of qualifying.
It's gone in qualifying, and it's gone on the formation lap as well.
Yeah, it's gone in every session. It is sent into the it is sent into the East Midlands Airport airspace. It pops up. It literally pops up on their radar, and they have to send out the Eurofighters.
Hopefully, it doesn't hit one of those 737s that is flying over the track into the airport.
Yeah, it would be very unfortunate if it hit a 737, but then again it's Boeing, so I'm not going to make any comments because I'd rather not get hated on by the Americans.
I think you'd rather not have a Boeing person knock on your door, because a bit of the people who expose those Boeing issues, they don't stick around for too much longer.
Yeah, I'd rather not be one of those people. Even though I'm British, I do not want to knock on my door. Thank you very much. So I will make no comments on Boeing at this time.
Titan in the chat saying brake boards lives matter. That is true, but I have a feeling that we have some brake board haters in this session tonight. Which I guess we've got a few minutes. We have, I believe, 35 entries, 35 or 36 entries. Say about an average of 3 drivers per team per entry. That puts us well over 100 drivers in this race tonight.
I am trying to find attendance. Okay, I can't find the attendance. Oh well, we're just gonna have to guess.
I am just going to go off of the spotter guide. So I guess we have a bit of time, and During the majority of qualifying, the majority of free practice, you will see on the stream the spotter guide rolling through slide by slide, showing you all of the different cars that will be participating in the Bathurst 12-hour today. But we have the number 29 Aztec Racing McLaren 720S with Barley, Milburn, Derek Richards, and Jones. The number 112 K1 Esports Ford Mustang of Hart, Stalshewski, Van Manen, and Serial. The number 414 MSA Racing Ferrari 296 with Silth Carlos Williams and Twardok. The 787 exclusive Esports McLaren 720S of Mielduk, Aiden, and arriving of Flame. As we'll go ahead and hop on back on with the 788 Mustang. Still trying to find that sub 2 minute lap here in free practice. We have the 789 exclusive Esports McLaren with Sukup, Farish, and Uncleaner Cross. The number 996 Velocity Racing Ferrari 296 with Williams, Tidman, Iris, and Burkle. The 997 Velocity Racing, it says Mustang, but it's a McLaren with Rook, Milostin, Raupi, and Nash. And the 998 Velocity Racing McLaren of Garcia and Garcia. And the 999 Velocity Racing Ferrari of Svenikson, Morris, Penske, Harris, and Pearson. Then we have the 788 exclusive Esports Ford Mustang with Moeller, Bennett, and Fazzy Binks. I have a feeling that car is going to be, at least right now from the pace that we've seen, a personal favorite, or possibly the overall favorite to win tonight. Then we head over into our next batch, number 23 Fats GT Esports Ferrari 296 with Williams, Baslier, Giga, Warner, and Taminga. The number 32 Fats GT Academy team Ferrari 296 of Rutges, Verstej, PW Francis, and Huson. The 818 Vision Racing Bentley with Wells and Lloyd. The K1 Esports 346 Ferrari 296 Matthew, Woodgate, Clay, and Cole. The 416 MSA Racing McLaren 720S with Patrick Sagic, Gruber, and Kaufman. Another potential favorite to win. Also, as Alexi, I'm picking up a little bit of feedback on your end. The 315 Euro Titans Endurance McLaren 720S with Giles and Smith. The 878 TRC by Vision Racing Bentley for a few of my TRC members. Quite a few drivers across quite a few different leagues that I commentate will be participating in this race tonight. In that 878 Bentley, we have Hines, Tomey, and Smith. GRO Motorsport number 99, Aston Martin of Nico Lausch, Alex MG, Schaefer, and Mula. The number 3 AXRL Heat, McLaren 720S at Tander Sport and Teague. The number 11 Ghost Racing Team, McLaren 720S of Wilkins, Brown, and Stapley. And the number 415 MSA Racing McLaren 720S of Viralainen, Ozer, and Erkelan Koglu. We do get that server reset, so we are going to give it just a moment. We will be right back into the session. We will finish off free practice before we get started with qualifying. And that did not take long. We are back into the server. And what is that? That is rain. We're going to get a little bit of rain practice right before the end of the session. That is actually a good bit of rain.
Yeah. Who doesn't love a... Gee, yeah, I came down quick. It's wet already. Jeez. Who doesn't love a bit of rain? Like, it's to be expected. Oh, yeah, I just turned my fake track side up as I was inside a car. Oh my god, that is a whole lot of spray.
It is very heavy rain.
That is not normal rain. That right there is storm rain. Oh my god.
It only shows that it's a light rain, but that is a bit more than a light rain.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be very awkward going down the hill.
Nah, it'll be alright. You just need to see the walls to the left and right. You should know where you are.
Yep.
Now that understeer from Sylph off into the sand trap at McPhillamy.
Yeah, I am not surprised with this weather. Like, oh my god. As Titan
This
in the
is,
chat, Titan just saying, no, I've not done any rain practice. Oh no. Oh, 1-1-3's off.
You will definitely need to have done some rain practice. It is well known with Bathurst, as I think the rain was fading out for a second, but no, it continues on. It is well known with Bathurst that it rains at least one time during the 12-hour. During the 1000 as well, I believe, but Bathurst and rain are one in the same. It is not going to be pouring the entire duration of the race, but there is usually one good shower that makes the track fully wet. Everybody comes in, puts wet tires on. Usually, and I believe happened at the most recent Bathurst 12-hour, they ran a couple hours under safety car, and then eventually got the race started back up again.
Yeah, as 113 is just having absolutely zero luck. That's being driven by Bowen for K1 Esports, and they could not get through that first sector. They binned it into turn number 2. They binned it just coming out of turn number 4. So the 113 is just having absolutely no luck in this wet weather so far.
It does seem to be a bit more than just wet weather, as we've seen a lot of just understeer from finding absolutely no grip whatsoever. Even from some of our top drivers, some of our top talent that was putting those upper echelon. And just a bit of a recap on those lap times that we were seeing. Professional GT3 drivers are doing right around 201s around here in GT3 qualifying in their Super Pole sessions as well. Running 200s and possibly sub 2-minute times is absolutely flying, as Sylph makes a mistake down into the S's.
Yeah, just clipping the rear end of that car, which ended up sending them round. Eurotitan's Endurance 314 does make it through there, nice and clean. The Ford, big old bit of American-powered machinery, and down into the right-hander, and then into the left-hander as you begin to run down the hill as well. Fastest part of this circuit is the 346 bins it. Just going into the second sector, the 997 looks like they're going to get past nice and clean, which they will. So 314 just getting through this, first driver to actually get through the circuit without incident, I think. As Phantoms in the Twitch chat are saying, the practice server was flooded for like the first 2 weeks of practice. So in other words, you've had plenty of time to practice wet weather.
Well, you could also say there's no time like to practice than now, or possibly even during the race. You know, get your wet weather driving practice in during the race. With the pressure of a 12-hour endurance race finish on the line, you know, that could be the little motivation you need to go as fast as possible in the rain.
Yeah, I see Phantom has spotted me. Hi, Phantom. As yeah, the rain, it's what it comes down to, but 10 minutes it should dry up, but as the rain actually stops. Just as I was talking about it. So the rain has stopped, but the track is already damp, so I'm not surprised. We're down under, we're in good old Australia, and it's gonna, with the heat here at Australia, I would not be surprised if this track dries up very quickly, even though it is only 16 degrees ambient.
Well, during the actual Bathurst 12 hours, the track dries fairly quickly, and give it about 30 or 45 minutes, and the track is usually pretty completely dry shortly after a rain shower. Now, for the fans, it may not be dry. They may still be walking around in the mud, but they've drank enough beer by then that it's probably not going to be too much of a concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that works in the favour of Bathurst for it to drying up is the fact that it's a mountain, and of course, with it being a mountain, there's a lot of downhill parts, meaning that the top of the circuit, the mountain part, would dry a lot quicker than the actual bottom part of the circuit. But it's ACC, so the whole track dries at basically exactly the same amount of speed, unlike real life.
Skeen, fastest time in the wet at 208.365, coming out of the Bentley elbow down the Conrod straight, chasing what I believe is the 112 K1 Esports Ford Mustang. The Aston Martins, another staple name here at Bathurst. I'd say the true staple names here at Bathurst are Audi, Mercedes, Aston Martin, and Bentley as well. BMW has also had a recent large foray into the Bathurst scene. I think they've had a couple Ferraris recently as well, the Ferrari 296. Don't know that they get too many McLarens though. And they don't have any Mustangs, I know that for sure, but hopefully maybe we'll get a Mustang at the next Bathurst 12 Hour, which should be in February of 2025, I believe.
I do believe so, as tonight, it's no surprise with Enduring. Well, today, because I'm so used to doing commentary in the evening or at night. I am so not used to doing this at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today, in this endurance race, it's going to be just, I would say, chaos. Because it's Bathurst, it's going to take absolutely ages, but that's why we love it, that's why we're here for it. And, of course, there's lots of McLarens and there's lots of Ferraris. At least being driven by the drivers. As I just looked on the stream, and that was an Aston Martin going into the barrier.
Yep, that was up into the wall at Reed Park, which is, if there's a wall you're going to hit on the track, it's either going to be Reed Park or Solomons. It's either an inside, very tight apex, or an outside, trying to run the car all the way out to the wall. And we'll also have quite a few drivers clipping the outside wall at the Bentley elbow, Forest elbow, as you try to push as hard as possible to find all the pace you can out of the elbow and onto the Conrod straight. Who will be the first team to crash in the race?
I would not be surprised if it's K1 Esports.
That seems like a bit of a jab.
It was. Well, I'm not. That's not my personal opinion. That's just what's being said in the Discord and what I saw in practice with them getting disqualified. So, don't come at me. Sorry,
well, I
Phantom.
always say that it is. It's always who you least expect it. Skiing into the pit lane, and that is actually going to bring it into practice. A few drivers still out on track finishing laps. We'll hop on with Smith in the 818 Bentley. Down the Conrod straight. Great big old Bentley. It does seem to be an absolute beast, a boat to handle as some say, but Bentley has proven itself many times over here at Bathurst, as I know they've won it at least once. I think they won Bathurst more than once with the Bentley Continental GT3. A car that I have a very personal affliction towards. I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
and we have another server reset coming.
Yeah, I think I know why. Claude just said in the Twitch chat, no bop it seems. And I've just gone onto the timetable, and in fact there is no bop. So that may be the reason for the server restart, because bop was not on.
I believe so, but that should throw us right into qualifying So I don't think that we'll get another... I don't think we will have another server reset. And yes, while I don't see any BOP either, I think people are going to try and get laps out as fast as possible with no balance of power. Is could either favor you very largely or hinder you a good bit.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, has said in the Discord 1 minute ago, last reset, wiped BOP, gonna reset again. So, yeah.
Hopefully,
so it's the Bob.
Hopefully it will fix all the issues and we will be able to continue on with qualifying.
Hopefully it should. Hopefully we don't have, I think it was 2016. Hopefully we don't have a 2016 Bathurst 1000 situation where they had to suspend a race because there were so many issues, including the cars tearing up the track itself.
Yeah, you do need a bit of a track to race on if you would like to race, especially for 12 hours. I think the Bathurst 1000 is a similar duration to the Bathurst 12-hour.
Well, it depends if there's any red flags or not.
Yeah, that also depends on the weather. I know that with the recent Bathurst 12-hour races, they've had to red flag it a good bit, but with the Bathurst 12-hour, they are running on the timer. The race is still going to last pretty much as long as it would without the red flags. The Bathurst 1000, they've got 1,000 kilometers to try and hit. And if whenever they hit that mark, that's when the race is over, but...
But beggars can't be choosers. We just keep on going until it's done.
So yeah, again, we are just awaiting another server reset. So this is essentially just going to be an extended practice session. And we should have the green flag in about an hour's time. I don't think there is going to be anything to disrupt that and any issues throughout the race duration. All of those should be communicated on here, so make sure you are tuned into the official race broadcast so you can be notified of all of those changes.
And if you hear my brother in the background at any point, ignore him. This is one of the perks of having to share a room with my younger brother. Can September next year just come quicker, please? I want to go to uni and get out of here.
Of McPhillamy, heading down Skyline now is the number 313 Euro Titans Endurance Aston Martin. Now down the S's and into the Dipper to get set up for the left-hand hairpin of the elbow. And a bit of a wiggle. The track is damp, trying to find all of the grip you can coming out of the corner. Very, very crucial to get as good of an exit of the elbow as possible because you want to have as much momentum as you can to carry it down the Conrod straight. You will be reaching pretty much the fastest speeds that your car is capable of down the Conrod straight. And again, this is not official qualifying. This is essentially an extended practice session. We are awaiting another server reset to reintroduce the balance of powers. Seems to be we had an issue where it was left out of the server info. Said the team that has the best vibes is the number 29. And while I would love to say that the number 29 has the best vibes, they're not in the session. So as soon as the number 29 gets into the session, we will be good to go. But as of right now, since they are not here, they do fail the vibe check. So until they can pass the vibe check, the vibes are not top tier. The 314 Mustang with a 206.381.
There's a vibe check. I'm just sat here because it's technically still practice. I'm just sat here having a packet of crisps.
They're not vibe checking us. We're vibe checking the number 29, who is not in the server currently.
Server reset in 3.
All right, sounds good. K1 Esports 113 McLaren. Couple seconds off, but still plenty of time to improve. And this is not qualifying. We haven't set our field yet. That qualifying will be coming momentarily after we have our server reset.
Honestly, chat, as soon as we're here in free practice, let's have a little conversation. What's everybody's favourite flavour of crisps? Let's try to pass the time a little bit. You first, Retro. What's your favourite flavour of crisps?
Well, I don't know what my favorite flavor of crisps is, but my favorite flavor of chips is probably jalapeno.
I see a lot of people say that. I see a lot cheese and indigo sitting cheese and onion. Cheese and onion is a good shout. I keep on forgetting that you guys across the pond don't call them crisps.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I thought I had ready salted, but no, I've got sea salted. Personally, for me, gotta be sour cream and onion. As I think that's the reset.
Yes, that is going to be our server reset. And give us just a moment. We'll be right back into the server. Possibly going to have a short practice before qualifying. It may throw us right into qualifying. I think you may have to have all 3 days of the weekend in there, but again, we will wait. No, it is straight into qualifying. Don't think the server is 100% up yet, as it didn't let me in that time. So it'll be just a moment while the server gets his final few touches in, and we will be getting started momentarily. But yeah, back onto the chips discussion. I will say it is about as good as it gets with kettle cooked jalapeno Lays. And they don't have to be Lay's brand. They can be just about any brand of the many off brands that we have here in the US.
That's fair. Also, I don't know if it's just a British thing. A crisp sandwich.
Nah, people do that here.
It's so good. The 112 actually is going to be the first driver to go around this circuit, and we're in the pitch black. So why don't we go inside of the car?
Hold
and
on,
that
just
way
a second.
The
I
drivers,
have not made it back into the server yet.
Ah. Well, looks like you got me, chap. Nope, he's gonna come into the pit lane. Okay, number 99, are you gonna come into the pit lane, or are you not gonna come into the pit lane? As of course, it is an Aston Martin, and it is going to be the first lap around here in qualifying around Bathurst. So down and onto the main straight, turn number 1, 90 degrees, onto the brakes as hard as possible, and then you begin to run towards the mountain, through the left-hander. You're gonna run wide as much as possible, use that curb to the full advantage. It's going to be a flash of the headlights by end launch for GRL Motorsport in the Aston Martin, the number 99, weaving through the traffic that is at the bottom of the hill, and you begin to run it up. You've also got to wonder, how will traffic play a part during this qualifying as we go into turn number 2, as you begin the uphill climb through the right and in, and using the curb as much as possible. Like Retro said earlier, you know your track limits around here. It's the barriers, so it's either you keep it on track and you go fast, or you end up in a barrier and have damage, or you do a bit of a NASCAR and you rip the paint off your side. But you go up the hill and one more time through the right-hander and into the braking zone, a little bit of a touch of the wall on the left-hand side for the number 99. Down the crest and into the left-hander as the curb comes up on the left-hand side. Gonna head through the left-hander and past the good old sand trap. You get in as close to that curb as possible, as across the track comes a McLaren into the number 99, and that is going to be suspension damage with a reset to the pit lane. Who went into the barrier there? I believe it was actually the number 32. Yes, I believe it was the number 32 of Fats GT Academy, or it may have been the 292. Actually, it may have been the 292. I am going to check this as trackside real quick so I can check the livery. It may have been the 292. I think it was 292. Cameras work, please. Yes, it was the 292 who ended up going into the 99. So the number 32 currently on a fast lap of Fats GT Academy, going to head down the hill and quickly as possible. The Ferrari 296 doing everything in their power to get as high up as possible here in the depths of the Australian night and the land down under. Over the curb as it has a little bit of a jump and into the final few corners. One more corner to go as you head out the penultimate and into the final. Heavy brakes, traffic moves aside, not wanting to get in the way of a qualifying lap. Into the left-hander for Fats GT Academy, and then round and to the line. He will go across. Does he get a lap time in? Actually, I believe that was an out lap. So the 415 next driver to cross the line, as well as the 998, the number 11, and the 113. As the 113 is going to be a Bowen for K1 Esports 113, and then down into the braking zone, into the left and into the right for the chicane at the bottom of the downhill run, and down into the final corner it will go. The number 99, the MSA Racing 415 for Rio Leinen goes P number 2 with a top time by Garcia of a 2-minute 2:110. Bowen comes across the line being 1.985 off the pace. Next, going to go over to Burton for K1 Esports 212, who is currently sat in the pit lane. The game was messing with me here. Ghost Racing Team definitely makes sense here in the night, as you can hardly see that goddamn car. As we're going to go over to Eurotires Endurance, the 315 in the Macca. Going to head it down the hill one more time and down towards the chicane. Are you back in the server yet, Retro?
I am not. I think we may be getting another reset because for some reason it has not let me back in.
I'm having a request real quick. So it is currently Winchester actually for exclusive esports 787, 2-minute 2:06.1, less than a second separating him and and Garcia for VRT 998. Gonna head over to K1 Esports for Burton, who is currently now making his way out the pit lane. Hooper for MSA Racing 414, gonna head up the hill and into the right-handers. Gonna do as much as possible up the hill. A little bit of a touch on the left-hand side as Sylph is no longer in that car. It is Hooper. He's doing qualifying here at Bathurst through the left-hander, and he's going to be going as fast as possible. You can see the undulation of, well, I can see the undulation of the car Twitch. Unfortunately, you guys can't on Twitch or YouTube. But heading down the hill into the S's and through the right, through the left, and into the right again. Try not to make contact with the barrier, which will send you round. And then down the hill one more time into the blind left-handers and right-handers, which is the bit which is probably the hardest part of the circuit, and he does end up clipping the barrier, goes round MSA Racing 414 into the barrier here at Bathurst, resets to the pit lane. No lap time on the board for them there. GRL Motorsport in the Aston Martin heading down the hill and down towards the final chicane. Of course, you got the big old sand trap, which is in the middle of the chicane, so it basically makes it impossible for drivers to basically be like, I'm just going to cut straight across. Can't do that round here. Through the right-hander and then down into the penultimate and then down into final. 346 also going to be going in the line as he is yet to get a lap time on the board. Around the final corner, goes to the line, does not get a lap time on the board. What about GRL Motorsport for number 99? They had contact with a driver earlier on today. They go P number 6, 2 minute being 2.123 off the pace, but that is going to be a 2-minute 2:493. Going to go over to Euro Titans Endurance 315 one more time as they are making their way around the circle, while the other Aston Martin of Euro Titans 313 currently making their way through the mountain, as of course it is skiing at the helm, and you pull it to starboard. Apparently you pull it into the goddamn barrier as he goes and spins it round and right in the middle of the track, and that's going to be a reset to pit lane. Bathurst claiming so many victims here in qualifying.
So I believe that's all going to get wiped away because I think we are going to get another server reset. They're just trying to decide when they are going to do it.
It would be nice if my Discord would load.
So yeah, we are just waiting to get, or I'm waiting to get back into the session, but I believe it's going to have to be a, it's going to have to be a server reset to get me in. Because for some reason it won't let me in, but we will be getting into the session momentarily to get back live with coverage.
As there's the reset.
Much better. Much better. And we are in, first in, exactly where we need to be. Everything should be good from here. And we will have a 45-minute qualifying session. And it is very, very dark, but first out is going to be the number 112 Mustang with K1 Esports. For a bit in this qualifying, we will have the spotter guide up, just so for those of you who maybe are just tuning in outside of Aztec Racing and would like to watch the Bathurst 12-hour with us, you can familiarize yourself with the cars, numbers, and teams before we get started. Momentarily, we may run the spotter guide during the stream, but if someone wants to test it out for me, if you would hit !spotter it should pop up a link for you that will have the spotter guide, or a link to the spotter guide, so that you can check out the spotter guide for yourself. There it goes, and it works just fine. Let me click on that and see if that actually works. It should be open access. Yes, it is. Awesome. So it's a Google Drive link, so you can get access to the spotter guide and see all of the drivers and teams that are going to be participating in this race. Today and tonight, it's either the morning into the evening for you or evening into the morning. And we are getting started with Outlaps, the 112 Mustang into the pit lane. The Fats GT Ferrari, I believe, is going to be the first to cross the start-finish line and get us started with our first flying laps in qualifying. Still plenty of time for the track to improve as we are still green, but green track did not stop some of our top talent from running those sub 201 laps, even inching very, very close to the sub 2-minute lap that I would absolutely love to see.
Something happened for the 414 right there. Ignore I was quiet. I was having some good old crisps, because apparently I like crisps a lot. I like crisps a lot. Okay, chat. It's around the final few corners for the 23, double yellow. No surprise there. That's going to be for a reset to the pit lane into the final corner and into the left-hander. Going to go around the final corner, goes under the bridge and to the line. That's a 2-minute 1:172. And then for Sylph, the 414, he went slow. He's probably setting up for a new lap. MSA Racing 415 making his way through the circuit. 0.853 behind for Euro Titans Racing 314. VRT 0.918 behind. 1.330 for MWCC being driven by Matthew. And then MSA Racing 415, MSA Racing 414, 414's in the pit, 415 around the final corner. Going to go to the line one more time for him. He will go P number 2, 0.768 off the top time. That's going to be a 2-minute 1:940. Current fastest is up there on your top left. Burton, K1 Esports 212, making his way through the mountain as we do currently stand. And it is going to be Exclusive Esports 789 who will jump up into P number 4, being driven by Soup Cup 0.910 off the top time. 3.230 for Fats GT Academy, with K1 Esports 114 going 4.552 off the pace. P number 8 at this current moment in time, as everybody else below him is yet to start a lap. As currently K1 Esports 212 going to be making their way down the circuit and into the final chicane. Realistically, going to head into the braking zone about 100 meters. Try not to use the curb too much, as we've already seen a lot of sparks fly. Car goes off on the right hand side and goes into the barrier. Has to take evasive action, but that will send K1 Esports 212 driven by Burton into the barrier. He spins it round. The 315 it goes right into the front of him as well. Both cars will pick up damage just before the pit lane entry.
Ghost Racing McLaren barely made it through there as well. Check your Discord. I just sent you a very useful link. That link, don't share it with everyone, as it does have some crucial information that could influence race strategy, but
Oh, damn.
Giga with Fast GT goes first into the sub 201s as it's a 2-minute .940 from Giga, the number 23 Fast GT Ferrari. And we will have these times continue to drop. The track has developed from green to fast. Hopefully we get some optimal running. It is going to be clear. While it is dark, it is going to be clear for the remainder of this session. At least it looks to be for the remainder of qualifying.
Yeah, well, we can only see 30 minutes into the future thanks to the timing predictions, as the number 37 is off in the hill. So, for all we know, there could be rain in the final 7 minutes, but it is highly unlikely with the current forecast we have.
We should have plenty of time. The number 23 Fast GT completely took some evasive action to not go into the back of the BMW. I believe that was the number 37 Team Oliver Racing BMW. But a perfect pirouette down skyline for the number 23 Fast GT Ferrari, and no contact with the walls. Nice and clean. I'd give that a 10 out of 10. Moeller with the exclusive eSports 788 Ford Mustang, a 2-minute .647.
Well, damn. That's all I can say to that. Well, damn, because I'll be honest, I wasn't concentrating because I'm getting all my tabs sorted out, so I've got all the info on my screen.
2-minute .647, a 2-minute .940, the two times that we have below that 201. And then next we have the MSA Racing 415, exclusive eSports 789, 201.537, 201.592, very close between those two. Then Euro Titans 314, Velocity Racing 998, 202.025 to 202.090.
Yeah, and somebody in Twitch chat just asking what is the actual BOP for Macca, Ferrari, Mustang, and Aston. So for Ferrari, it is negative 21 kilograms. For Macca, aka McLaren, it is plus 21 kilograms. For the Mustang, it is plus 24 kilograms, and for the Aston, it is plus 2 kilograms. That should be OP for those four cars.
Yes,
yeah, nice.
That
so
seem to be LFM.
Yeah, so LFM Bob. Yeah, basically, yep, 25 cars to go. Managing a team is so stressful. I would not be surprised. Personally, I would not be surprised at all if it was stressful. What's also stressful is having to deal with a younger brother. Bear with me, chat. Retro, you will. Retro, I'll leave it with you for a minute.
Sounds good. Well, you say the Aston Martin could use a little bit of help. Well, Nico is, yeah, he is usually up there, and both Nico and Alex both have very, very good pace at two GRO Motorsport drivers. You may remember them from the exclusive Pro Series that has concluded pretty recently, but I think there's still plenty of time left in qualifying for the Aston Martin drivers to get up there in pace. I know that those two drivers can easily run 201s. They are about 3/10 away from that 201 time. Very, very possible that we could see them bring the times for their team down a little bit. Patrick Sagic goes fourth fastest is Velocity Racing 998, 2-minute .512. That is good enough for pole for now. That does knock Moeller down to P2, Fast GT down to P3. The 415 MSA McLaren goes P4 with a 201.065. The Aston Martins. We do have a couple Aston Martins. The number 313 Euro Titans Endurance, the number 99 GRL Motorsport. I believe those are going to be our only 2 Aston Martins that we have. That is Hez that is having issues, it seems, because I believe Hez is the primary driver for the number 29. The 414 off at Griffin's Bend. Just waiting for the rest of the field to cycle through before they rejoin the circuit.
Yeah,
It's
also
not Hez.
also, another thing to point out, Garcia currently up top 2-minute point 4, and that will give them if it stays like this, it will put them in a good opportunity. As of course it's a 12-hour, it's not 4 hours like it was in Zandvoort, but if they can, it will put them in a good position to go 3 for 3 after this race.
Very, very sketchy entry into Skyline for the 788 exclusive esports Mustang. And they are definitely pushing for some improvement. The Fats GT Ferrari improving just, I was going to say 7,000, just 5,000 short of the time by the 788 Mustang. And it is a busy qualifying. Cars at every sector and just about every corner as we are on board with the 788 Mustang down the Conrad Straight up into the chase. As we will see as they come through the chase now down towards Murray's. What is it going to be? Needs to get it slowed down, nice on the apex, carry the speed out to the outside curve. Good enough for pole, 2-minute point 305. We are getting closer and closer to that 2-minute mark. Are we going to see a sub 2-minute time? It's dark, it's cool, the track is nice and sticky. If we can get a little bit more rubber down on track and maybe a little bit of slipstream help down the mountain or up the mountain straight or down the Conrad Straight, we very well could see that sub 2-minute time, very coveted sub 2-minute time. MSA Racing 415, I believe, just knocked down the MSA Racing 416 McLaren. As the MSA 415 with Virolainen at the helm, a 201 trip zip, 201.000. As Moeller in the 788 Mustang a bit too ambitious down Skyline into the wall, and that will be a return to the garage. Garcia only needs a 10th to get that pole position back. We'll see if he can find it. Down into Skyline, does have a bit of traffic up ahead, including the number 789 exclusive esports McLaren, as that was a BMW around on track. Unsure of exactly which BMW that was. I think that is the number 37, the number 314 Mustang gets involved. Don't know exactly how much that will have hindered the lap time of Garcia, but now roaring down the Conrad Straight. High gear and top speed as fast as these cars will go. It is down here, the downhill section of the Conrad Straight before the hard braking after the kink into the chase. Out of the chase running towards Murray's. You could have a great lap all the way up until Murray's, and one bad line through Murray's throws tenths away.
I mean, that's
out
the thing
of the final corner, not going to be an improvement from the 998.
Yeah, that's the thing with qualifying as well. It's like you can be perfect an entire lap and get in those improvements, but one corner with a bad line or a minor mistake, and it can just completely throw it off. The 212 being driven by Michael Rushton is 3.982 currently down on the pace, heading through the right-hander out of penultimate and down into the final, into the braking zone at 100 meters and into the left-hander. Of course, curbs here at Bathurst are very much high, almost like sausage curbs, but not that much. They jump up one position, will go up into P number 22 with a lovely good old time of a 2:04.202. So to get another place, they will have to find at least 4 tenths.
The 787 McLaren with Winchester goes up to P9, actually jumps up quite a few positions there. And the number 114, I believe that is the K1 Esports McLaren, building a bit of a gap. Actually, no, I think they may have entered the pit lane. MSA 415 with the 314 Mustang in tow. No improvement for the 415. And the 314 behind is P8 currently.
Yeah, so not too bad so far. You've got the MSA Racing 416, 415 side by side, P4 and 5 at the moment. Thatch GT P3, VRT 998 in P number 2, and then exclusive eSports 788. So the top 5, in fact top 6, separated by less than a second, with the top 2 being separated by less than a tenth. And we've got 26 minutes remaining. The track could still heat up. It's 15 degrees ambient, 15 degree track temperature, a 5 kilometer an hour wind coming in into the circuit, and a track surface of fast. So not optimal, just fast. So the sub 2 minutes are possible, but less likely on a fast track compared to optimum.
I will say that does seem to be a bit of a tailwind down the Conrad Straight, which could help influence your top speed down the Conrad Straight. It's a little bit of a tailwind.
Yeah, it's coming in at you from an angle, so you've got... It's a little bit of a tailwind. Realistically, it's a proper tailwind when you're going into the chicane.
Yeah, and these cars not so aerodynamically dependent with the wind that is going to be anything that will disrupt them, especially any influence from the wind is completely negated by the downforce generated at these high speeds you come into the kink of the chase. And into the pit lane for the 415 McLaren, fresh tires and fuel, and likely to get out there for another attempt. The Thatch GT number 23 Ferrari, as we get that shot up Reed Park, very, very close to the inside wall. And that is one of those walls where you are going to be all over it if you're going to have the fastest time in qualifying. Pros who race here in real life, they are absolutely all over those walls. They do scrape up those walls, specifically at Reed Park and Solman Park, and down out of the elbow down the Conrad Straight. Again, absolutely flat out, trying to carry as much speed as possible, and as high of a speed as we will see on track happens down here on the Conrad Straight into the chase. Hard braking zone up the hill for the left-hander. Touch of the curb. You don't want to use too much of that curb. Very, very tall. You can use the runoff as you head down the hill just past the pit lane entry into Murray's. Out of the final corner, trying to get a little bit of the run onto the outside curb. Not going to be an improvement, though, I don't think. Still a bit more fuel and tires in it to go for another lap, and as remember, we are still waiting for the track to develop just a bit more, get a bit more rubber laid down on track, and I think that is the teammate of the Thatch GT team, the number 32 right behind the Academy team, So they will actually back out and let the number 114 K1 Esports McLaren on by.
That is a major incident down out of the first corner. The 212 going into, it was a purple car. It was another McLaren, a purple McLaren. Can't exactly remember what team it was. But coming out of that first corner, car goes off onto the grass, spins it round, and K1 Esports 212 just straight into the side of the other Macca. So Bathurst is claiming a whole lot of victims here tonight, as MSA Racing 416 stuck behind another McLaren going through the mountain. So traffic is very much a factor as the number 23 of Fats GT goes into the barrier at the S's, but they quickly reset to pit lane, so that obstruction gets cleared very, very quickly. But as the sparks fly with the car in front, as MSA Racing 416 follows by, it is going to be the run down the hill and down the back stretch, which is going to be the key factor as they do move to the right hand side. It was the 413, and then it's pedal to the metal, foot to the floor here in qualifying for the 416.
Currently on board with the number, I believe it's the number 37, Team Oliver Racing BMW, our only car so far yet to put a qualifying lap down, as they do have two cars behind. They do have a brush with the wall just before Quarry Corner, and then we'll back out of the lap. I think they're going to return to the pit lane. Yes, they will. So still awaiting a qualifying time from the number 37, but otherwise everyone has at least set a benchmark for themselves, a time to beat, and they will continue on. Moeller still in pole with the exclusive Esports 788 Mustang. And that is very much going to be a team to beat. But it's a battle at the top. Remember, there's still 20 minutes left in qualifying, or over 20 minutes left in qualifying, and less than a second dividing what is now, I believe, our top 7. Less than a second all the way down to the top 10, actually. And Bathurst, while it is a tricky track, it is really not too hard to find some improvement. It is possible that we lost someone, but I am unsure of exactly who that would be. And yeah, I'm sure if anyone has issues, they will be in contact with you, Has.
Yeah, and just as you were saying, it's very easy to find time to gain, but it's also very easy to lose time, of course, mainly in the mountain section, because one little mistake and those barriers have got your name on them. So it really could, it's one of these circuits where it's like, when you nail it, it's absolutely perfect. It's so good to drive. But you make a mistake and it's gonna bite you back very, very quickly.
Yep, your lap can pretty much be done with one bad exit out of Hell Corner up the mountain straight. If you were just burning time up the mountain straight, you can find it up the cutting and through the mountain section, but it is very hard to gain back lost time. Very easy to push just a little bit harder and find a touch more time to gain, but again, very hard to hold that time once you've gained it. The walls are very, very good at showing you where the track limits are, but again, it is going to be a bit of finding that extra pace, a little extra inch outside of that wall, as the number 996 Ferrari indicated over for the 788 Mustang. 788, very thankful for that, getting a touch of slipstream down the straight, and we may have another run for pole position, at least to buy some insurance. Wants to expand this lead by over a tenth, and we'll see if that is going to improve out of Murray's onto the outside curb across the line. What's it going to be for the 788? It's a sub 2 minute of 1:59.782. And I'm sure they're still going to go for more, may still have some time on the board, but our first sub 2 minute time absolutely flying, and now has some slipstream help up the mountain straight are we going to see an even further improvement on what is already an absolutely monstrous lap?
Possibly. I mean, we've been waiting for that sub 2 minute
No,
time.
it is not. Abandons the lap at Griffin's Bend, so it's not going to be an improvement.
We shouldn't have said anything. We hyped it up too much, but that sub 2 minute time finally coming in what we have been waiting for, and that's going to make it so only the top 4 are now separated by less than a second. VRT, the next closest team, being 0.618 behind Exclusive Esports 788.
And that's not a 159.999. That's a couple tenths. That's almost a quarter of a second well into the 159s. And that is going to be a hard lap to answer to, as we only have a few drivers that I know are capable of the sub 2 minute time. But being capable of that time and being able to replicate that time are two completely different things.
Yeah, and just looking at the sectors here, most of that time was gained in Sector 1 and Sector number 2. So they gained 2 temps in Sector 1 on VRT and nearly 3 temps in Sector number 2 on VRT, still less than a tenth in Sector number 3. So Sector 1 and 2 is the main opportunity to be able to get into those sub 2 minute times.
And a bit of a development in the top 5. The number 346, actually they've been knocked down to the top 6 now, but Matthew with the MWCC number 346 Ferrari up into P6, splitting the 2 MSA cars, and the number 789 Exclusive Esports McLaren also up there in P5.
So it does show us like the mix can come into play, but we got to be careful of it because, like we said earlier, one mistake and you're bye-bye. But hopefully nobody makes mistakes here. We've still got 16 minutes, 14 seconds remaining here in qualifying. So honestly, this qualifying has actually gone a lot faster than I think most of us would have thought.
Time sure does seem to fly when you're in these sessions like this, and I'm sure this 12 hours is going to fly once we get well into it. Again, a reminder for the teams and drivers, if you would like to have a team representative come on to the race broadcast and speak for your team, speak about strategy, speak about the race, please send me a message in the Aztec Racing Discord, as the 998 of Garcia off into the wall at Skyline, and that's not going to be the first time or last time that we will say that tonight. Already hasn't been the first time, but if you would like to have a team representative talk about the race, talk about the team, just talk about what you guys are doing to keep everybody hyped up, just send me a message on Discord and we will go from there. A couple teams have already contacted me about getting into the booth, so if anyone else is interested, just send me a message. Fast GT Ferrari nabbing a bit of slipstream from the number 99 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin. And the GRL Motorsport boys, while they don't seem to be really putting too much contention for the pole position, those 2 Aston Martins, the 313 Euro Titans Endurance and the number 99 GRL Motorsport, right beside each other, P9 and P10, don't count them out for the race, as sometimes not being up at the top is going to be enough to let the race sort of come your way. There is plenty of variables that can change things in the race very, very much, be it collisions, weather, possible server issues. There are plenty of things that can happen. It is still anyone's race, and even the teams at the back may be a bit of a couple seconds off the pace, still have an opportunity to win this race tonight. The MSA Racing 416 wants to make things interesting. Almost another sub 2 minute time, a 2 minute 8.273. And Giga with the Fats GT Ferrari wants to try and get an improvement here. They are pushing 8.7 tenths off of the pole position. We'll see if they find some improvement, as it is getting into the nitty-gritty. Less than 15 minutes left in qualifying, right about 13 minutes. It is a slight improvement for the Fats GT team, but the number 415 McLaren goes just faster. They run a 2-minute .545.
So as we get closer to the end of qualifying, everybody, of course, is going to be going faster. That's the main part of it. The rubber has been laid down. It's still a fast circuit on the track surface, but other than that, it's what it is. You start to get going. You get the muscle memory starting to kick in, and you know where you can start to find those times. As of course, it's such a long qualifying session. And down up the hill for the VRT, 998 is going to be trying to find that time as well. Still, though, the only team to get into the 1 minute 59s is going to be Exclusive Esports 788 and MSA Racing 416P number 2 with VRT 998P number 3. MSA Racing 415P number 4 with Fats GTP number 5. Exclusive Esports 789 in P number 6 with MWCC in P number 7. Euro Titans Endurance 314 P number 8. Euro Titans Endurance 313 P number 9. And then GRO Motorsport rounds out the top 10. So anything and everything can happen, but I think it's going to be very hard for all the other teams to get into the sub 2 minute times.
Again, it could just be that the team just hasn't put together that one lap yet, as I'm sure most people who are involved with sim racing or racing of any type, that you may not feel like you're 100% on it, as we do get optimum track. It does develop right before the 998 McLaren of Garcia comes into Murray's, the final corner. See if this is an improvement. Currently 6.1, almost 6.2 off. It is not going to be an improvement, but who does find an improvement is the Fats GT number 23 Ferrari. They are definitely wanting to provide a challenge to that pole position, and actually ended up passing the McLaren of Garcia. 2-minute .150. If anyone right now is going to challenge that 159.782 from the Exclusive Esports 788 Mustang, it is while it could be the number 23, it could be the number 416, very well could be the number 998. There is still plenty of time left to go, and we are going to see our fastest times of the day, and also a bit of a kicker there, as there is the money shot. We see the Fats GT number 23 scraping the wall coming into Reed Park. This could be the lap that the Fats GT team needs. They are pushing. They've got a gap up ahead. They did get a little bit of slipstream up the mountain straight, down Skyline into the S's. Then the Dipper just zigging and zagging, wall to wall, apex to apex, trying to carry as much speed as possible. And the number 313 Aston Martin up ahead, they may be able to get a touch of slipstream if they can get close enough. Don't think they will be close enough. Again, the wind has also shifted a touch, and it is, well, it's a bit less. It is a more direct tailwind. Actually, sorry, it has not shifted very much. It was just the orientation coming out of the elbow. Down the Conrad straight, up the chase, then braking for the left-hander again. Just a touch of that curb. Very much using the next inside apex down towards the final corner. Currently P2 looking for a lap time good enough for P1. And this is going to be their fastest lap of this qualifying session, I believe. Yes, it is, but it's not going to be enough. Only improving by a few hundredths of a second.
Yeah, well, VRT is going to keep on going, being driven by Garcia. So it's an interesting one, because there's also another thing to point out. It probably won't be that much of a factor, but when you're in the mountain, you can definitely spot it. That sun is starting to rise on the Aussie countryside. So the track temperature may go up, highly unlikely, but the temperature may go up, even if it's just 1 degree. So we may wait and see what happens there. But like you said earlier, it is now an optimum track surface, so everybody's going to be feeling a lot more. How should I say this? Everybody's going to be feeling probably a bit more safe and pushing quite a bit more now, considering that the circuit is coming more into its own as more rubber gets laid down lap after lap.
With more rubber down, optimum track, and the sun rising, we may very well get a golden hour qualifying.
Yeah, as Garcia for VRT going into the S's just absolutely slams it into the barrier, misses the turning, goes across into the barrier, and that's a reset to the pit lane. 7 minutes 46 remain here in qualifying.
Not much time left to go, especially when you consider a 2-minute lap time. That gives you at most 3 more laps if you decided to go into the pit lane. You have, say, a little over 2 minutes for an out lap. Is trying to find too much time. The 416 MSA McLaren off into the wall at Solomon Park, and now it is push time. It is crunch time. If you are going to find any time out there, it is going to be now, as we are really about to see where is the true limit of these cars. Moeller did the work early with that 159.782. We'll see if they will be able to bring some improvement to that. Gigo with Fats GT, as we now have a bit of a traffic jam at the final corner. Everyone trying to build a bit of a gap to the car ahead so they don't get into any dirty air, and also may be able to line up a proper slipstream down the Conrad straight. That long straight, if you can get a slipstream there, is good for quite a bit of time. And let's see who is going to be next. The 788 just came out of the elbow. I believe they are on an out lap. It is getting very close to the end of qualifying.
Yeah, nearly at that 5 minutes remaining mark, as the Aztec Racing number 29 is finally into the server. So they have got very, very little runs to go. It's going to be interesting to see where they will end up, as Fats GT 2 minute point 090. So if they can find
that was a small improvement.
Yeah, if they can find 900ths of a second, then they will be going into those sub 2 minute lap times, and they've got 5 minutes 33 seconds to go for it. As the Aztec Racing number 29 slams into the barrier a little bit, does keep it going on the track though. Fats GT going to be going down the hill towards the chicane, down as you go pedal to the metal as much as possible, as they are going to flash the lights. And every single time they flash them, they get a meatball flag, because you're supposed to have your headlights on when it's this dark. Just getting kicked up by the drivers up in front, and you go down and a little bit of a dip in the track into the left-hander. A little bit, actually does not touch the curbs, hits the apex on the exit though, using the track as much as possible to the full limit on the exit, as down into the braking zone, 100 meters, about 75 when they slammed on the brakes, into the left-hander, using the curb a little bit and through under the bridge as you come to the line. Where will they go this lap time?
It's not enough for pole, but it's 13 thousandths of a second off of pole, and now I'm sure the 788 team was sitting very comfortable. Not so much anymore, as their insurance on pole has completely gone away. Fats GT with some slipstream up the mountain straight. And I was going to say on that last lap how I had been saying that they are going to be riding against the walls, scraping the walls. They absolutely body slammed the outside wall at Solomon Park, but it was just enough time, and I guess just enough to not affect it so much. That is going to be that's finding the extra inch past the wall, as that money shot up Reed Park on that BP Ultimate wall. Fats GT may have it here. They may have a pole sitting lap They do have the number 346 up ahead, who is going to abandon the lap at Skyline and allow the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari to go on ahead. They're not going to be getting any help down the Conrad straight with Slipstream. I would wonder maybe they'd pull the Fats GT Academy team for a bit of help with that tow down the straights, but they will be on board for at maximum 2 more laps, and we'll see if they're able to bring the improvement.
Yeah, the improvement is where it counts, as into the barrier. The 788 goes. That's going to be it. Into the barrier, and they got enough time to go for 1 more lap, the 788.
They'll get 1 more flying lap, but they will not have another lap after that.
Yeah, they got 1 more flying lap, whereas Fats GT has enough time for 2 as they come into the final corner. So realistically,
they slowed down on that lap. This is not going to be the pole lap. They tried to build a gap to the cars ahead, I believe.
Yeah, so it comes down to this as a car. That's exclusive eSports 788 who comes out the pit lane right in front of him.
We may have a battle for pole on track right here between these two. This is your top 2. The 23 Fats GT, who is trying to dethrone the 788 Mustang, and the 788 Mustang right behind saying, well, I mean, if I just get in your slipstream, however fast you go, I'll go faster.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of a cheeky move there between the teams, as the car did bin into the barrier at the top of the mountain again. And we do reach that point where anybody in the pit lane will not have enough time, and anybody starting new laps now will be on the final runs, as we have got less than 2 minutes remaining here in qualifying through the left-handers, and then going to go down into the S's on board with the Fats GTs, number 23 for my POV. For your guys' POV, you have the good old off-track, because honestly, the off-track cameras around Bathurst is one that cannot be beat. Through the little squiggle bits and then begin to run down the hill as you gotta go onto the, as you're gonna mash that pedal all the way down to the metal, and then you begin to run one more time as the sun begins to rise here in Australia. A little bit of a flash from the headlights by the Fats GT car, and then over the crest and down the hill you go. And look, just constantly flashing down this main straight, so they may be getting a, maybe like, excuse me, just a warning, coming up behind you, please get out of my way.
A bit of clarification on those lights. That's not just hitting the flashers button. That's actually physically turning the lights off and on. It's like flashers squared, and the 788 backs off of the number 23. It's enough for pole, and they said that's going to be enough. A 59.595, 1.59595.
Yeah, and now it comes down to this. It's Fats GT who have the advantage in their corner. They've come into the pit. They're like, yeah, no, we're not giving you slipstream. So it comes down to exclusive to respond. A gap of 0.187. It's the time that exclusive needs to find. Muller is the man at the wheel for the 788, and we're going to begin to run up the hill. For the final, it's the battle for pole. Fats GT have had their say. Now it's down to XCL. What can they do as we go up the hill? In the Australian countryside. I was thinking back to the British Empire. Jeez. As we go up the hill and through the left-hander, climbing, doing what they need to, getting as close to those barriers as possible to find as much space. The checkered flag falls here at Bathurst to bring an end to the qualifying session. The Mustang is on an absolute flyer as we head through the mountain. As you go down, as you head through the left-hander, the 818 in front of him goes into the barrier, and he will reset to the pit lane. It's exclusive with a clear track ahead of them. They've got perfect opportunities. The track has gone up to 16 degrees, 1 degree more from their last lap time. As the fire spurts out the exhaust on the Mustang, the American power, the American unit, heading down the hill towards the chicane, under the sponsorship, and down one more time. Pedal to the metal, foot to the floor for Mustang, and for exclusive esports 788. They look to respond. Can they respond? Will it be Fats GT? Will it be exclusive? It's down to these two. Fats have had their say, like I said earlier on.
No,
but it's going to be over.
The lap.
It's going to
Will
be
not
over.
find it.
And that is over. It is done. It is Fatch GT on pole for Bathurst 12 hours.
We do have the K1 Esports 113 McLaren, who to come across the line only needs a couple tenths to improve, and a couple tenths will improve a couple positions. Currently P14 stays P14. The number 99 GRO Motorsport Aston Martin across the line P13, and the 787 McLaren across the line. What will it be out of the final corner? And it is good enough for P3. From P7 to P3, knocks the MSA number 416 McLaren down to P4. And that's actually going to be quite good for the exclusive esports team, as they're going to have teammates beside each other on track. Let's take a look at our starting order.
Yeah, you got to take a look at it. It is Fatch GT who will line up on pole position with Moller right there alongside him in P number 2, and Exclusive Esports 2-3. It's going to be Fatch GT surrounded by a big purple unit. It's Exclusive Esports 788 on P2, Exclusive Esports 787 in P number 3. MSA Racing 416 lines up P number 4 with Exclusive Esports 789 in P number 5. It's then VRT 998 in P number 6 with MSA Racing 415 in P number 7. VRT 997 in P number 8 with MWCC in P number 9. MSA Racing 414 then lines up in P number 10 with Euro Titans Endurance 313 in P number 11. The 314 of Endurance Titans Racing lining up P number 12. GRO Motorsport then lines up P13 with K1 Esports 113 in P number 14. GRO Motorsports 2 lines up P number 15 with Euro Titans Endurance 315 in P number 16. K1 Esports 112 then sits P number 17 with Tidman for VRT 996 in P number 18. Cheeseman then sits P number 19 for K1 Esports 114, and it's Burton K1 Esports 212 in P number 20. Fatch GT Academy, their counterparts on pole, but they're down in P number 21. Then Harris for VRT 999 in P number 22 with Visions Racing 818 in P number 23. Kennedy for Ghost Racing Team sits P number 24 with Team Oliver Racing 37 in P number 5. And then it's the Aztec Racing 28 and Aztec Racing 29, P26 and 27 respectively, to round out the grid.
It's Fatch GT on pole, but you see all of that purple around. We'll load up the spotter guide once again as we await the start of this formation lap. Just a couple minutes to go, and we will also have the spotter guide in the Twitch chat. So if you would like to use the spotter guide or would like to see it at any point, as we will not be showing this screen for the entire duration of the race, if you need the spotter guide, please use exclamation point spotter in the Twitch chat, and it will take you to a link that shows all of the cars that we have participating in this Bathurst 12-hour tonight. Name is not on the spotter guide. I'm sorry, Steve.
We're sorry, Steve. At least you're awake. God, that was such a bad joke.
Yeah, you got to get him out of the way early.
Yeah, get the bad jokes out of the way early. Jesus Christ, on a motorbike. Also, I'm just going to point out, P number 3 to P number 8 is all McLarens.
It is McLaren's.
There's a lot of Maccas.
Going back 3 rows from the top 2, but it's not McLaren's in the top 2. It's, funny enough, Ford versus Ferrari at the front here in Australia. It's a bit of the wrong side of the world for that matchup.
Yeah, there's no place in the world that can't have Ford versus Ferrari. It never gets old. Everybody loves Ford versus Ferrari.
It does never get old. Fatch GT on pole, and they will have the inside into hell corner. What they need to do, they need to get out front, stay out front, let the field behind really start to fight amongst their own. But the problem is Fatch GT all on their own. Exclusive Esports, they've got a lot of friends up there. They've got, I believe, Three of the top 5. MSA Racing also has a few cars up there at the top. But Fats GT all on their own, not really going to be in the best position in terms of teamwork, because I can guarantee there will be no teamwork for the Fats GT Ferrari. No one wants to be nice and play with the guy who beat everybody else, but we are now rolling for the formation lap. And now everyone will try to warm the tires up, warm the brakes up as much as possible, and shake out those last bit of nerves before we get started with the green flag.
Yeah, another thing to also point out, it is a green track. So we had an optimum track in qualifying, but for the start of this race, it's going to be green. So there's not much more you can really do about that. So it's 12 hours of racing. It's 6:04 a.m. in game right now. It is 2:12 p.m. here in the UK. It is 8:12 a.m. over in America, on the East Coast at least. Over on the West.
It's 8:12 a.m. in the Central. It would be 9:12 a.m. on the East Coast.
And the West?
For Hez over in the West, it would be 6:12 a.m.
So it is very, very early for our friends over in America. But for us Europeans, it is going to be going from this afternoon all the way to the early morning hours. For over in America, it is the morning to the evening. It's going to be 12 hours of Bathurst. It's Mount Panorama. It is also known as the mini Nordschleife. You got the fast bits from turn number 1 to turn number 2 and down the back stretching, as well as the chicane. Then you got the run up the mountain, which of course through the latter section of it, it is blind, it is tricky. So you got to pay a lot of attention to those yellow flags when they do arise. It is going to be Batch GT on pole with exclusive esports, P number 2, P number 3, and P number 5. So it is a sea of purple with a little bit of silver and green in there. But Batch GT is all up there alone. Their other team, the Batch GT Academy, all the way down in P number 21. They're on their own. They got nothing that can help them out. It is Aztec Racing who, the league's very own team, who are down at the back of the grid. Honestly, you could call it a Medica or a pace car, as it kind of suits it, and they're both red, so it kind of makes sense considering the Formula 1 pace car. Why did I just call it a pace car?
That's the NASCAR. You've got an American commentator with you. You've got some NASCAR coming out.
Yeah, I got some NASCAR coming out apparently. Now the safety car and the medical car right at the back. Sorry, Haz. That's what I'm calling them from now on. As to be honest, they're both red, and CrowdStrike sponsors the F1 safety car and medical car sometimes in F1. So don't sue me. As, of course, it's what everybody knows, it's what everybody loves, and it is all exclusive, already getting right there with Batch GT, already getting alongside Verstappen Hamilton-esque in Abu Dhabi 2021. He's right alongside him, he's telling him to get on with it. As you can see the rest of the grid as we come over the crest, everybody's going to be lining up, everybody's going to be weaving, as of course it is double file, it is a rolling start. Main place you want to be careful on this opening lap. Turn number 1, 90-degree left-hander. It's going. You can look for incidents there. Coming out the S's, a lot of incidents could happen there, and if somebody spins it around, you got to be careful. You're probably going to have less than a second to react. It's Fatch on pole, exclusive esports P number 2. It is 12 hours of Bathurst, and has saying chips not crisps. Sir, you speak our language. That is all I'm going to say. It's not our fault that you guys modified it to make it more simple. As right now, as we come into the final corner, you can already see in the background quite a few more people doing the weavy bits, getting the temperature into the tyres. As Gig
lined
and
up 2 by 2 coming out of the final corner. Murray's across the line, about ready to take the green flag in that first corner. There's a reason they call it Hell Corner. You're about to see here in just a moment. Green, green, green. We are racing here in the Aztec Racing Endurance Cup Bathurst 12 hour. And side by side through turn one, the Fast GT Ferrari does get the upper hand over the 788 Mustang and down the field behind. They're jockeying for position. I think everyone's staying on the track for the most part. No one venturing off into the grass.
Yeah.
It's side by side for the top two as they head into Griffin's Bend.
As already off in the background, one of the, I think it was one of the exclusive cars, they ran wide. So one of the exclusive already knocked out as already words. MSA Racing already passed exclusive as well. Exclusive hoped that they would get into that lead on the early start, but MSA and Thatcher basically come in. Gonna do an LA night here. Nah. They're not having it, and it's MSA Racing who are basically just like, not having any of it, mate.
Looking for the 996, and I'm either blind or I don't see it. They've got it as the 296. They've got it as the 296 in there, so that was confusing me. MSA McLaren, I believe that is going to be the 416. It is the 416 of Patrick Sagek, building a bit of a buffer between the Fast GT Ferrari and the 788 Mustang. Very eager to get that position taken on the first lap, and it looks like Fast GT will do a good job and hold the lead for the first lap of this Bathurst 12-hour as we come into the chase.
Yeah, and it looks like it down into the braking zone for the chicane. MSA Racing 415 as Dodgley exclusive off, and I believe that was Velocity Racing 998. Yes, it was. Velocity off and Exclusive Esports 787 both went off. So that is going to cost them a whole lot of time. Garcia is losing out as down the inside goes MSA Racing. That will bump them up into P number 6. Here comes MSA Racing, and they are not going to give it up. They are battling P number 6, I should say. It was Velocity Racing 997 who got past Garcia. So Garcia, who have gone 2 for 2 so far for VRT, not having exactly the best of luck here in these early stages of the race. And same with Muller for Exclusive Esports 788, losing 1 position on the opening lap to MSA Racing 416. Fats GT started to drive off ahead into the distance as MSA Racing is 415 is going to keep it there, locked in a battle with Exclusive Esports and the MSA Racing 414, as I do believe they are fighting Euro Times Endurance momentarily as we head up the hill and down into the mountain and up into the mountain section here at Bathurst.
Yep, our top 3 has broken away from the rest of the field, and the 788 Mustang did end up finding a way past the 416 McLaren. The Mustang is very quick around here. We obviously saw that in qualifying, although the Ferrari was able to take that pole position away. Both the McLaren and the Ferrari are going to have to try and run away through the mountain section, through sectors, essentially pretty much through Sector 2, because through Sectors 1 and 3, with both the Mountain Straight and the Conrad Straight, that Ford Mustang is an absolutely monumental car to try and keep behind. The Ford Mustang, obviously very, very, very quick in a straight line. Some say that it's an absolute rocket ship, and closing up almost all the way to the rear of the Fast GT Ferrari, but I think the 788 Mustang actually overcooked it a bit into the braking zone, and now they've got a bit of confrontation from the 416 McLaren coming into the final corner.
Yeah, it was a rear end slip on the going into the chicane, probably sent it in with a bit too much speed, and they got past MSA earlier on last lap. However, they were able to get it back thanks to that they were able to get back in P number 2. Well, MSA down, of course, with that mistake by Exclusive, is going to put MSA right on the back of them. Further down the field as well, the other MSA racing car, the 414, currently trying to chase down Aston Martin, the number 99 of GRL Motorsport, as we head up into the mountain section of Bathurst one more time. Looking a little bit further back, GRL Motorsport number 2 is into the pit lane. Velocity Racing Team 996.
Contact between the MWCC 346 and I believe that was the 112 Ford Mustang. A touch of the rear there. Stewards may be looking at that one. I don't think the Mustang went into the wall, but I think there was contact between those two. Obviously not very much, but just a slight touch doesn't take much to disrupt these cars off of their normal racing line and take the grip away.
Yeah, and right now also from the back, MSA Racing, like I said, we're chasing down GRL Motorsport. However, they've already got it. So whilst MSA Racing 416 is chasing down Moller for Exclusive Esports 788, Exclusive Esports 789 is chasing down MSA Racing 414 through the mountain. So we've got two MSA versus Exclusive battles going on in this race in the start of this 12 hours.
We are starting to have a bit of the field spread out, but going back to the number 315, currently for P14, then that is the number 112 Mustang, who will, with the higher top speed and help from the slipstream, that was a bit of a cut in front of the number 315 McLaren, but the K1 Esports Mustang obviously had conviction that they were far enough ahead and ended up slotting in front, taking the position back and knocking the number 315 McLaren down to P15.
Yeah, as Clark's in Twitch chat was saying, what happened to Sukup on the start? What happened to Sukup is he sent it way too hot into turn number 2 and ended up going wide and into the barrier. Didn't pick up significant damage, so he was able to keep on going. But speaking of Sukup, right now heading up the hill down towards turn number 2. It looks like he was side by side there momentarily. He is going to keep it there versus MSA 414. Wheel to wheel, side by side. GRL Motorsport also getting in this battle. Exclusive goes through. That will open up the window for GRL Motorsport. But the Ferrari of MSA Racing is going to go on a defensive game. He's already lost out to Exclusive. He doesn't want to lose out to GRL.
Yeah, but up the Reed Park, Sukup now is able to run free with open air, clean track up ahead. And that is one of the best sights to see when you are racing. When you no longer have a car up ahead and you are able to run freely. No one is really going to be able to be running qualifying paces. They are going to have cars around them that they have to race with, and everyone's going to be trying to maybe defend a little bit here, break the slipstream here, push a little bit harder in this area, set up for a move there. It is a bit difficult to run those qualifying times up again. Zalexi, do you have the in-game time currently?
Yes, it is 6:15 a.m. in-game time. Track surface is green. No rain currently on the forecast. It is 16-degree ambient temperature and 16-degree track temperature, with a 4 km/h wind, which realistically for the fans at trackside makes it feel probably about about 10 degrees for the fans trackside, but for the actual track, for the drivers in the cars, it's going to be nice and toasty. So right now it is very early in game, so we're going to be going all the way from the morning hours to probably sunset in game.
Battle here between the Velocity Racing 997 McLaren and the MSA 415 McLaren, and also right back in that pack is also the Exclusive Esports 787 McLaren. 3 McLarens all fighting for positions here. Closer to the golden hour. We will get some golden hour here in just a second. And that absolutely awesome shot at the cutting. Glad they give us that camera angle. But these three running together, they were very defensive. The Velocity Racing McLaren essentially not blocking, but they were just cutting off the move, closing the door into Hell Corner, and will force the MSA and Exclusive McLarens to stay behind.
Yeah, so as we do keep on going here, that's what makes it quite a lot more interesting with these early hours, because like they're saying in Twitch chat, get the sunglasses. So who is going to be getting the sunglasses on? Because we can only imagine what the sun is going to be like as it continues to rise over Bathurst, and the amount of glare that you're going to be getting coming through your windshield.
It's okay until you get to Skyline. Because at Skyline, you come over that crest, it is pretty much like the gates to heaven have been opened. It is a golden light that is directly in your eyes, as there is no walls, no trees, no nothing to keep that sunlight away. And we will go with an onboard when the sun does eventually come up. Not quite golden hour yet. It is still the nice dusk morning hours. But trust me, it will be golden hour, and it is absolutely beautiful here at Bathurst Mount Panorama. As this is an event that I personally, it is a bucket list to attend.
As apologies that's cut in there. Right, it was actually the MSA Racing 415, right on the rear end of Velocity Racing Team 997. So it seems like MSA, from what I'm gathering, have got a very straight line orientated setup here, but then again they are going to continue to try. They are all over the rear bumper of that Macca just ahead of them. Exclusive Esports also sat behind, probably waiting for an opportunity or one of them to mess up as we head through the park and over Skyline down into the S's of the Dipper. It all comes down to this as well, as that we go from a two-way fight to a three-way fight to a four-way fight, as here comes Euro Titan Endurance. You've also got the 313 Endurance Titan Endurance, so we could end up with a five-way fight here, possibly six-way if we get the 7-8 if the 789 decides to pick up the pace and get on the back of the train.
And yes, Moeller is getting closer. That Mustang gets well within slipstream range. We very well could have a fight for the lead. Back on to that battle with the 997, as it is very tight here. This battle between the 415 and the 997 is just bunching up that pack behind, as you were just saying, as it currently goes back the 997, the 415, the 787, and the 314 Mustang, but the 313 Aston Martin also starting to inch their way into this fight. Right behind, it's MSA versus Exclusive, and no, the 787 gets turned around and into the wall. Will fall back to the back of this pack, and I think the MSA Ferrari, the 415 with Silth at the wheel, will slot in ahead. And I don't think that's going to be enough damage to cause some race-ending damage, but it's definitely going to add time in the pit lane. It's a 12-hour race. It's not over yet, but we have had our first bit of contact.
Yeah, also another thing to point out, which I have just seen, is the leaders have just lapped the first ever car in this race. So 13 minutes in, and we've already got lap traffic.
Is that the number?
It was the first. Sorry, it was the first lap car, so it would have been the 296.
That would be the 296. So actually, they've lapped a couple cars. They've lapped the 296. They just lapped the 999 Velocity Racing Team car as well, and they are about to lap. The next car to be lapped will be the GRO Motorsport number 2 McLaren.
What's your emergency? And he missed a joke. He said 999, and that's the emergency service number over here in the UK.
Yeah, we don't have that, sorry.
999, what's your emergency?
Euro Titans 314, what has happened here? As I guess in all of that scrap, the 314 and the 313 have both gotten ahead of the 415 and the 789.
Yeah, as actually the 416 as well has got past Muller, as Muller actually is going to make a call, and that's the Exclusive Esports 788 into the Bathurst pit lane.
That is a very early pit stop. As no, they've got damage. That is damage on the 788 Mustang. That's not a call to the pit lane. That's a necessity into the pit lane. And pushing too hard. As of right now, Fats GT has everything going their way.
So we didn't catch that. Where did they pick up that damage? Probably the mountain?
No, I would say if they were to pick up that damage anywhere, it'd be where we saw that 788 have problems multiple times, and I would say that is into the chase, the penultimate corner. possibly carry too much speed in, and if you miss that braking zone off into the grass, you are just a passenger once you exit the racing surface. If there was anywhere for that to happen, that's where it would be, but
yeah,
not
actually,
out of the race.
I'm gonna have to put in here, as right now, a little bit of a battle further back, as it is Aztec Racing 296 momentarily versus Team Oliver Racing number 37, so we don't really see it that much because a lot of it's focused on the top 15 and forward, but right now, P number 20, P number 21, and P number 20, and I believe, is it P number 22? No, P20, P21, and yeah, P19, P20 locked in a battle right now as we head up the mountain. As I believe that is also a lapped car just behind him.
Yeah, with that pit from the 788 of Moeller, it does not take them out of the race whatsoever. If anything, it puts them on a different strategy and possibly a better strategy. They're not going to lose a lap. The Thatch GT Ferrari is just coming out of the final corner as the 788 has just exited the pit lane. And while they just have a bit more work to do with other incidents that are possible and weather and plenty of different variables to be accounted for, and with the speed that we know that 788 Mustang team has, they are not out of it whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely not. So it all comes down realistically to who can get the most time, because like you said, it's not over. We've still got 11 hours, 43 minutes, 6 seconds to go. So, heck, who knows? I am not trying to jinx it, but there could be a red flag for some reason.
A bit of an update here. The 415 MSA McLaren, I think this may have been a bit of a telltale sign in those Euro Titans endurance cars making their way past. There's a bit of damage on the 415 McLaren. And the 787 McLaren, they don't really seem to have lost too much pace. They may have lost a little bit of pace or just needing to regain their bearings, but the number 99 GRO Motorsport Aston Martin with Nico Lausch at the helm is currently trying to chase down the number 787 McLaren. So possibly that is an injured McLaren, but I don't know the full extent of that damage. Battle for P4 between the 314 Mustang and the 997 McLaren. And if this Mustang gets a good run out of the elbow, that McLaren will absolutely be a sitting duck, and we will have Euro Titans up to P4.
Yeah, that definitely is a good run, and he is going to slot in the slipstream. American power versus British power. He will move to the left. He looks to the right. He looks to the left. He will go to the left-hand side. It's Mustang on the right-hand side of your screen. McLaren on your left. Aston Martin coming over the crest just behind him. They are going to stay wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side. Velocity versus Euro Titans into the braking zone. Wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side. The Ford just about slots in. A little bit of a love tap from the McLaren on the exit, but that is going to be Euro Titans Endurance 314 up into P number 4.
Yeah, that little bump there, that's something that we call a high five, and now the Mustang has to go defensive, and also pulling the Euro Titans teammate into that battle as well, trying to follow in that slipstream. The more that these cars battle, the closer they get together, the more cars pile into that slipstream. And while they are trying to chase the 999, I believe that is the GRO Motorsport number 2 McLaren, or sorry, the Ferrari. Wait, no, the 999 is the Velocity team. It's the 292 that is the McLaren, and that 999 is actually going to get out of the way, but at the cutting, oh, they make contact. The 314 Mustang gets turned across the nose, and they've got a bit of damage on the front. I don't know how much that's going to affect the pace of that Mustang or how much it will affect the handling, but what was a perfectly clean race car is now not so perfectly clean.
The real question is, what on earth happened there? Because it looked like he was trying to keep his line, but maybe a little bit of understeer from the Euro Titans Endurance to go into the front riders into the barrier. BRT off bike. Tap from Euro Titans Endurance. They go around. 112 off in the background. 999 off in the background. 313 off. and that collected, I believe it was it was either MSA or Exclusive that they ended up collecting just coming out of the dipper.
Velocity, endurance with, and they make contact with, who is that? Was that contact with the teammate? As the 113, no, that was the K1 Esport number 113 got spun around. I don't know what that contact was there between the 997 and the 113 there. Stewards may be having a look at that one. And wow, that was unfortunate contact. There was really no better way that could have gone because we did not have that massive collision with the entire pack having nowhere to go.
Yeah, well, we said in qualifying, there's going to be chaos in the mountain at one point. Only took 20 minutes, but there was chaos in the mountain.
And it's elbows out. What I was going to say with that initial contact between, I believe it was the 999 and the 314, there was plenty of room on either side, but where that contact happened, there is a slight left-hand kink just before the hairpin of the cutting. And when you head up into that turn, it gets very, very tight, and it doesn't take much contact to spin the cars around. As yes, thank you, Phantoms. We do have rain in 30 minutes, so you say maybe it's already a bit hectic, a bit chaotic. Well, it's about to get even more hectic as we introduce weather into the situation.
Yeah, and you've also got to wonder how long is that rain gonna last? Because of course we know ACC, it could be just a quick 10-minute spell, but for all we know, we could have that for the next few hours. So Bathurst, it's called Mini Nordschleife for a reason. We already had chaos in the mountain once, and the gods above watched the weather gods. The gods and the racing gods saw it. They were like, cool, we've had chaos in the mountain, now put the rain on the forecast to spice it up a little bit. So we are not going to be able to reach optimum track surface, in my opinion, because right now we're only at fast.
I think we will touch optimum for just a moment, but it will probably be within a minute or two of that rain starting to settle in. Also, battle for P2 between MSA 416 and Velocity Racing 998.
Indeed it is. And I'm going
to get within slipstream.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this with you for the next few minutes because I need to go and take a quick toilet break.
That is perfectly fine with me. Take whatever break you need. Patrick Sagek and Garcia, the 416 and 998 McLarens, battling up the mountain into Griffin's Bend, now coming around for the cutting. And that sun just waiting for it to peek over the mountain so we can get that golden hour shot. Sukop, Winchester, and Nico Laus. As who is that up ahead? Is that the number 415? Yes, it is. 415, 789, 787, 99. All four of these drivers coming together. A bit of contact with that wall from the 789, and again, trying to find whatever time they can, pushing to the absolute limits of both the walls and the cars. As we've got a few cars that have seen better days. They are not as nice and clean as they were when we started this race. Also, with that battle for P2, Patrick Sagek and Garcia, MSA Racing versus Velocity Racing into the chase. The leading car typically gets a better exit as the car behind can't necessarily see the apex as well as the car ahead, as the view is slightly obstructed. Across the line, still well within slipstream range. Should the Velocity Racing 998 McLaren, no, they send the move, absolutely go for the dive bomb. I wonder if maybe that was a bit of a miscommunication on the brakes. Almost making contact, but ultimately avoiding it. And same thing between the McLarens behind. And Sukop Winchester chasing down the number 415 MSA McLaren of Virolainen. We do have an off, though. It's the number 292 GRO Motorsport McLaren off at McPhillamy. And the number 997 Velocity Racing McLaren just behind our leader. And trouble for the Bentley around at Murray's. Don't think they made any contact with the wall. I don't see any damage on the Bentley. But will lose a position to the number 28 on top of those positions that have already been lost. Fats GT out front, staying out front, and currently in the best position they could have possibly been in. Trouble behind, able to get out front and break free. Now it's just their race. Not necessarily to lose at this point, as there is still plenty of race to be had, but now is their time to make up whatever time they can. As just as the sun is beginning to poke over the mountains, the sun is rising here, as I'm actually pretty much dead on rights with the time in game. Early morning here, but we've got drivers all over the world. It's getting closer to midday. For some drivers in the afternoon, some for the evening. And battles behind the 414 MSA Ferrari wanting to send the move on the 99 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin. They nearly make contact with each other, but just good elbows out racing. As of right now, the MSA Ferrari will have the inside of the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, and the MSA Ferrari will slot in ahead. Still watching this battle for P2 between MSA and Velocity Racing. And I think this battle has actually just shifted. I think MSA has gotten the overtake and will continue to chase down the leader. 11.6 seconds the gap. Silth with the MSA 414 Ferrari, chasing down the number 787 McLaren, who was up in the top 5, but involved in some contact. And the number 99 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin, very, very quick crew there. Alex MG and Nico Lausch, a couple of the drivers for that Aston Martin team. Not be unlikely to see them on the podium. Very, very quick. It may just be a bit of hindrance using the Aston Martin compared to a few of the cars who may be a bit stronger here at Bathurst, but that does not mean that they can't win. It just means things might be a little bit more difficult for them. Battle a bit further back between K1 Esports teammates. And we've got quite a large group of K1 Esports cars all running here together. The 114 and the 212, one behind the other. The 787 still with the 414 and 99 behind, and then just up ahead, the 415 of Virolainen with Sukup in the 789 right behind. It took a bit, but things seem to have calmed down as the field gets spread out. And we're able to take a bit of a breather. Thank you to those of you who have tuned in. It is both me and Zalexi that are bringing you the commentary for this Bathurst 12-hour with the Aztec Racing Endurance Cup. So please follow Alexi, and if you would like to support the broadcast today, please click the follow button. We are also streaming on YouTube at the same time. There is another stream on YouTube, and we will also be breaking up the stream into 2 parts right around the 6-hour mark so that we can keep everything nice and recorded. And I think Alexi has just returned.
Yep, I went downstairs to get a drink as well, so... Ugh, God, my back. What have I missed?
Nothing really. Actually, I would say that you missed the MSA Racing 416 getting past a 998 McLaren for P2, but the 998 has actually just gotten that position back, and I'm actually going to step away for just a moment if you would be able to carry on for us with this battle for P2.
Of course you can. Feel free. Apologies if I burp, chat, because I've just got a brand new Pepsi out of the fridge, so it's going to be a whole lot of carbonated. There we go. As right now, the 998 currently sat P number 2, and we are several laps into this race. The 992, of course, being P number 2 right now for Velocity Racing Team 998, 15 laps in. And the last lap time was a 2-minute 2.037. And compared to Fats GT, they are faster in sector number 1 and they're only faster in sector number 1. Fats GT actually faster in sector 2 and sector number 3, even if it is only slight in the 3rd sector. Going to be going throughout the rest of this race, though. Of course, we are just past the 30-minute mark. 11 hours, 27 minutes, 57 seconds remain. I am Alexi, and of course, Retro has just gone and taken a little quick break, which I do not blame him. It is very, very early for the
It was a very short break.
Well, it was a very short break, but it's also very early for you over in America, so it's understandable as we go over the crest down towards, of course, the good Viol, the chase, as right now the battle for P number 2 is just there chilling, sitting about a 0.7 gap, as also heading down the chase as we go down Conrad Straight is the Exclusive Esports 789 chasing down the MSA Racing 415.
And just a bit of a note, since we have seen that rain pop up on the 30-minute forecast, remember that rain popped up on the 30-minute forecast about 15-20 minutes ago, so that rain is continuing on. It is going to be a good shower for at least 20 minutes, and until we see that change, we're going to have some proper wet track.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's what we want, because I will be honest, Zandvoort was boring with there being no rain. Although I think there was a slight shower, but was there? Chat, was there a slight shower at Zandvoort? I can't remember properly, but I think Zandvoort was very, very dry, so having some rain here at Mount Panorama is going to be quite the interesting aspect, especially with the mountain and the spray.
It's also going to bring drivers into the pit lane, and those drivers who have already gone into the pit lane either to repair damage or make any small changes, mostly to repair damage, but they are going to have to come back into the pit lane. It's not going to be a short enough shower where you can try to survive through it on slicks. You're going to need to come into the pit lane at some point and put on wets. While it may be a couple laps into the shower, it is still going to be some wet weather driving here in about, I'd say we're probably about 15-20 minutes time.
Yeah, I mean, heck, even if it was only a short shower, I'd say you still need to hop on some wet tyres, because if you're on slicks going downhill like you do here at Bathurst, I'd say you're just not going to be able to get any braking traction down the mountain. So even if it was a short shower, I'd say you'd still need to get some wets on, simply to avoid any chance of going into those walls and causing your car to get damaged. As we do get confirmation there was no rain at Zandvoort, so I'm happy that we're getting rain, because rain always seems to spice up the race quite a little bit. Also, one thing to point out, leader of Fatch GT, have got into the lead by 12.86 seconds. They've opened that gap up majorly since the start of this race.
Yeah, they are just out front. They're out for a nice weekend cruise while the rest of the field is in the trenches fighting for those positions that they can try to gain. And I'm sure every single one of them is looking up at that forecast saying, well, there's rain. Not really too excited about it. Some of them may be extremely excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, rain is always a great equalizer. As Ayrton Senna once said, and I'm so sorry if I get this pronunciation botched, the rain puts the cars on an equal playing field, and that's when the drivers start to really shine. So the rain, like I said, a great equalizer, especially for here at Bathurst.
Actually going to pop us back over to that battle between MSA 415 and exclusive 789. They have been going back and forth, and then same thing with Velocity Racing and exclusive 416. Again, this battle did already swap position once, and the 998 was able to take that position back.
Yeah, and 789 making a major mistake there as they headed through the S's. So that is just not an opportunity for them. They went deep and they went off the track, and they hit the barrier a few times, and that's going to put them. They were trying to chase down MSA Racing 415, but now it's putting them into the grips of MSA Racing 414. And as we head down the Corrod straight and down into the chase of course, 21 and 22, it looks like it's going to be a major lunge from the back, and it will be a major lunge. They will make contact. Round goes the MSA Racing. I think that's just completely on them, as they were way too far back to send the lunge up the inside. As here comes exclusive esports 787, they will go for the move. As GRL Motorsports also going to go there, but exclusive 414, as exclusive 789 I should say, is going to give a little bit of a squeeze, and that's going to throw GRL right into the back, and they're just not going to be able to get past at this current time. But you got to wonder,
right behind contact with the K1 Esports 112 and the 346. No, that was the 313 Aston Martin, the Euro Titans Endurance. The Aston Martin will let the 112 back past, but just a bit of over-ambitious racing there between those two, as they will continue to lap on their own, but a bit of contact. They were racing with the 346 Ferrari of MWCC, and now they will both have a bit of time to gain to try and catch the Ferrari.
Yeah, as right now, battle for P number 20, Vision Racing 818 versus Aztec Racing number 28, Beamer versus Bentley, down into the braking zone for the final corner. Murray corners as we go down and onto the main straight one more time. I don't know why I said corner, it's Murray's corner. As we see the 296 in the pit lane right there, down the main straight, a spectacle for the fans, still side by side, into Hell corner. It's going to be a switchback by Vision Racing. It's going to be a switchback by the Beamer of Aztec Racing, 28 wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side, making their way through the circuit as much as possible, bouncing a little bit for the Beamer. The Bentley seems pretty planted, and as we head up the mountain straight down to Griffin's Bend, it is going to be the Bentley of Vision Racing 818 who will get up into P number 20.
Muller is right behind Wells Clark. Also, a bit of a development in that battle for P2. I think Patrick Sagek with MSA 416 made a mistake. They've got damage on the front of that McLaren, and there is quite a growth in that gap between the MSA McLaren and the Velocity 998 McLaren. So that battle is over for the time being.
Sorry to interrupt here. Down the inside goes, of course, MSA Racing 414 versus GRL Motorsport. Out of Hell corner and down the main and down the first straight that we have got here, the mounting straight. Going to begin to run up the hill. Of course, the Aston Martin seems to be pretty level right there as we head on down the main, heading down the straight. But of course, a little bit of undulation. The rear end bouncing a little bit, and as we head it down into Griffin's Bend, it's going to be wheel to wheel, side by side. and GRL Motorsport, they lost out to MSA, but now they get the position back as we begin the run up the mountain. Aston Martin and Ferrari, a nice little battle going on here at Bathurst.
So sadly, we will not get any golden hour, as with that incoming rain, cloud cover has shielded us from the sun. I'm sure, well, I am absolutely heartbroken over that I won't get the nice golden rays of the sun peeking over the mountains and shining onto the cutting, as they give us the perfect camera angle there, and also the same thing at Skyline. At Skyline, our drivers are going to be very, very happy that there is not going to be any blinding sunlight peeking over the crest of Skyline.
Yeah, and
so at least
also
there's a bit of a trade.
Yeah, and looking on the forecast, rain will start in 10 minutes time, and it's only gonna get heavier.
Yes, that rain that we have seen ever since the rain first popped up on the forecast, it has not stopped, and as of right now, we've got quite a bit of a rain shower. And I think our drivers are going to go a couple laps into the wet before they decide to put those slicks on. Maybe or not the slicks, put the wets on. Maybe you decide to come in early and put the slicks on, or the wets on. Again, said the same thing twice. The 996 Velocity Racing Ferrari off and into the wall at Skyline, waiting for an opportunity to get that car turned around, and they do. But also, immediately in front of them, the 292 GRO Motorsport McLaren goes around down into Skyline. Again, they have a gap to get that car turned around. Don't end up rejoining.
As here we go, MSA versus GRL one more time. The battle's going to continue as we continue going down the mountain straight. It seems like this is where we're going to be seeing these two cars tango every single lap for the current time. But MSA just down the straight, way more speed, and he just gets past as the track is now optimum. We're up 17 degrees in the ambient, 17 degrees on the track, and we've gone down from 5 kilometers to a 3 km/h wind. As, bear with me real quick, I just need to switch my batteries in my controller.
So for P20 going on back, it's actually Moeller who was involved in that early incident fighting for the lead. Has made their way up from the back of the pack to P19. Fatch GT Academy team, the number 32 Ferrari 296, currently in P20. Wells with the 818 Bentley right behind. This is going to be a battle for position. And the number 28 BMW, who was also in that fight, preemptively has the wipers on as they are ready for the rain. Right behind them has already pit the 314 Ford Mustang. The 292 GRO Motorsport McLaren is actually down a couple laps, and then the 997 Velocity Racing McLaren and the 996 Velocity Racing Ferrari bring up the back of the field.
Yeah, and the 313 losing it in the mountain for a short moment of time. They are currently, 313, so that was Skeen who went and lost it. That was, so P number 11, he's probably dropped quite a few positions there. As, no, it seems like he's kept it pretty well, so probably had quite a big gap, so not too bad there for Eurotimes Endurance. Leader once again, Fatch GT, just absolutely flying off at a distance. Nothing much can really stop him there. MSA versus GRO, one of the big battles out on track right now, as well as Vision Racing versus Fatch GT Academy. So realistically, we've got two on-track battles that could evolve into any state at this point.
We'll actually hop on to this battle between the Bentley down into the was-named Bentley Elbow. This was at the centenary for Bentley. They ran a very special white, or not white, silver and green Bentley racing the M Sport Bentley Continental GT3s. Absolutely awesome car, but they ran some very nice liveries here, and I believe they won the centenary. I could be wrong. But Bentley, late on the brakes, does get the overtake on the 32 Fatch GT Academy Ferrari.
Yeah, just let the stamp and send it, is what the Bentley was thinking, because that was nice and clean, just wasn't too far back, got alongside, made it clear what his intention was. The sparks fly right now for the GRO Motorsport as we head down into Forest Elbow. And it looks like he's going to be trying to close up on that Ferrari, but the Bentley runs a little bit wider compared to the Ferrari. The Ferrari seem to take a tighter line to line up for Conrad straight, and they're just going to maintain the gap right now as we are now 45 minutes into this race.
It's a bit gnarly with the traffic for the 314 Mustang. Remember that 314 Euro Titans Mustang was involved in early contact with some lap traffic. Well, they have now made their way back through some lap traffic, and they have quite a bit of weaving and slicing through traffic to make their way up ahead of the Bentley. Better on pace, but up here in the mountain, it's really only one car wide. There is not much room for an overtake. You really just need to wait. Maybe the opportunity for the overtake will come, but they're actually racing for position here. Granted, the Euro Titans Mustang has gone into the pit lane. They are technically on a different strategy. The 292 McLaren, is the 818 involved in contact there? The 292 McLaren went by, but I think they may have cut through the chicane at Skyline. It's a bit of a argy-bargy there, flashing the lights from the Bentley. They weren't very happy about that one. Still not very happy about that one. Still flashing the lights. As the 292 is also a couple laps down. They are not racing for position.
Yeah, so battle for position is everywhere. Right now, looking at the map as well, everybody seems pretty spaced out, apart from the chase, because you've got about 6, maybe 7 cars, lapped or not, just bunched up within each other. So just a big cluster of cars, and rain intent. Oh, actually, hey, forecast.
Yeah, I was about to say, quick update. The rain is going away, so it looks like it's going to be right at, like, I'd say a 25-minute shower. And while it's going to be enough to kick us right over to wet, as soon as it gets pretty much wet, the rain will stop and we will likely move back to drier conditions.
Aw, I wanted a bigger rain squall.
Well, it is Bathurst, and I said it earlier. We'll get a quick shower. It'll make the track wet, make things interesting for a little bit, and then the track will dry, and we may never see rain again.
I hope so. We'll have. This is a 12-hour race, and I want it to be dry the entire time. That's boring.
It absolutely won't be, but that also maybe gives the possibility of staying out on slick tires through the wet. You might have a shot at it. It does seem to be light rain, albeit it was going to increase in intensity as the 314 trying to find a way past the 818 Bentley. The Bentley team does understand that the car behind is faster. They've already gone into the pit lane, and this is coming back through the traffic, but it is still technically a battle for position. And with the rain coming, if the 818 Bentley would be able to hold the 314 Mustang behind, it would essentially negate their pit stop that they have made in advantage of the Bentley, and it would make it a true battle for position.
Yeah, I mean, battles for position is always fun to watch, as the 415 making their way through the circuit, and the leader, the number 23, scheming to get through some lapped traffic right now. As they
battle on track for P13.
Ooh. Yeah, that's between K1 Esports 113 and Eurotires Endurance 315. The Maka goes over the curb probably a little bit too much as we begin to run up the mountain. So it's interesting to see who's going to come out here. It's Maka versus Maka, 113 versus 315. One's light blue, one's dark blue. So battle of the blues here in Bathurst.
Yep, up through Reed Park, the Euro Titans, actually not the Euro Titans, the Euro Titans McLaren is in a pretty good condition. It is the K1 Esport McLaren that has a touch of damage on the front. Doesn't seem to be too much that is affecting the handling of that car. And actually, no, the 315 has a bit of scrapes on the driver's side and a little bit on the passenger side as well. Again, that rain is coming. Should bring everyone, if they have any sense, into the pit lane. And also going to reset the stint timer when they come into the pit lane. Remember, there is a 70-minute stint timer for each driver. We could possibly see our first driver swaps, even though if it were my choice, I wouldn't want to hop right out of the car directly into the rain, but sometimes that's just how it has to go.
Yeah, I mean, the rain makes it interesting, and it, like I said earlier with the quote, it puts everybody on an equal playing field. As right now, we've also got Soup Cup as the rain begins to fall, and it is time. It will get heavier in 10 minutes as the track goes instantly to fast. The track is cooling, so it all comes down to this now. Who is the skill? Who will make the call? It goes to green. It's dropping. It's dropping. It's dropping, and it's Soup Cup versus Viral Island.
There you go. Yep, battle for P4 between the MSA and Exclusive Esports McLarens, and you can see already the rain has just started, but they were starting to slip a little bit. Now we talk about finding the limit. Very easy to do when the track is nice and dry. You know how far you can push it, how hard you can push it, but in these greasy conditions on slick tires, how far is too far? You get told very, very clearly when you've gone too far, but you still want to try and hold the car behind. You've got to try and push at least a little bit and find whatever pace you can.
Yeah, as the K1 Esports 114 off, the 113 into the barrier, so it is already getting slippy here, and oh, the 315 is going to have to be careful, and the 114 is going to have to get out of the way quick, because he was right in the middle of the track sideways, so the double yellow's definitely being waved in that part.
The 114 is rolling, so we are good.
Yeah, he's finally got back underway, so luckily enough he was able to get it spun back round before anybody else decided to come along and possibly punt right into the side of him. As the Team Oliver Racing comes into the pit lane, they've made their pit stop to go onto the wet compound tire most likely. Track is now greasy, so it all comes down to this. The rain will get heavier in the next 10 minutes, so who's gonna crumble and who's gonna thrive?
I would not be surprised if rain stays pretty light like this, that we see slick tires for quite some time.
Who is that? I'm trying to get a number on that.
The 292 like McLaren?
No, the 9... Whoa, yeah, the 292 just been it. The 99 as well. I'm trying to figure out who the 99 was.
The 99 is Giro Motorsport Aston Martin. They're just coming up through the cutting. It may have been the 999.
Yeah, it's probably the 999 because it was a Macca.
And I don't see the 999 in the server anymore. The 113 McLaren has just come into the pit lane. The 292 Giro Motorsport McLaren is likely going to be returning to the pit lane as well to repair damage. Yeah,
so it just gets extremely, extremely unlucky. So the rain already starting to
wet tires optimum. We just got the call. Wet tires are optimum.
So basically, there's your incentive. Go into the pits and get wet tires on because the track is now damp.
Does seem to be that a few drivers are still going to push it. The number 28 into the pit lane. No, I think they just had a bit of an off track, and still many drivers not opting to come into the pit lane. The 113 K1 Esports McLaren in the pit lane, the 818 Bentley off the jacks and about to roll out of the pit lane. The Giro Motorsport 292 in the pit lane to repair damage. And no, while it says wet tires are optimum, actually the 415 of MSA Racing comes in, and it seems like the MSA team boss has called everybody in. The 415 and the 414 coming into the pit lane, the 416 staying out. We'll see how that affects that battle. And Sukup, who was right behind, has obviously made a mistake. The 789 way far back behind the number, or the P3 number 416.
Yeah, so realistically, the MSA crew is just like, it must have been all over the radio. It's like that time multi-21, but realistically, it was just every single MSA driver that's heard box, 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 box for wets, box, box. So, yeah, it's pit stop time. As Thatch GT is actually staying out. Is Giggy gonna come into the pit lane here? That's the question.
K1 212 coming into the pit lane. MSA 415, they're still in the pit lane. It's a long stop. Maybe they're repairing damage.
So Thatch GT of the race leader comes in. That's Giggy. What about Garcia? VRT, he will stay out on track. So no pit stop yet for Velocity Racing Team 998.
And there's a bit strategy to be had there. While you are going to be slower and while you may lose out in a little bit of time, if you completely dodge going out on wet tires, and essentially this is going to be an extra stop. If you come into the pit lane to put wets on, you are going to have to come back into the pit lane and take wets off. So it's a bit of a gamble here from the VRT 998 team to stay out. Maybe they try and survive the full duration of the shower, and then by the time it's done, they'll either have a set of slicks that are ready to go a little bit longer. Obviously, by the time that the rain shower is done, as the rain is getting it is as heavy as it will be. Another 10 minutes or so, possibly 12 minutes left of the rain, but the track is still just damp. It is not fully wet. K1 Esports 112 into the pit lane, Aztec Racing number 28 into the pit lane. But I think trying to skip the pit stop, the 292 McLaren around at Skyline again. You see those yellow flags waving at the top of Skyline. And we do see that McLaren off at the bottom of the chicane. But trying to jump the pit stop, as we saw the 998 very, very squirrely coming down into the dipper and out of the elbow. Just need to absolutely roll onto the throttle. I can pretty much guarantee you that the number 998 has the traction control on as high as it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's rain. I think we can accept that. If it's rain, the TC does get bumped up quite a bit, because you do not want those rear ends spinning up too much and you gaining absolutely no traction, especially out of Murray's Corner and Hell Corner, as well as heading up the hill.
Yep, those are two crucial traction zones, as well as the elbow, the downhill hairpin. It kind of shoots you out, spits you out. It's a bit of a kind of like a spoon corner. It, you know, dips you and then throws you out into it. The 28 BMW in for wets. Skeen, the 313 Euro Titans Aston Martin into the pit lane. The 788 Mustang of Moeller into the pit lane for wets. That's a big development because they've already taken a pit stop. They are just now rolling out of the pit lane. They might not have wets on. They might have slicks on, and they may have done a driver swap. We'll have to see.
414 in the barrier.
The 414 of Hoopert into, yes, don't see a ton of damage on that Ferrari, but they have gone into the wall.
To be fair, I think that's one of the things about that livery. You can't really tell when there's damage on it because there's a whole lot of silver. But yeah, you can see it on the front. It is a little bit scuffed.
The 314 Euro Titans Mustang into the pit lane. And again, Garcia staying out. And we do know that we are probably about halfway through this rain. And down into the dipper just before the elbow, we will see. Just needs to keep it on. Yes, the traction control probably pretty high up on that McLaren, but just you can hear the rollout of the throttle. The 292
actually, we're gonna
McLaren.
Yeah, he's round. He's halfway around the circuit, and he's got a whole lot of cars. He's just gonna, he's gonna keep it there because here comes the pack. You can see them all just around there as they come over the crest. Oh, he reversed that, because if he stayed where he was 100% going to cause a massive pile-up.
I saw a battle somewhere just past the 292. Unsure of exactly who it was with. The top four, though, staying out. I think they are going to try and survive the pit stop. And we'll see who came in for wets and who did not. MWCC Ferrari has gotten, or they are ahead of the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin. I think the Aston Martin will try and chase down that Ferrari very, very late on the brakes. They cruise up right on the rear. That's actually about as perfect on the brakes as you can get. At this point, if you haven't gone into the pit lane, there's probably no reason to go into the pit lane. Just going to have to survive from here to the end, and again, the rain is going to be decreasing.
Yeah, and you were talking about how can we tell who's pitted and who hasn't. Just look on the green
I
and
have
orange.
just been disconnected.
Have you? Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, no.
Have we lost a good bit of people?
No, it is just you.
Okay. If it's just me, then I should be able to get back in.
It is just you who we have lost. Everybody else is still rolling. As the 313 actually goes and bins it. 788 bins it. And is the 416 going to bin it? No, he's not. 23 and 32 as we are going to head up left-hander as we begin to go up the hill. That's a terrible camera angle. Oh, that is actually the Euro Titans off into the barrier. I believe it was the Ford Mustang version. It was the Ford Mustang Euro Titans. So that's going to cost them a whole lot of time here.
So we're restarting ACC. Hopefully should be good enough to get us back into the server.
As the 313 also goes and bins it and just resets to the pit lane. So 313, very unlucky. Reset to the pit lane. They are going to be stuck there for the time being, so that is very, very unfortunate.
All right.
Are you back in, or are we still trying?
We are back in. We are good to go.
Wait.
No issues there. Right back in. And like I never left. I see that we've got a battle between the 787 McLaren. Got a very, very poor exit out of Hell Corner. Extremely poor exit. And the MWCC Ferrari and the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin are both going to find a way past.
Indeed it is. Like, goddamn. So that is going to be just a similar amount of time. The K1 Esports chasing down.
Oh no, the GRL Motorsport Aston Martin off into the wall, getting into the puddles, into the moisture there. Those slick tires showing their lack of grip.
Indeed,
Luckily, it was just a bit of a bounce off the wall and not really too much of a hindrance.
Yeah, and so it's going to be those guys. It's going to be Explosive who's now ahead. GRL is going to be trying to chase them down as well. MWCC is there looking to get ahead as well. But of course, with GRL going into the barrier, that's going to lose them quite a lot of time. Explosive going to continue going just ahead of them. MSA Racing 36 seconds behind as the leader of Garcia finally makes the call. Into the pits we go. So I think that's going to be for a new set of slicks, to be honest, because the rain is going to be stopping in 10 minutes. Well, it's not stopping, it's calm in 10 minutes. As 37 actually goes off at Forest Elbow.
I would not be putting wet tires on this late into the rain shower. But is that the 13 of Moeller? Yes, it is. Has caught up to the leader, the 23 of Fatch GT. With Garcia coming into the pit lane, that will give the 23 of Fatch GT the lead back technically. But they do have the McLaren of MSA number 416 directly ahead.
Yep.
I think that lead that Fatch GT had is definitely showing.
Yep, and you disconnected before, and now I've disconnected. Great.
Just restart. You should be able to get right back in. Give it a moment to find the server, and we will be A-OK.
If my Series S says yes, that's the awkward thing. I'm on Series S.
I see. Fatch GT, a bit of understeer coming up through the cutting, and I wonder if maybe the Fatch GT Ferrari is also on slick tires. And the MSA Racing 416 McLaren definitely having to, and it's actually the end. The 416 will bow out of the way and allow the Fatch GT Ferrari to retake the lead. I guess they knew that they were faster, didn't want to cause any sort of issue in the wet. And they do have the Mustang of Moeller chasing, but is Moeller a lap down? I believe Moeller is a lap down.
Wait, we're back. Let's hope there's no more. Let's hope there's no more disconnects.
Yes. For us, it's pretty easy to get back into the server if we disconnect. For the drivers, not so much.
Yeah, so we've got the easy part. I feel bad for the others.
Fatch GT Academy letting past the, I think that was the 787 McLaren of Winchester. Yes, it was. P6. And MWCC, after Velocity 998 went into the pit lane, MWCC is actually up into P3, but they still have yet to have come into the pit lane, and their pit stop is going to have to come shortly. The rain is now less than 10 minutes away from stopping. The 416 MSA of Saget comes into the pit lane.
So this is where it's now going to count. So the question is, with it stopping in just under 10 minutes time, do you come into the pit now and do you come in early and get the slicks on, or do you wait until it stops and get the slicks on? Like, what part do you want to take? That is the question.
Well, you also have to look at the 70-minute stint timer that we are one lap away from going over. So it's likely going to be anyone who has not pit, as we see a lot of cars come in. GRL coming in, exclusive 787 coming in. Euro Titans 315 is probably going to peel off into the pit lane as that stint timer is about to end. The Aztec Racing number 29 McLaren will also probably come in, as some teams pushing it right to the very end, but they do have to respect the stint timer. Yes, the 29 will come in. The 11 of Ghost Racing will probably come in, as they allow the 32 of... Actually, was that the 32? No, that was the leader, the 23. I wondered why they were letting that car past. The leader has lapped all the way up to the number 11 McLaren in P12.
And don't mind me, I'm just having a packet of crisps.
That's fine with me. So, report 112 is on slicks. I'm guessing you guys came out of the pit lane on slicks. Yep, definitely looks like slicks from that slide coming out of Griffin's Bend. MWCC, he's got some accompaniment behind, has a car to the left-hand side, but needs to slot in ahead because he's going to be entering the pit lane. And pulls over to the left-hand side of the track. Will enter the pit lane as quick as possible, and we should just have one more car yet to come into the pit lane. But is this going to go over the stint timer? Have they messed up, and will they be getting a penalty? I believe it's possible that the Fats GT Ferrari pit for wets, as they're on
dries.
Pretty well outpacing. They are on dries. You know that the 23 Fats GT is on slick tires.
Yeah, because for some reason it's paused as a spectator, so when I go onto a thing, it allows me to see their tires and everything. So Fats GT is on, Fats GT is on dry set. So for some reason it doesn't let me do other team apart from Fats GT. So a little bit unfair to the leaders, but I've got that extra information on them.
Well, it's fine sharing it now, but let's try and keep that secret. Now, this is a bit of a development. The 789 McLaren have now gone over the stint timer, I believe. And is this going to give them a penalty? As there's no reason why they shouldn't come into the pit lane now. They're staying out. Somebody could clarify for me. I thought we had a 70-minute stint timer, and if so, then the McLaren is either going to be running with less drivers and not coming into the pits, or maybe they've forgotten about the stint timer. I thought the stint timer was 70 minutes, Clorped. So it's supposed to have 70-minute stint timer. I don't know the full extent of the rules in terms of fuel and tires. Probably just need to take some sort of tires and at least 1 liter of fuel. The 787 or the 789 has come into the pit lane. Okay. It probably reset the stint timer there, so that's probably why. Thank you guys in the chat for continuing to help me out a bit, as I am myself and Alexi not able to keep track of absolutely everything that happens on track.
Because we are not superhuman, as right now I'm just looking at the gap between drivers. Main one right now is going to be between MSA Racing and MWCC, being a 0.383 second gap, but the McLaren of MSA in the slipstream of MWCC, so about P number 5 that's starting to develop here as the rain begins to die down here at Bathurst.
It says there was a disconnection for the 789 of Sukup. That may be one of the reasons why they have not one of the reasons why they are far back, and also have not shown a pit stop yet.
Also, Mason saying as soon as you enter pits, the stint timer restarts even if you have a penalty. So say if you got a drive through, the stint timer would reset, it seems, as right now MSA versus MWCC going to be happening as we head through the right-hander at turn number 2 and up the hill towards number 3. And of course the cutting, which has that beautiful camera angle every single time. But
29 around at the elbow.
Oh no!
As they've got a broken wing, they are going to have to come into the pit lane.
Number 29 picked up on a broken wing?
Yes, they have a broken wing. You can see it on the back of that McLaren. And they are definitely having some trouble.
Oh,
and there it goes as they come through the chase.
Oh.
No downforce on the back of that McLaren.
Yeah, that wing is slanted. Oh my god. That's the first time I've actually ever seen that on this game. What on earth did you do, sir?
Probably backed it into the elbow, as 2 K1 Esports cars running one behind the other, the 212 and the 113.
Yep, number 29 into pits. No surprise. As MSA still trying to chase down MWCC. Honestly, why does MWCC sound like a football club?
I don't know. Football teams for me are like Cowboys and Chiefs. So, and we play real football over here.
Oh no, wait, no, I'm sorry. Right, no. What your guys' football is rugby with armour.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'd say that's
your football is just rugby with armour. We have proper football because we actually use our feet.
We use our feet too. We just run with it.
Yeah, no, but you're not kicking it. You got to kick it.
Battle for P5 between MWCC and MSA Racing. The 346 and the 416, side by side up the hill into Griffin's Bend.
And they are going to keep it with each other.
Or nearly make contact.
Talk about getting it close. It's actually a little bit further back. Looks like we've got a battle evolving between the two K1 esports cars as the gap is starting to close. Well, it was starting to close up. It's opening up now as Vision Racing trying to chase down Team Oliver Racing. Well, MSA versus MWCC, of course, still being the main battle here at Bathurst, as it is no longer laning, so the flag is starting to dry up. There's no more rain chat. The rain has ended. Hashtag. Let's get some crying emojis in chat because there's no more rain.
And now we begin the process of drying. Still need the sun to come out, but if the sun does come out, this track would very quickly dry. And now we'll see the full extent of that strategy. Again, many drivers going to be on different sets of stint timers, everyone on all sorts of different strategy. We'll see how it is going to affect the race. We've also had a few driver swaps. For the P2, number 998 Velocity Racing McLaren, Garcia has gotten out and Garcia has gotten in.
So Garcia doing Garcia things.
That is the double Garcia team, the Velocity Racing number 998.
Yep, I made that mistake in what's it called? In Zambol. I thought it was just one Garcia because the M and the J are so small. I just never clocked him. I just saw Garcia and I'm like, oh, it's just one Garcia. But no, which actually, fun fact, chat, if you don't know, they are brothers. It is a brother team.
The MWCC MSA fight continues, and also I believe right behind, actually no, it was not, it was a different of the K1 esports cars, Fast GT Academy Ferrari coming into the pit lane. It was the 114 who was actually a couple laps down that was right behind that battle. And what has happened here? MSA 414. No, I had a few different cars in the view there that the camera was focused on. 346 and the 416 continuing on with their fight, although the 112 I think did have a slight disruption to that fight.
Yeah.
Not the 112, that is the P23, that is the 114, my bad.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, like, I said that the brothers, they may not be brothers. Globe just said they are brothers, lol, and Rondus was like, I don't know if they are brothers. I'm just popping on my TikTok real quick, because I'm like, I swear they said on my TikTok that they're brothers. I don't know. I'm double checking. So give me a sec. Domination is ammo. That's what I want. Okay, now this is. I swear they're brothers. Unless it's just a joke in the league. But I thought so. Yeah, I thought so. Clopped. How dare you? Yeah, I was like, yeah, no. I was like, I swear they're brothers. Blue flags is being waved around the Bathurst circuit. I just realised, Sukup still the only driver yet to pit because of their disconnect. So technically they have pitted, but they also haven't pitted.
We've had a few driver swaps already. Giga still in the Fatch GT Ferrari doing the double. Believe Hoopert is the new driver in the 414. Erkelin Koglu is the new driver in the 415. Kaufman, new driver in the 416. Believe Matthew, new driver in the MWCC. Van Manen, new driver in the 112. Alex MG, new driver in the GRL Motorsport. And Fatch GT in the pit lane. Race leader in the pit lane. Did they go on to wets and come out? I think you did confirm that they went out on slicks. What is bringing them back into the pit lane? Is it a driver swap?
Most
or have
likely.
they messed something up?
Maybe.
Wonder if they've possibly made a mistake in the strategy.
A driver swap, maybe. Then they might have messed up fuel, like they didn't take fuel at the last pit stop. Because that's a very weird pit stop, I'm saying, because that is... Yeah, it's very awkward. Okay, so, okay.
The 416 has made it past the 346.
Oh, fun. Yeah, okay, right, confusion played up in chat. They're not brothers. Garcia is just a very popular Spanish last name, and people just call them the Garcia brothers as a joke. And they've kind of adopted it. So.
Speaking of Garcia, they're actually going to be scored the lead after the Fatch GT team comes into the pit lane. The 415 MSA McLaren also coming into the pit lane.
Well, damn.
Could possibly be some teams that had slicks on, or had wets on coming in for slicks. Garcia hard contact with the wall at Reed Park. But again, contact with that wall is just part of running as fast as you can at Bathurst. Now, Garcia, we will see how the 998 team will be able to hold on to this race lead. A few of our drivers have, almost a big moment into the elbow. Almost had the rear go around.
As actually, Clark's in chat saying, yeah, Ronda asks, Run 788 also on wets or dry. Clark just said on fire, so they're on wets. So the 788 is 100% on wet tyres. Well, they're coming into the pit now, but they were on wets and they were on fire.
The number 29, number 29, Aztec Racing McLaren off and into the wall. They have got rejoined, turned back around the right way, and will continue on. Moeller, 788, back into the pit lane. Again, Moeller, don't count them out, but they have just not had the strategy 100% go their way yet. But if we get a good bit of dry running, or possibly even a good bit of wet running, could allow the 788 to climb back up in the positions, but it's currently going to go down a few positions while they are in the pit lane.
My crisps were a bit crushed. I'm unhappy now.
It just helps you eat them faster.
Yeah, to be fair, I only got a few left, so 1 sec. It will let you stay like 5.
The race seems to have officially calmed down a bit. So we will be getting a few guests in the booth momentarily. We will await Has to join the pit lane, or not join the pit lane, join the booth.
That's if he's awake, because I'm pretty sure he said once the race has started, he's gonna go to bed.
Nah, I just sent him a message. He said just give him a moment. He will be joining us, so we'll have Haz in the booth.
Fair enough.
I've got a little pack of Red Bulls somewhere in here. Not my international pack of Red Bulls. So a couple years ago, I'm a pretty big, or I don't really care too much for Formula One overall, but when I do like my Red Bull team. So I'm a bit of a Red Bull fan, but my girlfriend one year for Christmas got me a Dutch Red Bull Formula One box, 4-pack that has Sergio and Max Verstappen on it. But all of the writing on the cans and on the box is Dutch.
Oh, damn.
So it's very cool.
That is a very cool stat. Yeah, you're right. The race is definitely cooled down. Right, chat, welcome in. Welcome to what I like to call the witty banter section, because chit chat time. Oh, it took nearly an hour and a half.
Well, I would say that's a battle for position, but Sukup has just gotten past the Ghost Racing McLaren. And the 789 slicing their way through the field after they have gotten back into the session, back out on track to try and regain lost positions. And, oh, 292 off again at Skyline. They are backwards at the top. And the 314 Mustang will try and chase down the 818 Bentley. That gap was closer, but I think I looked at it the wrong way. It was the number 28 Aztec Racing BMW that was right behind. But now that Bentley has the Mustang of Moeller right behind, so we may have a battle for position there, but I have a feeling that the 788 Mustang is not going to have too hard of a time getting past the BMW.
Yeah, so pretty chill right now, and just Muller, really, who's chasing down that P number 13. He's also got fastest lap, to be fair, so he's on a stonker right now, especially considering what happened earlier on in this race and lap number 1 and the earlier parts where he binned it and a little bit unlucky, but through the final corner he goes as the Beamer does actually dive into the pit lane. So Muller into P number 13, and I do believe he will actually get P number 12 here. Yes, he will.
And the Bentley into the pit lane as well.
Yep.
There's actually quite a few cars in the pit lane as of right now.
That is a fair point. We're nearly at the 10 and a half hour mark, so doesn't really surprise me, to be honest. Like, may have gone 45 in like the earlier stages due to the early hours for some people, allow people to wake up. Plus, it is quarter to 4 right now over here in the UK, so it is probably starting to get to dinner time for some people in Europe. As car number 37 gets a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That will be Team Oliver Racing number 37. As car number 29 is getting rid of damage, apparently.
Yep. And still waiting for Haz real quick, and then after we'll get a couple more teams into the booth.
As MSA Racing 414 into the pit lane.
Yes, 414 to the pit lane. I saw the gap there, and welcome in, Haz. make sure that you have your audio included, and we will be good to go.
Hello, lads. How we doing?
I need pretty good.
I need to fix my posture. Oh. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my Wi-Fi disconnected there.
Yeah, you may have had a blip. Are you still in the server or no?
No. Well,
yeah, you did go quiet there for a second, but no problem. You can get right back in.
I got Thanos'd.
Yeah, well, how's it going so far?
You know, not too bad other than the kind of beginnings of this race. Other than that, doing good. Taking some headache pills to try and mend this migraine that's been going on for 2 days now. But I am eager to watch the rest of this race as much as I can before I have to leave for the girlfriend's birthday today.
Well, are you driving today?
God, no. No.
Okay. I didn't know if you were driving today or not.
No, I should be back in the car for the Red Bull Ring, which is another track that I don't get along with, but I haven't raced for a while and I want to get back in that car.
Just didn't want to do it here.
Yeah, no. I can't completely laugh at this track.
At least he's
well,
on it.
Did you see your qualifying here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did.
Sub 2-minute laps in qualifying is quite literally insane, especially on console.
Especially on what looked like to be a green track from what I saw.
It was well, yes, the first 159 came on a fast track, and then the pole sitting lap did eventually come on Optima, but we had a essentially last lap shootout for the pole position.
Yeah, send some of these guys to go fast. Jeez.
And sorry if you may be able to hear some background noise. F-35s fly over my apartment pretty often. So
okay.
if you ever hear any loud streaking in the background, it's going to be F-35s.
Nice.
I would love that. I'll just be sat in my window with a camera. Like, come on F-35s, where you at?
Yeah, except whenever they come in very, very low and they're essentially shaking everything in your household.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's really cool to see them out, but after a while it gets a little old. But, I mean, that's what you get when you live essentially 10 minutes away from the Lockheed Martin factory.
And has just doxed himself.
Yeah?
Wait, no, Has didn't. Retro did.
Oh, you're talking about with the F-35s?
Yeah, you said you live 10 minutes from the Lockheed Martin factory. You kind of just doxed the area where you live, sir.
Yeah, but I mean...
Meh.
I live in Texas. I would not... I'm not too worried about being doxxed.
Fair enough.
The 292 ahead of the 416. They were very, very close to each other there. But yeah, we have F-35s and C-130s, as we have the Lockheed Martin factory where they build the F-35, and the Air National Guard Station where they run a ton of C-130s for cargo missions and things like that out of the Air Force Base here.
Honestly, I would say I'm jealous. Then again, where I live 10-minute walk from the coast. And if it's a nice clear day, I can see Eurofighter Typhoons and everything just practicing over the bay. because I live very close to the Lake District in the UK, which not like directly near it, but like
Hold
through-
on.
Oh.
The 113 K1 Esport McLaren as the 99, and one of the. I think that was the 789 McLaren as well, side by side. I don't know how they didn't collect the 113 there, but also how they didn't. I don't know how they didn't go off and into the walls there, but it was the 99 Aston Martin and the 789 McLaren essentially touching doors to try and avoid the perpendicular to the racing surface 113 McLaren with Buddy Ollie at the wheel. We nearly had a very, very large contact there.
Ooh, Jesus Christ, on a motorbike. So, yeah.
Battle
but-
here for P4.
Ooh. Hello, MSA versus MWCC again.
Yes, it's the next iteration of this battle, and it seems that the MWCC 346 is catching up to the 414.
So, it's oh, hello, what's that car? It's a red car. That is a very banged up front end. Also, want to point out, Giro Motorsport and MSA, a little bit further back, also going to be getting into a battle. Yeah, good question. What does MWCC stand for?
That's an excellent question that I don't really have an answer to.
If we can get an MWCC team representative as MSA 415, sending it as they get turned around in front of the 99 Aston Martin. Contact between the two teams sent it onto the Aston Martin, and I don't think there was a full agreement on who owns what set of real estate there. The 415 with Ozer at the wheel gets turned around and into the wall. Unsure of the full extent of the damage on that McLaren, but continuing on, no broken wing, and again the 99 going to have some damage from that altercation as well.
So just getting very unlucky there, apparently. Like, jeez. As the gap to open up again. You were talking about your F-35s. I'm lucky, I got my Eurofighters. And it's also very weird, I live in an area where you do not see the military a lot. Unless you go to a specific part, because I live across a bay from where they build British nuclear power submarines. And I also live not that far from a nuclear power station. So, if you go in the wrong place near where I live, you will end up probably having a gun pointed at you by the military telling you to leave. Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to have a bit of variety in the aircraft that we see around here, which we do when the air shows come around. We have Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds that will be doing practice over the Air Force Base.
All I'm going to say in response to that is red arrows.
Yeah, we just don't get the red arrows here either.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're British.
Yep.
And they're the best
Although
in the
it
world.
would be cool to see them as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the crazy things. Like, the Blue Angels and everything, they use computer-guided systems. The Red Arrows, like, they're fully flown by hand and by former military pilots, but it's all done by hand rather than computer systems. Which is why the Blue Angels can fly so much closer to each other compared to the Red Arrows, because they use computers, whereas the Red Arrows, it's just like, yeah, we got hand flying, and if you crash, it's on us. And like, it's a proper training program and everything, and it's like only former fighter pilots for the UK can sign up for the Red Arrows.
This battle for P4 continuing. Oh no, the 37, the Team Oliver BMW, I think they just went into the walls a bit. I saw yellow flags for the 37, but ultimately didn't seem to have been too much of an issue.
Yeah, a little bit of a touch and go.
keeping it on par with the aircraft speak, I see.
Indeed. Indeed. How's racing today? No, he is not. He does not like this track.
Nope. Not today,
He does-
Satan.
He does not like driving this track, and I can agree with that. I do not like driving this track, mainly because I'm a controller player and I have not driven the Porsche here enough, which is the only car I have all the setups for. I think if I practiced with the Porsche around here using the setup, but yeah, otherwise I am just absolutely shocking it around here. I need to practice at this circuit more. I need to drive more rather than just be in the box.
Gaps dropping for round 2 of this fight as the 99 of GRL Motorsport once again falling back into the clutches of the 415, who this time wants to try and get that move done cleanly. And the 787 McLaren also hopping back into that fight. That gap will likely be dropping, but here we've got a direct battle heading down the Conrad Straight into the chase between the GRO Motorsport Aston Martin and the MSA McLaren.
Round 2, fight.
Oh, the send.
Oh, I love it.
Again, just not close enough.
Actually, boys, I'm going to have to take a break here because I need to go and make me and my brother's dinner. Because, one sec, chat.
Man's gotta eat, man's gotta eat. Alright, so half a second gaps bunching up here. Do we want more rain?
Of course.
Who doesn't want more rain? Yeah, my brother cut me off there for some unknown reason. I'm gonna have to go take a break so I can make me and my brother's dinner. So I shall be back. I honestly have no idea how long it's gonna take. So I shall be back when I'm back. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know how long it will take.
We will be here while you are gone. Sukop, I think, with another disconnection of the 789 McLaren. I think they have rejoined the session, but I think another unfortunate DC for the 789 exclusive esports team.
It looks like there was a three-way battle for P7 there momentarily between the 99 415 as they both go side by side through Skyline. Looks like the 415
Yes, the 99
by.
just abandoned the track through Skyline.
It's going to invite the 787 right back into this fight to see if Winchester can get by Ozer or MG in GRL Motorsport. Track is now
Ozer.
gone to fast.
We'll see Optimum shortly then. And that Euro Titans, is that the Euro Titans or is that a K1 McLaren behind? That's alright, that is the Euro Titans Mustang that is on the complete other side of the track. The 292 McLaren with another issue.
Oh, contact between the 787 and 99. 787 is round in the final corner.
The 787 of Winchester is backwards at Murray's. And the 99, I don't know, do you know kind of what, which way that was leaning, that contact between the two? As you saw it, I think I missed it. Do you know exactly what happened there between the 99 and the 787?
It looked like the 787 was going for a move on the inside of Murray's corner, and it looked like he just drifted a little bit wide going out on the exit and clipped the 99, and then he tried to correct it and spun around.
Yeah, very ambitious here. I mean, you have to be ambitious with the overtakes, because if you don't get it done down the Conrad Straight, down the chase, or up into Griffin's Bend, you're essentially just stuck for the time being. 292 off at Skyline yet again. I think they have got it pointed the right way, but they will let the traffic flow through. And the 414 with Hooper almost goes around on their own, getting a lot of the curb. And we've got some sun poking out. We got optimum track. It didn't take very long between fast and optimum whatsoever. Now we see sunlight, we see shadows. We're about to have some fast track here.
As you can see, B. Matthew for the MWCC 346 Ferrari taking a little bit more use of the track there as the track has gone to optimum, like RetroVex has said, trying to catch up to the MSA Racing 4-4 of Hubert. As you can see, again, 346 using as much track as he possibly can, trying to maximize the track and length, or take away that gap from the 4-4.
This battle has been a battle for quite some time now, and these two cars have been just back and forth and back and forth. We've seen them swap positions multiple times before the pit lane. After all of the pit lane was said and done, they ended up actually making their way back close to each other and have continued on with their fight. And I think we may have a retirement.
Possibly.
So I'll actually see who is all in the 292. I can actually hear myself a little bit. Let me take a look at the spotter guide. The sun is definitely starting to peek out of the clouds. Phil, what team were you on again? I see. Well, I'm sorry about that. Very unfortunate to see retirements.
Oh man, B. Matthew almost losing it going through the mountain section. Trying to follow
Hooper
that
as well. Those two have been have just been absolutely pushing it, chasing one another. They may have. Hooper actually almost loses it down into the dipper, makes contact with the wall. And I see the ping from our race leader flashing a little bit. I don't think they had a connection issue, but hopefully they are. Hopefully they don't get a disconnection from the lead. That would be very, very unfortunate. And the 37 BMW 414 having to kind of make a bit of a last-minute move to get out of the, or to get past the 37 BMW. And the 346 as well goes past. That BMW's got a bit of damage. I'm surprised they haven't gone into the pit lane.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on these teams as we are rapidly approaching what should be the second round of pit stops via stint timer. There are a few drivers that went out and stayed a little later. Some came in a little early and changing up strategy just a little bit. But with 10 hours and 10 minutes to go, it should be about 9 hours and 40 minutes left when that 70-minute timer should go up, depending on when these drivers made their stop. It was right around, I believe, 30 or 40-ish minutes ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Should have been right around 40 minutes ago for the 1 hour mark when the majority of the teams came in. Bit of development here. Fats GT, this was an 11-12 second gap, now down to less than 3 seconds. And Giga is definitely catching the Velocity Racing McLaren. That Ferrari absolutely rapid.
Yeah, looks like the battle for the top spots is going to be between the 9 and 823, and if they get back into contention, it's the 788 of exclusive Fat GT and Velocity Racing 998. But we'll see. There is still 10 hours and some change left to go in this Bathurst race.
Yeah, plenty of time for anything to happen. Yeah, something like that right there where you just have a tiny bit of miscommunication with the lap traffic, as we do see the Fats GT Ferrari closing up on to the number 998. McLaren just coming within the view in the background, in the foreground here as we look down the Bentley elbow on to the Conrad straight. I think that white McLaren up ahead is just getting a little bit bigger each lap for the Fats GT Ferrari. And also very, very crucial in moments like this, you don't overstep. It's very easy to try and push harder and harder and harder and harder and harder and harder until you find that limit and undo all of your work. But this Fats GT team, they've you know, grinded laps away this far. I think it is going to be not so much of a risk for them to throw it all away, because they are still rapidly catching that McLaren 720S up ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. As I want to take some time to pay attention to the 28 ATR car, starting all the way from the back and even a pit lane start. They are currently in 15th place, catching the Ghost Racing Team number 11 McLaren quite rapidly. Half a lap ago, it was 11.6 seconds, and now for me, it is showing 7.8 seconds, and that is driven by Steve Giles, who will be doing at least, I believe, 2 more stints until he will be relieved of that racing seat by either Luke Lodge or Lorenzo Galvano. 28 cars making some good progress.
I hope that progress continues. Does seem to be a while until the next car. A couple corners ahead, they do have the number 11 Ghost Racing McLaren with Stapley at the helm to possibly contend with for that position, but they got to catch them first. Things have calmed down just a bit, which is always good. Still continuing to drop the gap. Fats GT now 2.2 seconds. They've gone about, I'd say, a quarter of a second faster per lap. I wonder if that Ferrari is maybe a little bit faster down the straight. Looking at the marching ants on the map, the gap doesn't really seem to be closing too much. At least down the straights when we look at their raw speed compared to each other. But he finds 3/4 of a second in Sector 2. And I think this battle may only last a couple more laps.
Yeah, as the 23 is rapidly approaching that 998, he's going to be making a statement saying, I want this race lead. No matter if there's 10 hours left to go in this race, that Fats GT car wants to lead this Bathurst 12-hour and hopefully stay there for as long as they can and take advantage of this dry running. We'll see what the 998 Velocity Racing Team McLaren can do as a defense. Will he make it hard for the 23 car, as there is a ton of time left in this race, or will he defend like a lion? We shall find out.
I have a feeling with the pace difference that we see between these two, it's very possible that the 998 says, hey, you're the faster driver. I'll pull over, let you go on by, and I'll try and catch you or hope that you make a mistake later on, as that Fats GT Ferrari almost went into the outside wall at Solomon Park. And running it down Skyline once again. Now the nerves start to tingle a little bit as the 23 is now within catching distance of that McLaren. Getting ever so much closer to slipstream range. But now it's also when it gets a lot harder, because now you start to say, okay, I've got it, I've got it, I've got it, I've got it. Then you've got to really put in the work to get those last little bits, those last tenths of a second closed up to try and get that position taken.
Yeah, absolutely. And this race, especially with the included variable of rain that we know is...
Hold on, Has. The number 789 McLaren are backwards with a lot of damage at the elbow. They are going to have to wait a while, try and get it pointed the right direction so they can get back onto the racing surface when the gap opens up. They do get it turned back around. But very unfortunate for the 789 exclusive esports McLaren. They have a lot of pace in that car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very shocking to see that exclusive esports car so far down the grid. Unfortunate as it stands, but there is a ton of time left as they go sideways, drifting through the chase. Not the ideal racing line for the 789.
Yeah, they have just had some unfortunate time with disconnections that has put them that far down in the first place. And you say they went off at the chase, so they have a broken wing?
I don't believe so. I think they just hit the entry curb a little hard and shunted the car sideways to the left.
I'd say because we saw a broken wing earlier and tried to take the racing line. It was already looking a bit squirrely down the Conrad Straight. The number 99 GRL Motorsport Aston Martin off into the walls at the Dipper, and that's big damage on the number 99. They are going to have to bring that into the pit lane. That is a meatball flag there. Very unfortunate for that number 99 Aston Martin team. They were running P9, and that's going to be quite a few seconds of damage to repair.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was about to say earlier, this race is going to be a race of attrition, including the variable of rain that we know is ever present. You can see that 99 car is just squirreling all over the place with that damage. And as I have told my drivers personally, I am more concerned about keeping that pace as constant and consistent as you possibly can, rather than go aggressive and try and push 10 tenths all the time, maybe sit at 7 or 8 tenths, just to kind of keep the car alive and protect the race as much as much as you can.
Yeah, my favorite racing quote ever particularly applies to endurance racing: to finish first you must finish. Sometimes that finishing part is the hard part.
Yeah, especially at a track like this. Like we said, with the rain, it just throws a whole nother wrench into things, and it's a different level of concentration and focus that these drivers need to pay attention to, as well as fighting with other cars, trying to keep it out of the barriers, and keeping those laps as consistent as they can. As we said, this is a race of attrition.
The number 23 Ferrari, the progression of that gap has slowed as expected. The closer you get, the harder it is to gain those last little tenths. But right now standing about 1.3 seconds at the last timing line, but it does seem like that has dropped below 1 second as they come out of the elbow. We'll see when they cross the Sector 3, the start of Sector 3 timing line. 1.2, it dropped, but not by much.
It'll be an interesting battle to watch throughout the rest of this race, as we are just about to tick over the 10-hour remaining mark, as it is still the 998 that leads the race.
It is, the 789 is still in, yes, Clark, but they just went around backwards at the elbow and had to come back into the pit lane to repair damage, I believe. Or maybe they didn't and are still out there with the damage. No, they have definitely come into the pit lane to repair.
As the 28 car becomes a little bit of a lawnmower, as Steve decides to go cut some grass for a little bit, as he is struggling with the car and a sore butt, as he's racing in a metal, pretty much WWE chair with a pillow.
Gap 1.1 between our top two, battle for the lead, but the Fast GT Ferrari goes very wide out of the cutting, misses the apex. And that's, I think, is going to open that gap up just a little bit more. Again, I think that gap has actually closed a lot now. We'll have to see if the Fast GT Ferrari can get within slipstream range, but I think a slight mistake from the 998 has allowed the Fast GT to close up more than they were really thinking when they missed that apex at the cutting, but 8/10 was the gap. What is the new gap? 9/10, so gained a 10th there. And it is getting a lot tighter between these two teams, as we are possibly expecting a lead change before too much longer. And we would like to thank Zalexi for their time with us in the booth. And I believe they are not going to be able to make it back into the booth, but very good to have them for the first couple hours of this race. 788 Moeller up into P10. That is another car to watch, that number 788 exclusive esports Mustang. The 996 is currently in P21.
I apologize. I am just responding to messages in the chats really quick.
Yep, you are good, but you did see Zalexi's message, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, we are good there. Thank you, Zalexi. And please make sure that you follow Zalexi. Very happy that we had them with us to help out with the commentary. Another pretty big, actually, they've got more followers than I do on Twitch and have been commentating for a whole lot longer. Zalexi does a lot of Formula One and ACC streaming, so again, make sure you give them a follow and stay tuned with their broadcast. UK broadcaster, so if you are on a UK time schedule, it might be a better commentator suited for you as me here in the United States. It is usually very late into the night for my UK viewers. Fats GT Ferrari on the back bumper of the number 998 McLaren. This is the battle for the lead. The 114 that's the K1 Esports car, I believe. The 114, I think, went off as Skyline. The sun is now well up. Partly cloudy, no rain in the forecast for the time being. This is where we get some good running in, and those cars like this Dispatch GT Ferrari desperately trying to find a way past the 998 McLaren as they come around that awesome camera angle at the cutting. If the Fast GT Ferrari is able to get past the 998 McLaren, that would allow the number 23 to ride off into the distance and use this essentially perfect track condition to try and pull away in the lead and get as far ahead as possible. Best to grow the gap when the track is dry. Lets you be a little bit more safe when the track is wet if we end up getting more wet conditions.
Oh, okay, we're back.
Seems to be a lot going on in the chat.
Yeah, people are still, I don't want to say confused about blue flags, but people don't agree with how we do blue flags. And just while we're on the topic and we have a little bit of time to talk about it, blue flags, yes, in some racing that it means you have to let someone by. This is not how we do things here in this series. Blue flags are there to notify you that slower / faster / lapping cars are coming by. It is up to the driver behind who's doing the lapping to get by safely, but it is up to the driver in front to basically facilitate them letting you by. They don't have to roll over and just give you the position because you're a lap ahead or whatever. They can let you by on the straight, or they can let you by somewhere where they feel it's safe, or they can just continue on their race and you have to figure it out. However, they cannot defend. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. There's been a lot of confusion about that for a while, as we just watched the 23 get a little bit of a tail slide trying to chase Garcia up the mountain there a little bit. But yeah, blue flags, kind of a tricky situation. Even though we've talked about it a lot, there's always some confusion around it. So just figured I'd kind of clear that up a little bit.
Awesome shot there looking at a Reed Park as you see those two, these two, the 998 and the 23, right up against the wall coming through Reed Park. But I was showing the number 996 went around at Forest Elbow and took quite a bit of damage, as they are likely going to be entering into the pit lane. Actually, no, they didn't. They went right past the pit lane, but still a good bit of damage that will need to be repaired. And a big slide from the 998. Is that going to give the number 23 enough of a run? I don't think so. And almost contact between the leaders, as the 23 Fats GT Ferrari had to back out to not go into the rear of the 998. And just continuing on, the 23 will just have to sit back a little bit longer. Things are getting more desperate for the 998. You can tell as they are really getting onto the throttle early. Seems to be they are stepping out the rear on that McLaren quite a bit. Side by side, almost side by side, coming out of the cutting. The Fats GT Ferrari now desperately trying to find a way past the 998. Very much applying the pressure. Tries to get as close as possible to that leading McLaren without really hindering through McPhillamy. The McLaren got a bit of the curb. And again, as we should be looking at scheduled pit stops again soon, right, for the next set of the driver stint timer. Oh no! Somehow held on to it. The number 23, 2 tires in the grass as he got on the brakes. Almost. I don't know how he held on to that. I thought surely that was going to be gone around and off into the runoff at Hell Corner for the 23, but no, managed to hold on to it. Does open up the gap to about a second. Man, you can tell they are trying to find absolutely every bit of pace that they can. So I'm actually going to look at the live timing. I want to see what their laps were on the previous. We'll have to wait for them to come across the line for the live timing to update. Oh. The 313 Euro Titans Endurance Aston Martin went off at the chase and then enters the pit lane. But on the previous lap, it was a 2:02.5 from the Fats GT as our leader, Garcia, comes into the pit lane. Well, there goes any semblance of a battle there as Garcia comes in. Possibly will get the overtake on pitch strategy, or maybe hold the position on pitch strategy. Maybe the Fats GT has that much of an advantage in pace. Previous lap, the Fats GT Ferrari actually was a bit quicker than the 998. Actually, a lot quicker on the last lap. The 788 Mustang still holds the fastest lap of the race, a 2:01.355. Fats GT is actually about half a second slower than that, a 2:01.777. Well, things have calmed down a bit. What's the day's plans for you, Has? Said things have calmed down a bit. What is the day's plan for you? Has make sure that your party audio is included. Corp says he can't hear you.
Well, testing 1, 2, 3. Corpy, corpy, corpy.
Let me take a look real quick and see.
I promise I'm here, guys. I really hope I haven't been quiet this whole time.
There, I just reset the party audio, so we'll see if they can hear you now.
Cool, cool.
Make sure that your party audio is included. We might have to do that again.
Box is checked. I'll uncheck it and click it again.
Phantom says they can hear you now.
Cool. I think Clorp is just deaf.
Possibly.
He's
selective
deaf
hearing.
to my voice. Yeah, yeah.
He's got selective hearing. Muller catching up to the number 314. It's about to be a Mustang versus Mustang fight as well, I believe.
And I don't think the 23... No, the 23 is definitely not coming for a stop yet.
No, they have not.
We'll see.
Where is the 998 compared? So the 998 just coming up the mountain straight. They are behind the 313 Aston Martin. The Fat GT Ferrari has just come out of Forest Elbow. And the exclusive eSports 788 Mustang and the Fats GT Ferrari are pretty much running identical laps. Last lap for the Mustang was a 202.160. Last lap for the Fats GT Ferrari was a 202.000.
Yeah, on track, it seems like they are pretty evenly paced. When these drivers make the pit stops, it could be very detrimental to get these pit stops absolutely spot on, as you could lose at least 6 seconds just from getting onto the jacks and getting off of the jacks. So we'll see who can master the pit stops or who has the better out laps or in laps than one another. We'll see if Fat GT can do a overcut. Is that an overcut? Is that what it's called?
It would technically be an overcut, yes.
Okay. I couldn't recall if it was the right wording because
undercuts
my brain
when you
is
come in
such a
before
fog.
overcuts when you stay out.
Yeah, couldn't think of the right terminology because I've almost been awake for 24 whole hours.
Broken 11. The 212 K1 Esports McLaren into the pit lane. They are, I think they've just got a driver swap done, and they are back out and will be continuing on. The 996, I think, had a touch of connection issue, but overall, nothing to deal with there. The 416 MSA Racing McLaren comes in, and the MWCC number 346 Ferrari comes in. The 414 MSA Ferrari stays out. And I believe we have officially started our next round of driver swaps and pit lane entries.
Yeah, absolutely. As there is currently 4 cars in the pit lane, including the 3729, 416, and 3346, as I'm sure next time
the
by
787 just enters the pit lane.
Next time by, I believe the 23 will come in for their next stop. I believe.
So how strict is the stint timer? What happens if, say, a team goes over that stint timer? What is going to happen to that team?
I believe they get an in-game penalty. I think it's a stop go 30. I haven't seen anyone violate that in a long time, so I can't really remember, but I know that there is a penalty attached to it that you have to serve within 3 laps.
The 787 on the jacks, off the jacks, rolling out of the pit lane, and again we wait to see the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari come into the pit lane. They are running up through McPhillamy. The number 416 with yellow flags. That usually only happens if you do a return to garage, correct?
I believe so.
The number 11 Ghost Racing McLaren into the pit lane. And yes, the 416 is dropping down positions quite rapidly.
416, there you are.
What has happened to the 416? They are down to P9 now. And we are waiting to see the number 23 enter the pit lane. I think, yes, the 416 is still sitting on the pit lane.
What has happened? So they have entered the pit lane that lap, which would be lap 66, I believe. And as they exit pit lane, they are literally crawling onto the track, and they stop again and return to the garage.
Which locks controls, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably sitting there with control lock. Wonder if something happened with the drivers there. The 788 Mustang is now caught the 314 Euro Titans Mustang, and Moeller, with that unfortunate incident early on, has not really affected the 788 team very much, even with all of the pit stops, and I believe that the 788 is going to be on a different strategy in terms of their pit stop pacing compared to the rest of the field. Could help, could hinder. But about to overtake the 314 Mustang for P7 if they can find a way past.
That 23 car is still sticking out, and it looks like from the distance out on track, they might have P1 potentially.
789. Where is that 789? Uncleaner cross off into the chase, and I think that's a technical difficulty as the throttle has stuck and was just driving the car into the wall at the end of the chase. Yes, that is a technical issue. The throttle seems to be stuck and they might not have any control. Seems like a wheel disconnection. And a return to the garage for the 789 McLaren.
Oh, man.
There are not very many exclusive esports teams up in that top 10 anymore. I think it's just 2. Again, very unfortunate, and Garcia, was our race leader, hard into the wall at Solman. Unsure of exactly how much damage that will have caused, and that is right after they just came into the pit lane. I don't think they really repaired much of the damage on that car, but that was a very hard impact into the wall. The 314 Euro Titans Endurance Mustang has caught the 346 MWCC Ferrari 296, and now we've got a three-way battle for position. The 314 finds a way past. Now the 788 has to try and outbrake the 346, which they do. So the 346 drops back 2 positions, and now this battle, the Euro Titans Endurance trying to run away from the 788 exclusive esports Ford Mustang, is now a fight for P6 instead of a fight for P7.
And
the 212, is that back into the pit lane?
I believe so. I'm sitting here wondering about the 23. They've stayed
I
out.
think it may have been the 112 that came in, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to figure out when they come in.
And yep, Fazzy Binks has confirmed for us that the throttle, something happened, the throttle stuck on that McLaren. That's a very odd error to see. But the throttle stuck and just forced to drive it straight into the wall. No brakes, no nothing. And it's not going to take him out, but it may cause a bit of doubt with the equipment. Maybe a driver swap. And get Uncleaner out of the car maybe and do a quick reset of the equipment, or maybe able to do it while it's in the pit lane. But again, very, very odd error. Seeing stuck throttle here on ACC.
Yeah, absolutely.
818 Bentley into the pit lane, sorry.
I've seen throttle inputs not responding or flickering, but I haven't seen throttle pedals get stuck. Who's that in the skyline?
That is the 416, the MSA 416 Patrick Sagek off,
Oh, no.
and Garcia, I think, was also involved there. And very unfortunate, Patrick Sagek, very, very quick driver. But still has the number 37 BMW. I think he's just going to get it straight just in time as the 37 BMW comes right into view. That could not have been better timing from the 416.
Oh.
And then the 416 will allow the 37 to go on by. Muller still trying to catch the Euro Titans Mustang. As I'd say, this is a proper V8 Supercars battle here. The cars just look a little bit different than the GT3s, but they still have a Dark Horse Mustang racing in V8 Supercars.
7-8 getting a little bit of loosey-goosey there going uphill.
S-Man, yes, they do hold other endurance races. This is the third round of a how many race endurance cup, or actually do a little bit of advertisement for the Aztec Racing Endurance Cup.
So for the ATRL Endurance Cup Season 2, we have a record of 10 races that span from November all the way up until about early May. And that's going to consist of the 6 hours of Monza, 4 hours of Zandvoort, which those two have already passed. Currently on the 12 hours of Bathurst on January 11th, my apologies. We have the 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring, which was race 4. Race 5, which will be on the 1st of February, so the 9 hours of Kyalami, one of the iconic races, I believe, also in endurance racing. And then, of course, race... What, did I get Southern all of a sudden? Race 6. We have the 24 hours of Spa on the 21st and the 22nd, because obviously 24-hour race. Race 7 on the 15th of March. You have the 6 hours of Catalunya. Race number 8 is the 8 hours at Misano on March 29th. And on race 9 is probably everyone's least favorite, the 4 hours of Indy on April 12th. And to wrap up the Season 2 record number of races for Season 2, it's going to be the 24 hours of the Nordschleife. That's going to be on May 9th. Now, that might be just a bonus race where that won't be a race where championship points will be implemented, as a lot of these drivers are on Series S, and Series S does not like to load or work at that track. So that is our race. Our race schedule from the 15th of November all the way down to May 8th, and currently, to my knowledge, we are one of the few Xbox leagues that does legitimate 24-hour races and has a legit endurance season. Now, I might be wrong in that, but from what I've seen, I haven't seen too many places do that. So that is our schedule for Season 2.
Thank you, Haz. And this is one of my favorite events. Actually, this is technically my favorite endurance racing event, the number 114 K1 Esports, with Cheeseman at the helm off at the chase. Rejoins the track. I don't think they made contact with the wall, luckily for them. And what has happened here? The 314 Mustang is actually pulled away from the number 23. And the 314 will dive into the pit lane. Does the 788 follow? No. 788 stays out.
My apologies, my controller died.
You are all good. Don't worry about it. No. Flexi has had to go. They had something come up. And the 23 of Fats GT is in the pit lane, right beside the number 415 MSA McLaren. And as the 23 is in the pit lane, where is the 998? Again, the 998 has had some issues, though. Down into the elbow. Still running in P2 and likely will stay P2. They do have the 414 not too far behind. May lose out that P2, or will lose out on that P2 spot whenever they come back in, whenever they come into the pit lane. Inevitably, unless the 414 comes in right here. Unsure of exactly their pit strategy. Wonder if Giga is going to be getting out of the car. If not, would be doing a triple stint. And yes, I think that we just had a driver swap from the 23. The 998 just comes across the line, and the 23 is rolling out of the pit lane just ahead of the 998. And the overcut works. Stays out, goes longer, comes into the pit lane, comes out, stays in the lead. And now has it all to do. The 788 comes into the pit lane. See how that affects their position. 788 in the pit lane, just now rolling out. I don't think they're going to lose a spot. May get the overcut on the 314. We will watch the 788 exiting pit lane as the 314 just comes up to hell corner as well. And the 788 gets the overtake in the pit lane. It is still the 23 in the lead.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go check in with Mr. Steve in the 28 car, see how he's doing.
I gotcha. And we may have another team come into the booth, if that's all right with you.
Oh, absolutely.
Still no rain, mostly sunny. The 37 BMW off at the chase. And the 23 still has the 998 giving chase behind, less than 2 seconds back, but that gap is going to be growing if the 23 can continue to run clean. Remember that 998 does have a bit of damage. And I believe the 37 will enter the pit lane. The MSA 414 ping spiking a little bit, but that gets under control. out of Murray's. Sorry. Just 1 sec, the booth, and we are back. Don't worry about that. Welcome, Dylan. Make sure you include your party audio.
Yeah, just off.
Awesome. Well, currently running P4, correct?
Yep.
How is the race going for you guys?
Well, P4 is obviously quite good because we started P17. In the first stint, we did alright, had a good start, then we made a bit of contact, dropped down to I think P15, and then got back up to P14. And then I think you might have seen the big crash that ETE had, which brought us up to P10. We've just been going up further up as the race has gone on.
Just grinding away positions all the way up to P4.
Yeah.
And I believe, are you guys catching the 414 ahead?
To be honest, I'm not too sure right now, but in fact, 414 have just pitted, so that's P3 for us now. So I'm not sure.
Let me actually look at the. I'm actually going to look at the timing and see. But yes, 414 have pit, so you guys will get that position.
Yeah. I think the main changing point for us in this race was definitely the wet, because we were probably one of the only teams to stay out on slicks for the whole time, and we put Martinez in the car. He was very confident and made us a lot of time up during that stint.
Bit of an abandonment through Skyline there, but doing a good job of keeping control of the car.
Yeah, I mean, Mackey's a new driver who's in the car right now. He's our newest driver to the team, so I was trying to get him time in the car. But yeah, he's doing a good job, all right. But right now, I think we're gonna exclusive eSports 787 are looking quick, so I think we might get overtaken by them in this stint. Possibly. Yeah. The only thing that we are struggling with right now is the brake boards have gone at the chase. So it's just blind eye.
Yeah, you got a couple curbs that you can rely on, but I understand the brake boards there. So are you guys hoping for more rain or what?
Yeah, ideally we wanted a lot of rain, because we were definitely we've gone for a hybrid setup, so and we've adapted it to be quick. Well, we went with a hybrid setup from go, and then we've made it quicker in the dry, but it's still really stable in the wet. So I think they want hopefully one of the strongest cars in the wet at the moment.
That's very good. Currently P4, and you guys are closing up. Actually, our leader had gotten past the 998. Now the 998 right there, less than half a second behind.
I don't think we'll be anywhere on the top 3 today, but hopefully a good improvement from the last 2 rounds. Currently P20 in the championship, I think.
Well, still plenty of championship left to go, and a good result tonight would yield you guys some pretty good points in that championship.
Yep. That's what we hope for.
Any shout outs for any team? Shout out for anybody?
I'm not too sure. Maybe my old teammates, ET313, and my old teammates last season, all either want like the other K1 cars. I don't know.
Yeah, at least give a shout out to everybody who is driving for the 112 K1 esports team.
Yeah, I will do. All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining the stream, and good luck for the rest of the race. Hopefully, you guys move up into the podium.
Hopefully, that's what we want. Thanks.
Good luck and have a good race. That was Dylan with the 112. Is this a fight for the lead, side by side, door to door, coming down into the chase? The 23 gets cut off. The 998 apparently has enough pace in it left to hold on and fight back. The lead has actually been taken back by the 998. I don't think the 23 is going to be very much a sitting duck in fighting that position back, but Williams with a bit more work to do to try and match the pace of Giga, the driver who was in the car previously. The 28 apparently had a brake failure just a few minutes ago. The brake pedal just quit working on the setup, so we've had a throttle stick and we've had brake fail. That's actually some very interesting failures. None that I have personally ever had to deal with, either from drivers on stream or I myself. Well, at least a 90-minute stint, or a stint and a half, is clear. You are out of the car and able to relax. That wasn't the Fats GT, no, I think that was the 32 Fats GT Academy team. Yes, it was. The number 23 Fats GT Ferrari still trying to catch up to the number 998 McLaren. And again, things have calmed down a bit. The 23 still trying to catch the 998, but as of right now is falling back in pace. And the 788 now has Bennett at the wheel, trying to catch the 415, which now has Virolainen at the wheel. 787 closing up onto the 112 of Staszewski, and the 346 following suit behind.
I'm back, and boy, do I have news for you.
News? I heard about a brake failure from the 28.
Yeah, not only was there a brake failure, they had suspension damage and, obviously bodywork damage. Steve came into the pits, fixed the damage, but forgot to fix the suspension.
So it was pretty much lipstick on a pig. It looked good, but it wasn't very good.
Yeah. As a rocket-powered Mohawk says, it's like putting a pair of fake boobs on a burn victim. Yeah, it helps, but not really.
Alright, Has, would you be able to take over for me for just a little bit? I am going to leave it on with the number 23, who is trying to catch the number 998, or I'll put it on with the number 112, who is actually being attacked by the number 787.
Yeah,
I will be gone for just a moment, and I will be right back.
Yeah, no worries. As you can see, it is the 787 trying to catch up to the K1 Esports 112 Ford Mustang American Muscle versus, I believe that is British Power, going up through turn number 2. He's going to show them now. He's going to go for the move, and he's going to attempt for the move, but he taps the inside panel of the 112. He is going to let off the gas and try and let him by. An unfortunate instant for that driver pairing between the 787 of Mickelson's and, oh Jesus, this is going to be awesome. Zatalski. Unfortunate, as those two drivers had a little bit of a collision, a little bit of a overzealous move by the 787, in my opinion. But regardless, we will carry on. It looks like that 112 has quite a bit of damage on the rear panel of their Mustang, and it also seems like the 23 has lost the lead from the 998. They're about 2.5 seconds back from the McLaren, and that 112 Mustang is really fallen back from the 787, 2.2 seconds back. You can see there is the 788 Mustang exclusive esports car, still holding the fastest lap of the race, 4.2 seconds back from Vera Leinen in the 415 MSA Racing McLaren in P7. P8 still having that fast lap of the race. You can see the 414 in P3 making a pit stop with 9 hours and 12 minutes to go in this 12-hour race. You can see the 346 has their rain lights on for some reason. Looking back at the 787, it looks like they've got maybe a little bit of damage on the front and left side of that car, but it's not going to be too bad for them. As you can see again, the battle for P1 between the 998 and 23 McLaren and Ferrari is dipped now to 3.7 seconds. So you can see M. Garcia really trying to stretch their legs and try and gain as much of an advantage on this Ferrari as they possibly can. 414 still sitting in the pit lane. It looks like they had a bit of an issue, as M. Carlos still sitting and just waiting for the car to be dropped on the decks and let out of the pit lane. As you can see, the 997 of, what is that, Nash, coming into the pit lane and stopping in his box as the 414 comes out of the pit lane now. Looks like they will be dropping down to about P7, P8 now, my apologies. Gap for P1.
Possibly even P10.
Ooh. Welcome back.
Yep, quick bathroom break, and I knew that I had a pack of Red Bulls somewhere in here, and I've decided that I'm going to go ahead and crack one. Would you like to know when I bought this pack of Red Bulls?
Ooh, yeah.
Back at the 24-hour.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I bought them, and I never opened them.
Well, it's a present for later.
Definitely is a present for later. I had to find them. They were somewhere in here. I had apparently put them behind my little streaming table, but I did end up finding them.
My apologies.
Just find it. We're actually sitting beside my my Toyota Gazoo racing flag that I actually have signed by Mike Conway, Kimui Kobayashi, and Nick DeVries. I got a picture with Nick DeVries as well.
That's awesome.
The number 415 McLaren catching up to the 346 MWCC Ferrari, which we still don't know what MWCC means. But look just behind that battle. In P7, the number 788 Ford Mustang of Exclusive Esports, Bennett at the helm. And that Mustang will see if Bennett has the same pace as Moeller has set the fastest lap of the race. And if Bennett is able to run anything similar to the same lap times as... What is that noise from? I understand what that noise is from, but...
That was my Formula 1 app saying, choose your favorite race of the 2024 season.
None of them. I didn't pay much attention to Formula 1 this season. I mean, it's a good season because it's right before a regulation change and all the teams finally figure out what to do with the car, how to be competitive. I mean, I'm glad that Verstappen got another championship. I am just waiting for Verstappen to get out of Formula 1 so he can actually go and drive big boy cars and do what he actually wants to do. Oh, I know it'll happen. He already owns. He owns the Verstappen.com Ferrari, Verstappen.com BMW, I believe. I don't know what other cars he owns. I mean... I know he's got the Ferrari and the M4. Or I know he's got a Ferrari. I've seen them use the M4 in sim racing events, which makes me believe that he has an M4 in his arsenal as well. And Bennett closing up behind. But, you know, Verstappen, he's actively voiced that he wants to race in the Nordschleife 24-hour as that's his bucket list race that the team won't let him do anything with until he's out of contract. And I believe what he said is he's got a contract until, what was it, 2027, 2028? And after that contract's done, that he's done with Formula 1. Can you hear that? That was a very loud shaking my house F-35. Where it was loud enough I couldn't hear you. Yeah, well, I mean, since we're so close to the landing strip, and also this battle here for P5 is about to get very tight, as it's Toby ahead of Beerline and ahead of Bennett. These three getting within a second and a half of all three of them, and especially with traffic up ahead, that traffic is going to throw a wrench in this fight. That is the McLaren. Which McLaren is that? Is that the number 29? That was one of the McLarens. Just ahead of the two McLarens. It was right there in the battle for P5. I think it may have been. Yes, it was the number 29 McLaren. But it is now MWCC with MSA and then Exclusive Esports 788, all here within a second of each other. Clark, is that Bowler or Bennett in the car? The 315 of Vermaak into the pit lane. No problem. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Hez. Thank you, Hez, for putting on the event, hosting the championship, and giving me the opportunity to commentate, especially the full 12 hours, as we are about a quarter of the way through. Still a long way to go. Also, battle between the 818 Bentley and the 997 McLaren. Still, the focus will be on this three-way fight for P5, as it is MWCC with MSA right behind, and then right behind the both of them is the big purple meanie, the 788 Ford Mustang. 314 Euro Titans Mustang a little ways back, but also wants to get into this fight as well. Three-way fight for position. Less than half a second between the three of them now. It's actually for the first time. Let's go on with the 788. Let's have a look on board as they come up Griffin's Bend. On board with the number 788 Ford Mustang, chasing the not the two McLarens, the McLaren and the Ferrari. The MSA number 415 McLaren directly up ahead, and the number 346 MWCC Ferrari just up ahead even further. Now up into McPhillamy as we get a good view of the rundown skyline, getting closer and closer to the rear bumper of the 415 McLaren up ahead. They all bunch up as we come down and through the S's and into the Dipper. And this Mustang tries to get as close as possible as we come out of the elbow. This is where the Mustang really has its preference here, as it is a extremely quick car down the straight. It doesn't have that good of acceleration, but the top speed, once it gets up the gears and lets that Voodoo V8 sing, as it's going to be side by side up ahead. I think the 415 McLaren will be able to lock in the position. The 346 Ferrari will try and fight it back. The 415 slots in ahead. Now the 788 will try and follow suit as well, as they come out of the chase down towards Murray, side by side between the 788 and the 346. The 788 will late brake around the outside and will be ultimately able to get the position taken away. Now the 788 will lock its sights on the number 415 MSA McLaren up ahead. And some of you may have counted the 788 Mustang out early. You can't count anyone out early, especially in an endurance race such as this one. A few cars all bunched up together, and all cars that are running in very different positions. Actually, no, the 315, is that the 315? No, the 315's up further ahead. I looked at the numbers a bit wrong. And the 787, as the 112 team let us know they were worried about the 787. Well, the 787 did end up overtaking the 112. And now the 415, the next car in line, the number 112 Mustang is just at the end of the Conrad Straight. And if the 788 would be able to get past the 415 McLaren, it might put the 788 in a position. Again, not much traffic between themselves, between this pack here and the 788. The 997, what has happened to the 997? It looks like they went straight on at Hell Corner, and that is exactly what happened. We'll lose a position to the Bentley, who is now up into P12, or will be up into P12. Traffic up the inside, forcing the 788 and the 415 to go the long way around the outside. Nowhere for the traffic to go, so you can't blame the number 315 Euro Titans McLaren. But now the Mustang with the higher top speed up the mountain straight towards Griffin's Bend will be able to slot in ahead. And now Bennett with Exclusive Esports has clean air to try and run free. And we will see the 788 is able to go with no issue. That gap growing actually very, very quickly. Makes you wonder if the 788 is on fresher tires than the 415. But now the 112, next car in the sights, and only one car in between these two. That is the number 37 BMW, which will likely get out of the way of the 788. What has happened to the 315? Somehow managed to hold on to it. The NWCC Ferrari, which has now got the 314 Mustang coming up into the rear view. That was definitely a pucker-up moment from both of those drivers as the number 315 Euro Titans McLaren went off the track at Skyline, somehow managed to rejoin without causing any issue to themselves or anyone else. Just trying to push a little bit too hard, overstepped the bounds of the track. And now the 788 will try and cruise off into the horizon. The 112 into the pit lane with damage, and that is going to hand the 788 the position. And now the 788 has to try and catch. Where is the 787? Has the 787 taken the lead? Was it a mistake from the leader of the 998 that has given the 787 the lead, or is the 787 and the 23 that far ahead? I believe that may be the case, that the 787 is just a lap down, but is the furthest car ahead a lap down. Welcome in, Aramich. We are about 3 hours into this 12-hour race, and you'll get to see how I do endurance races. Euro Titans Mustang still trying to catch the number 346 MWCC Ferrari, which has been in battles pretty much the entire duration of the race. They have not had any time whatsoever to try and relax. It's just been battle after battle after battle. And now has the number 314 Ford Mustang directly behind, and if this Ferrari doesn't get a very good run out of Forest Elbow, it's going to be directly under attack from the 314 behind. Bit of a wiggle too early on the throttle, and I think maybe some contact with the outside wall at Forest Elbow may prevent the 314 McLaren from finding a way past the MWCC Ferrari. Just a moment. I think we're going to bring a representative from the 212 team into the booth. Welcome in. Make sure that you include your audio in the party. Awesome. Somebody in the chat can let me know that you can hear. Rip Indigo is no, the 346. Contact from the 314, and I wonder if the 314 is going to give that one back. Bit of a touch of the rear as they went up the cutting. And I think the 346 ended up going into the wall slightly. But anyway, welcome in for the K1 Esports 212 McLaren, currently running P18. How's y'all's race going? Still plenty of time to come back. There's only 8, almost 9 hours left in the race. I mean, I think that should be, you know, enough time to at least come back with a few positions. Yep, so educate me on the K1 team a little bit. Is there any, you know, help from the other K1 teams? They can't hear you. Make sure that you hit include my audio. If not, I'll reset the thing. Actually, I'll just do that anyway, so hold on just a moment. Now you should be able to include your audio. Maybe it's working now. Just unclick it and re-click it. Alright, Air Image, let me know if you can hear him. Alright, so I guess we'll do that again. So 212 K1 Esports team. You said you guys do get a little bit of help from the team, but I was wondering more so like in qualifying and things like that. Sometimes teams will line up with each other kind of side by side, you know, give each other slipstream if needed. Do you guys do any of that? Yep, I believe they are still saying they can't hear you. Are you on the Xbox app or are you on an Xbox? Oh, yeah, they can't hear you because you're on the Xbox app. But anyway, he said that the 212 team is the K1 Esports Academy team and that expecting it to finish or wanting to finish top 20, made it all the way up to P12, dropped back down a few positions and are still running well within the goal that they had set for themselves. Sorry they can't hear you, but I can hear you, and I'll try and convey. Well, hopefully a good result and continue to run strong. You guys do have, I believe, the 787 McLaren coming up right behind you. Alright, well, thank you for coming onto the stream. See ya. That was Rip Indigo with K1 Esports 212. Sorry, they were on the Xbox app, so you may not have been able to hear them, but said that the team is doing everything that they had wanted to do. That was the number 212 K1 Esports McLaren. And they've actually got, is that the 112 going past? Yes, it is. But the 212, one of the Academy teams. The 998 still leading. maybe assuming that Williams just may not have the pace that Giga had. There goes another F-35 flying over. Been very active for a Saturday. Again, the race has calmed down a bit. The number 32 Fats GT Academy Ferrari into the pit lane. Now just well into the meat and potatoes of the race. It is about 3 hours, 15 minutes into the race. We should have another round of pit stops coming within the next, I say, 20, 30 minutes. We had a short rain shower about 30 minutes into the race. Since then, we have had no rain, and we don't have any predictions of rain. Still the 998 of Garcia. Roaring down the Conrad Straight with the 212 McLaren right behind. Fitterer in the driver's seat of that one. And thank you everybody who has followed. Trying to hit 500 followers, and I really think we could do it today. We're only 16 away after Whippy Clover followed. If you guys would like to help me hit 500 followers, just hit that follow button. If you are not following, I would greatly appreciate it. As our race leader, the 998 Velocity Racing Team McLaren with Garcia comes into the pit lane, and if Garcia gets out, then Garcia will get in. The quote-unquote Garcia brothers, as Fats GT will reclaim the lead, albeit not fully on merit, it's just on pit stop. Fats GT, as we get a Go Fats GT in the chat, they are trying to get back up there in the lead. We're in a commanding lead with Giga at the helm when Williams got in. Running a bit of a safer pace, just not wanting to make any mistakes. Currently running P2 and have a large gap to the 787, the next car in line. Up through Reed Park. You see, trying to hold on to the edge of the grip coming up into Reed Park, and then just hoping that the car gains grip and continues going on the other way before they hit the wall at Reed Park, but you see those drivers get all the way up against that wall. Is this a battle here between Skeen? This is a three-way battle for position. And no, the Bentley gets tagged and goes around backwards. Skeen went up the inside. Rook, I think, ended up turning the Bentley across the nose. And now, our race leader, who managed to make it through that without incident, is right behind the 99, looking to lap, or put another lap on these cars, and the number 997, yes it is a number 997, backs out and allows the leader to go by, which also allows the number 99 to go by as well. The 997 getting right up onto the rear of the leading Ferrari. And as the 23 Fats GT Ferrari comes into Hell Corner, the 998 has well and left the hairpin of Forest Elbow. And Fats GT, as I believe they are not quite running the pace of the 998 and have actually opened up a bit of a gap in the negative for the 23 team, are not going to be able to have enough to cover off the pit stop from the 998. So I believe whenever the 23 comes into the pit lane, the 998 will slot back into the lead as long as everything stays nice and clean for the 998 team. Fats GT Academy team will allow the Fats GT Pro team by. A 42-second gap between Fats GT and the 998, and I don't think you can get out of the pit lane in 42 seconds. The 996 into the pit lane, the Velocity Racing 996. Bennett up into P4, the 787. A good ways ahead, just past the next two corners. He's only 2 corners ahead, but when those 2 corners are Murray's and Hell Corner, it is quite a long way as you come down to the square bottom of the Mount Panorama Bathurst circuit, where the pit lane resides and the main grandstand is. It's a few 90-degree corners with some straights in between. Very, very long way between those 2 corners. And if you're just coming out of the chase while someone is coming up the mountain straight, that is a large gap to try and close. But if anybody's going to close it, the 788 team is as good of an option as any, as they have been running some monstrous pace, trying to catch up after some very unfortunate early race incidents. The 37 BMW Team Oliver Racing has the 788 exclusive Mustang roaring up behind. And the 788 with its top speed, while the number 37 BMW is trying to hold station. I don't think the BMW is really trying to let the 788 by, but with the top speed of that Mustang, there's really no choice. The Mustang is going to go right on by. hard part is keeping that Mustang held together through the mountain section of Sector 2. Still awaiting the Fetch GT team to come in, but we've got a Euro Titans call to the pit lane. The 313 and the 315 in the pit lane. I believe that is all of the... Nope, there is still the 314 Mustang, which is still out on track, but likely they will get called into the pit lane as well. And I wonder if Garcia is closing. It was a 42-second gap. And we will see at the Sector 1 timing line how that gap updates. Again, it is another Garcia in the Velocity Racing McLaren. And again, for those of you who are watching, if you would like to see the full entry list, you can use !spotter in the Twitch chat to get the full list with graphics of all of the teams and drivers for those cars. And again, if you would like to support us trying to hit the 500 follower number, please click that follow button. And also, if you are watching over on the YouTube side, please consider subscribing to the YouTube channel. Don't have anywhere near as many subscribers to the YouTube channel as I do followers on Twitch. The 313 Euro Titans Aston Martin coming out right behind the number 28 Aztec Racing, number 28 BMW. And almost a big incident from the Aston Martin, fresh out of the pit lane. The Aston Martin will try to catch the number 28 BMW, who is currently running P14. Third place, Exclusive Esports 787, and then fourth place 788. 788 is, I believe, just coming down Skyline. Yes, they are. And it was the 789 that I was seeing next in line. The 788 just trying to cruise on through, slice up through the traffic. That was the 789 that I saw directly up ahead, the McLaren, which has had some very unfortunate issues, but they will allow the race leader to go on by, and that gap hasn't really changed very much, has held steady between the 23 and the 998. Was 42 seconds a few laps ago, was 41 and some change recently, so while it has dropped a little bit, this is not enough to really be too worried about. But I don't think that Fetch GT has enough time yet to cover. It takes more than 10 seconds to get in and out of the pit lane, and they're going to be on the jacks for at least 30 seconds, so need to try and build up as much of a gap as possible to have more of a cushion to fall back on. Otherwise, they're going to need to push quite a bit to try and get those positions back. Is that the 789 behind? Yes, it is. Backwards at Hell Corner. Just too much, too hard into the, too hard around at Hell Corner. I think just getting 2 tires onto the grass and getting onto the throttle, spinning that McLaren around. And the 23 gets contact from the P18, number 315. And this is a bit interesting here. Has the 23 now been unlapped by the 788? I believe they have. The 788 up ahead. Definitely seems to be a lot quicker than the number 23 Fast GT car. Definitely is still the fastest car out on track. Again, they have unlapped themselves. But unsure of exactly what that contact was there between themselves and the number 315 Euro Titans McLaren. May have just been some miscommunication overall. The number 787 McLaren into the pit lane. Fast GT will have to once again try and build up that gap to the 998. Gap still is, I believe, maybe growing actually even after that contact with the number 315. But the 998 doesn't have anyone to contend with on track, which may give the 998 a bit of an advantage over the rest of the field, definitely over the number 23, but at the same time the 998 won't be getting any slipstream help either. And welcome in, Red Fox. The 346 MWCC Ferrari into the pit lane, as well as the number 29 McLaren and the 114 K1 Esports McLaren. Still awaiting the number 23 Fast GT Ferrari 296. They are our race leader. And at some point they will dive into the pit lane, but not yet. We did also just watch the number 788 Ford Mustang unlap themselves. They are now on the lead lap. They have to continue to gain, as they have been for quite some time, but they need to continue to gain on the rest of the field, especially the number 23 and the number 998 cars, who are currently on the top 2. I believe, did the 415 also unlap? No, the 415 is trying to unlap, though. They are trying to catch the number 23. As we have just hit 100 laps complete. Right at 3.5 hours completed in this 12-hour endurance race. And remember, at the 6-hour mark, we are going to stop the stream and restart it to break it up into 2 parts to make sure that the VODs and everything will save correctly. I don't want to push the limits of the Twitch VODs and things like that. So we will, in about 2.5 hours time, have a very, very short break where I'm essentially just going to be turning the stream off and on, and we will begin the part 2 stream immediately after. Should be no longer than about 30 seconds of downtime in between. Also, remember the streams are dual streamed, dual cast over to the RetroVex YouTube channel. And what has happened here, that is the main driver in contention for the race lead, a broken wing, massive damage on that number 998. And I think they're going to try and limp it back to the pit lane as to not go down a lap, but that car does not steer. The suspension is completely broken. And I think they're still just going to try and limp it back, but they may be losing more time trying to limp it rather than the time they would lose just going into the pit lane, just returning to the garage. But that car is completely broken, which is excellent news to the number 23 Fatch GT team. That was the one car that they had to worry about covering off. Now their worry is going to be back on the number 788 Ford Mustang. And we are getting a bit more cloud cover. Do we have more rain coming in the future? But for the time being, a sigh of relief from the 23, as the 998 did have to return to the garage. And they will have lost a lot of time there. They need to repair that car, but with the amount of damage that is on that car, there will be locked up controls in the pit lane for a lap or two. They're going to go down a couple laps after being from P2 for quite some time. They were essentially the driver in the lead, because once the 23 came into the pit lane, they would have taken back that lead, the 998 Velocity Racing McLaren. But now, Fatch GT gets a free pit stop. They don't have to worry whatsoever. They do need to worry about the 788 Mustang, which is still a very, very quick car. Still the fastest car out on track. It also depends on the drivers that they have available to step into the shoes of Williams next, as Williams has been in the car for, I'd say, about an hour to an hour and a half now, I believe, possibly an hour. And now the 998 McLaren dropping down a few positions. The 314 would be the next car to pass, and they are just now coming out of Forest Elbow. We'll see how long it takes the 998 to get off the jacks and back out onto the racing surface, but very unfortunate for them as we are approaching a third of the way through this race. See some talk in the chat about the 23 having confirmed the victory. No one has been confirmed the victory whatsoever, because we've seen multiple incidents happen throughout the field regardless of what position the drivers are in. It is still anyone's race. We've seen mistakes from the 788. We've seen mistakes from the 23, albeit not very many mistakes from the 23. Welcome in, Slapshot. And the 415 looks to be about to unlap themselves as well. Of Murray's. 998 still in the pit lane, still burning positions. The 415 trying to get back onto the lead lap. They will be able to do so if they can pass the number 23. A lot of talk in the Discord chat of, is the race over? Is this driver confirmed has won the race? Are they going to stay in the lead all the way to the end? There is still plenty of time. Over 8 hours left in this race. And all it takes is one small mistake. Again, it's not like, you know, Monza where, oh, you know, it's just a straight here and a straight there. Just overstep one tiny little place, or just get involved, a car parked 90 degrees across the track at the wrong place at the wrong time, and boom, you're involved in what could be a race-ending incident. Especially with how tight it gets with traffic and the different paces of drivers that we have here. The 23 has done a driver swap. And I don't think that the driver that was swapped in necessarily has the pace of the driver that got out of the car. They are still doing a very good job of holding on to the lead for the time being, but again, they have now been unlapped by the MSA McLaren. But namely, the 23 hasn't really had to fight anybody. They qualified on pole, were able to get out front, stay out front, and they haven't been involved in any incidents or any drama. So they have just been out on their own, taking it very calmly. They have had a couple cars unlap themselves. The next car to do so is quite a ways back, to number 414 MSA Ferrari. Almost contact there. Was that the number 997? Yes, it was. The number 997 McLaren almost went around. But up into P2 and running away from the Fats GT leading number 23 Ferrari. And all on their own. This Mustang has been involved in some incidents. They've had to take quite a few pit stops, but their raw pace has just been absolutely unstoppable. They've unlapped themselves, and they've got plenty of clean air to go. Slapshot, the pole sitting time here was a 1:59.5. That was the time on pole by the Fats GT crew. So, Slapshot, when are you going to get the Go Fast Racing guys involved in some endurance racing, some real endurance racing, some 12 hours, some 24 hours? Talk some big talk for Go Fast Racing, but I don't see very many results outside of the league. Slapshot, maybe you should come out of retirement. The 23 into the pit lane with the 415 directly ahead. So these two will come into the pit lane. If the 23 of Fats GT is able to get a great stop, could possibly get this position taken back. Fats GT out front. No, it's not a good stop. Had to back up a little bit. That is not going to be the stop that you want to see. Now it is up to the 788 Mustang to try and close the gap. We'll see if Williams stays in the number 23 Fats GT Ferrari. down into the elbow. Is that the number 998? Yes, it is. They're back out on track after having repaired the damage, but number 998 suffered some very, very catastrophic damage to that McLaren. From the lead of the race, essentially, they were behind the number 23, but the number 23 needed to come into the pit lane. Where is the 415? Up ahead, so the 23 has been officially unlapped by the 415. So now the 415 back on the lead lap. And I believe the 414 of Carlos should also be on the lead lap. The 114 K1 Esports McLaren off at the dipper, but here comes the 415. They will be able to get past, and then the 114 will get it rejoined back onto the circuit before the 314 Mustang is able to go on by. The 788 comes into the pit lane, and it's a slow stop rolling into the box. Is it out of, are they out of fuel? Trying to get as far as possible. Yes, they ran out of fuel. The 788 Mustang ran out of fuel. Is that going to put them down laps? Is that going to help the Fats GT team a lot? I think the 788 ran out of fuel and had to RTG. That's going to give a lap back. Yes, the 787 has now gone past. The 414 has now gone past. I think the 787 ran out of fuel. They did return to the garage. I believe that is what has happened, because now they are just dropping positions like mad. Clorpt, if you're listening to the stream, would you be able to give me an update of whether or not you guys ran out of fuel or not? And if they did have to return to the garage, that's controls locked for them, as they're down to P8 now. They had found their way all the way up in P2. And now the 23 of Fats GT able to sit back a little bit more, calm down a bit. Still, even with any sort of inconveniences to the 788 team, they do get back out on track. But I think, again, they're going to be laps down, or a lap down. I believe, and I would like if somebody from XCL could confirm for me if the 788 ran out of fuel in the pit lane. The 998 now down to P15, had the pace to get up there. Still not over yet, but they are down laps, and it's going to take maybe a bit of a miracle to get back on the lead lap. possibly the same thing for the 788. They've got a lot of work to do. Once again, they had done all the work. It only took a couple hours, about 4 hours to do so. At least they've got another 8 hours to try and do it again. Thank you for the follow, HJ. Who is that has gone around just behind our race leader? It's the number 114 K1 Esports McLaren. That's a bit of an odd place to go around. Good thing is they're pointed the right direction. What has happened here? Do we have another McLaren, the 315 Euro Titans Endurance McLaren, as they are coming to a stop in the middle of the track? I think they're going to have to return to the garage or try to get it refired, but I think that thing's got enough damage that it's not going to want to drive, but still stuck in the middle of the track at the forest elbow. And then they return to the pit lane as expected. Still all about Fatch GT. Didn't necessarily have the pace. They had enough to get onto pole. Had enough pace to get on pole, and Giga definitely got them out front and stayed out front. Now up to Williams to just continue to hold on to the lead for the team. The 315 still in the pit lane. They're going to be in the pit lane for quite some time. Things have definitely calmed down a bit. Chaos, you know, for a few teams, but Fatch GT have just been absolutely on it. Let's have a bit of a wellness check with the Bentley. They have the number 114 McLaren up ahead, who has actually just gone around again. Wonder if they have some issues with that McLaren. The 28 is in P14. And they are down the Conrad Straight just ahead of the Bentley. I think the Bentley is about to put another lap on them, at least between the two of them. The 998 directly behind, but they've got more damage on that McLaren. Things getting tight between the 415 MSA McLaren and the Euro Titans Mustang. We may have a battle for position here for P4. The 414 just up ahead. As the 788 back out. They're still in the top 10 after the whole pit stop debacle. Still no confirmation from anyone from the XCL team whether or not they ran out of fuel. I still think it is very possible that they ran out of fuel. And that's honestly the story that I'm going with. No other reason why they would have a pretty much clean car roll to a stop in the pit lane short of the box. Now it is 415 MSA McLaren with the Mustang behind, who is going to have a very good chance of getting past here down the Conrad Straight. The BMW, the 37 BMW goes off. They've got to get it slowed down, and they do, so they don't re-enter and streak across the track, taking out these two who are currently battling for P4. Just 15 followers away from 500. I would absolutely love to hit 500 followers during this 12-hour stream. Is the 23 coming into the pit lane? No, I don't see any reason why they would. Just looked on the Marching Ants map like they were. The number 28 Aztec Racing BMW into the pit lane. Let's actually go on board with the number 314 chasing down the 415 McLaren. Down in the skyline, it gets sketchy here, trying to carry as much speed as possible. Essentially what you're doing there is not using the brakes. The 316, the Euro Titans Endurance 316, I think that they may have had a disconnection. Not sure of exactly what has happened there, but they have gone around. Something seems a bit odd there, as I thought that they were in the 315, but maybe they had a disconnection. On board with the number 314 Euro Titans Endurance Ford Mustang, trying to chase down the 415 McLaren. The Mustang has the better speed up the mountain straight, down the Conrad straight, but once they get into the mountain section, if you haven't made it past, you're just going to have to wait. And a better strategy is to wait for the Mustang, as with its speed advantage, as long as you can get close enough and have a good run out of the corner, you should be able to have a good opportunity at getting the overtake done. is currently the closest battle on track for P4 overall. Again, the 314 Mustang carries a lot more speed through McPhillamy, this time a lot more speed down into Skyline, and now has to try and pressure the 415 maybe into making a mistake. You don't want to pressure them too hard into making a mistake. Not getting as good of a run out of Forest Elbow. Get the 314, we'll just have to wait. Still no rain in the forecast either, as we're just one lap away from a third of the way through this race. Still just trying to find a way past, but the 415 is not making it very easy. Again, the Mustang much faster down the straights, but you've got to get the run out of the final corner, or out of the first corner, to really lock in behind. You are lagging behind on the traction. It's very, very hard to find that way past just on raw pace alone. Got to be close enough and within the slipstream to really get the maximum run. Again, the 314 able to slot up right behind the 314 able to slot right behind the 315 as they come out of McPhillamy and into Skyline. But down here in the downhill section, the McLaren, the McLaren makes a mistake of its own hard into the wall. And that is likely going to be suspension damage for the 415. Yep, that steering wheel is not straight. That's definitely suspension damage and probably going to be an entry into the pit lane for the 415 McLaren. A mistake all on their own, but a very easy mistake to make. And for those of you who are saying, oh, the 23 has just got this one in the bag, one mistake like that is all it takes to then go into the pit lane, have to repair, and lose a lap or two. The 414 rolling into the pit lane. The 415 will roll into the pit lane as well. It's not a very good run for the MSA team. I wonder if maybe both of these MSA teams are coming in at the same time just to be on the same strategy, or maybe the MSA 414 had some damage that needed to be repaired as well. I don't know exactly what happened to the 315, but I think there was an issue. They had a disconnection, I believe. Welcome in, Salty. So I think I've got people from GFR, we got people from TRC, we got people from XCL. I think we've got somebody from just about every league in. I don't believe they were 108 laps down, but I believe that's an error that has caused an issue, but they also say it also said the 316 for just a moment, so I think there may have been an issue if they got disconnected and then re-entered. But again, unsure of the specific details of that. The 788 Mustang down in P10, but easily the fastest car on track. And Bennett, just as Moeller had, running a great pace in the Mustang, but mistakes here and there have just caused issues over and over again. Up into the cutting. They do have, I think, as the 415 has just come out of the pit lane, Ozer in the driver's seat of that car, and Raupe in the number 997 McLaren. Wells for my TRC guys. Salty, if you're in here, there is your TRC Bentley, the Vision Racing 818. Some large gaps have developed in between the drivers. The Fatch GT Ferrari still in the lead. They have had the least amount of mistakes, the least amount of errors, and they will continue to try and hold on to this lead. Well, it's got some TRC guys. It's the Vision Racing Bentley, but it's got some of our TRC people, and the other Vision Racing Bentley is the TRC Bentley, but still all the same people. Still has Wells, who is a TRC admin at the helm. So it's still technically a TRC Bentley. The 997 McLaren gets a lap back as the Aston Martin of Radish, the number 313 Aston Martin, goes around to Hell Corner, hard contact into the wall, and will go on board. I want to see the steering wheel. Steering wheel seems to be straight, maybe not 100%. Very unfortunate for the Aston Martin. That is going to be more damage there. And that will likely be another entry into the pit lane. Kind of an unnecessary one. The 788 has gained another position. They have just got past K1 Esport number 113 McLaren. It's whatever the LFM BOP is, so I'm unsure of exactly what the BOP is for the Bentley. Well, the Bentley is known to be an absolute monster at Bentley is known to be an absolute monster, and the Bentley has won multiple times here at the at Bathurst Mount Panorama, and is my favorite car. I'm very happy that someone is running a Bentley here. Again, thank you to those of you who have tuned in. We are trying to hit 500 followers, so if you are not following and you would like to support the streams and help us get that goal, or help me get that goal, I would greatly appreciate it if you would hit that follow button. Just 14 away from 500. And been trying to hit that goal for a while. I've been commentating for about 9 months, so I'd say that's been some very, very good growth, but I would like to hit 500 followers by the end of the year. So again, if you have not followed, I would greatly appreciate it if you would. Same thing, if you would like to support the streams otherwise, the best way to do that would be a Twitch subscription or a Twitch Prime subscription. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription. Doesn't cost you anything, and it gives me a little bit of money in the process to pay for my overlay system that I use, because I do use a restreaming service and not a capture card, because I don't have a PC and all that sort of stuff yet, and it's more cost effective to do it this way than to go buy a PC, at least so far. The number 998 McLaren back into the pit lane and with damage again. Is that more unwarranted damage causing issues for the number 998 team? I don't think that was another scheduled stop. The number 37 Team Oliver Racing BMW rolling out of the pit lane up ahead. And the Fatch GT Ferrari still up at the front. The race has absolutely gone their way so far, and it continues to go their way. Dry conditions. We did have a short rain shower right at the beginning of the race, but it did not last very long. And we did have a bit of cloud cover come back. It made me think that we would be getting some more rain, but it ended up that we did not get any more rain. And the skies have now cleared once again, back to nice, bright, and sunny skies. And the 313 Euro Titans Aston Martin comes back out of the pit lane to rejoin the race after pitting to repair that damage. I think they had enough where they didn't have to return to garage, so they didn't lose the lap. Just had to spend the time to actually repair the damage itself. Lost a few positions down to P16. But ultimately nothing too much to worry about, and again, still plenty of time to have things either go your way or very wrong for somebody else. I don't think there are any limits on the tire sets. And if you're interested in who all is racing, use !spotter to get the link to the Google Drive folder with the spotter guide. So if you would like to see all of the different teams with the drivers for each car and the full list of cars that we have entered, use !spotter in the Twitch chat and the link will pop up. Fatch GT still just running on their own at the front. The 787 McLaren in P2. Things have gone quiet for them as well. We haven't really paid much attention to them, but they did get that second place position back after the incident with the 788 in the pit lane, which we still don't have a 100% clear answer on. Thank you for the K1 Esports team for throwing me the follow, getting us one step closer to 500, now only 13 away. K1 Esports 112 into the pit lane to repair some damage, but I think likely just going to be a driver swap there. And it is about time for our next scheduled pit stops. We have a 70-minute stint timer. So we'll see when everyone else decides to come into the pit lane. Looks like it was almost a close brush with the wall for the number 23 Ferrari. MWCC Ferrari, things have gotten a bit quiet for as well. They were locked in tight battles with the 415 and 416 McLarens. Where is the 416 running? Has the 416 retired? I believe the 416 may have possibly retired. So we have had a few drivers retire the car. PW getting into the Fats GT Academy Ferrari. Rushton in the K1 Esports 212. Barley in the Aztec Racing 29 McLaren. Toby Cyril in the K1 Esports 112. Toby, T4 Toby in the MWCC Ferrari. Mickelson's now in the 787 McLaren, and Palmer in the 314 Euro Titans Mustang. Still a few more cars, or actually a majority of the cars, still yet to come in for their next pit stop. The number 11, I believe that is the Ghost Racing McLaren, comes out of the pit lane. Still just the meat and potatoes of endurance racing. Here in the middle, approaching the halfway point, we are a little over 4 hours 15 minutes, or right under 4 hours 15 minutes into this 12-hour endurance race. A third of the way through, and we are rapidly approaching the halfway point. Remember, we will be taking a break and splitting the stream into two parts at the 6-hour mark, so we will be gone for about 30 seconds to get the stream stopped and then restarted. Coverage will continue. That is the number 29 Aztec Racing McLaren with a broken wing. They're going to have to limp that car back to the pit lane. Thank you, Martian, for the follow. We're now only 12 followers away from 500. And one of the Ferraris, I think that was the number 996, yes it was, getting an overtake on the number 11 McLaren, but they are still a lap down. The 788 now into P7, as I believe they have just overtaken the number 112 Ford Mustang. Steve, is that a question or a statement? Are you saying that you would like to enter the chat? Enter the booth and help out just a little bit? The number 99 Aston Martin into the pit lane, the number 29 McLaren into the pit lane as well. Now the 788 slicing its way through some of the K1 Esports traffic. Thank you, Francis, for the follow as well. Now only 11 away from 500. Now only 10 away. Thank you, guys. We are quickly approaching that 500 follower mark. And also, please go follow Zalexi if you have not. We no longer have Zalexi with us, but they had been in the booth with us at the beginning. Had something to attend to, so they will no longer be in the booth with us for the rest of the session. But still helped out for the first couple hours. And I will be bringing us to the end. Bennett up into P6 now. Once again, doing that work to try and reel in the leaders once again. Yeah, I prefer not to swear on the streams just because I try to keep it a bit more professional. Every now and then it does get a bit close, but sometimes you can find something else to replace it with. But I just tend to I try to get some people into the booth who are involved with the teams. Talk about team strategy, talk about how the race is going for that team so far. Is this a battle for position? The 212 K1 Esports McLaren right behind the Ghost Racing number 11. Yes, the number 788 Mustang was involved in early contact. They qualified P2, which, by the way, the qualifying for this race, the top two times were a 159.5 and a 159.8. Which, if you know anything about Bathurst lap times, anything sub 2 minute is, you're beyond alien. You are completely undiscoverable, unknown life form at that point. Though that is an absolutely astounding lap time. I don't think that is even possible in actual GT3 cars, a sub 2 minute lap. I think a 2 minute or a 2:01 is a very, very impressive lap time for a GT3 car. Also, the 415 MSA McLaren off the track at Skyline, I think, or maybe had a brush against the wall, but gets it held back down. I think the K1 212 had a bit of an issue. Is now very far back from the 11. We thought that was going to be a battle for position. Ultimately, did not turn into one. Well, I believe the unrestricted Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, the 130 edition, I believe is what it was called. That was definitely a very insane lap. I think that they ran like a 157 in the unrestricted Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 130 edition with the active aero and everything on that. So it's no longer a true GT3 car. Sorry, Jules Gunon has actually set the fastest lap in GT3s with 156.6. But they are, it says 156. That seems a bit too quick in my opinion. Yeah, okay, so it was the specially prepared. It was a 156.6 from the AMG, the monster car with the active aero and everything like that. I knew that that seemed wrong, but I knew that Gunon was also racing the Mercedes in the Bathurst 12-hour that same weekend. I watched that lap. That is quite insane. And when it comes to endurance races, I am a bit of a Mercedes fan. Gunon and Mauro Engel are my guys. Mauro Engel specifically. Back in 2023 when Mauro Engel essentially in 30 minutes closed a 20-second gap. He was not close enough to get the lead. They ended up having to pit with less than an hour left after a transponder issue, which is nothing that they could have done. It was just the car wasn't being timed, so it couldn't be tracked. So after they pit for the transponder issue, it put them 30 seconds down, and Mauro Engel was able to run down the leaders with about 30 minutes left of the race. It was absolutely insane. That's one of those moments in racing. Well, no, he didn't win it, so it doesn't really get the spotlight of everyone, but if you were watching that race at that time, you were sitting there in absolute awe as Mauro Engel was driving the absolute wheels off of that car trying to catch up to the leaders. He didn't end up catching the leaders, or he did end up catching the leaders. He was not able to get past. He finished, I believe it was third or fourth, and he was only a second or two behind the car in front of him. It was absolutely insane. Yeah, that's an insane lap as well. If there's anyone to set a lap record at Bathurst, it's going to be Shane Van Gisbergen. Which also, some of you may have seen the new development for the Daytona 24-hour, the Rolex 24, coming up. The TF Sport Corvette team, or one of the TF Sport Corvette teams, is going to have an absolutely stacked lineup for one of their Corvette Z06 GT3Rs. They have Shane Van Gisbergen, Scott McLaughlin, Connor Zilisch, and Ben Keating, which I think Ben Keating will somehow end up putting the car into the wall. I like Ben Keating. It's just he can never escape from a bronze license, which he's, I think, the best bronze driver ever. But anyway, it is Shane Van Gisbergen, Scott McLaughlin, Connor Zilisch, and Ben Keating. That is an insane lineup for a GT3 team. They're not even a pro team. They're just GTD, or they may be GTD Pro. I don't remember, but they are insane. Sorry, we were just inviting to the stream. And again, let me make sure that the stream audio is included. Welcome in.
Hi.
And just make sure that your audio is included, and we will be good to go.
Yeah, hopefully it should be ticked.
Awesome. And if anybody in the chat can confirm that you can hear Steve, we should be good. So again, remind me what team you are with.
I'm with the Aztec guys in the 28 BMW. I think we're currently
awesome. How's you guys'
P13?
P13? I see. Yeah.
Yeah, moving on up.
So how's the race going for you guys so far?
Yeah, I think it's been. I mean, we feel we've done okay. You know, we started from the pit lane. Like, I think we qualified on the back row of the grid. So, to be running 13th is pretty happy with that. We'd made up to about P12, I think, about the 3 hour mark, and then we had my brake pedal sort of exploded on the run down to Griffin, so that was less than ideal. We lost a couple of laps fixing that, but we're sort of coming back now, and I think our next car in front is the one of the Bentleys, and that was who we were racing before. So I think we're a lap down on them, but now they've got me out of the car and they've got the quick guys in. It seems to be going quite well.
That's very good to hear. Would you like to know that you're not the only one who has had a mechanical failure today? I think it was the 789 McLaren had a stuck throttle earlier, and they were just forced to drive the car as hard as they could into the wall of the chase.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. Trying to get. So ours happened on as I hit the brakes for turn 2, so then to do the entire lap without any brakes was just you got people buzzing past on the mountain, and it was pretty scary. But yeah, I guess misery loves company, right? That's what they say. So yeah, it sucks for those guys, sucks for us, but these things happen, right? So it's what it is in that sense. But yeah, it sucks for them when you put so much time in. So.
Yep. Well, the good thing is there's so much time left in the race. You should be able to claw your way back up. There have definitely been some teams that have been. That's all they've been doing all races, clawing.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we've been here forever, but we're not even at half distance yet. So, if you think about everything that's happened already, there's enough time for that to happen all over again. So, yeah, I mean, I think we've been talking a little bit in sort of in the party chat, and we're kind of hoping for top 10. I think that's kind of where we're hoping for. We've got a bit of work to do, but I don't see why there's no reason why we can't do that in 7.5 hours. So, fingers crossed, eh?
Yeah. Anything that you guys are doing with the team to, I don't know, kind of keep spirits up, keep everybody pushing? That just some chat in the party, no chat in the party,
We're only a 3-car lineup, so we've actually very briefly we actually had all 3 of us in the Discord chat. But we've basically the reason our stint times have been kind of dictated is by people's availability. So I basically had to I did the first 3 hours pretty much because everybody else was away. And then our third driver, Fusa, who's not driven yet, Garvagno, he's only just got back from work. So we've kind of been doing a lot of it sort of on our own. We had Haz sort of coming in and out in between his sleep deprivation and his commentary duties. So yeah, just trying to keep each other chilled out, trying not to push too hard. I think that's the key thing around here, isn't it? It's so easy to overdrive and end up in the wall. So yeah, I mean, spirits are pretty good. Yeah, it's interesting trying to work out where everybody is. 'Cause we were a little bit out of sequence because we boxed for rain tires when it rained. What feels like years ago. So yeah, I think there's lots of cars on like different sort of pit sequences and different strategies. So yeah, it's intriguing to see where everybody's going to end up, I think.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait to the end and see how it all lines up. I mean, obviously, you guys have had some incidents that you may not necessarily be able to. Didn't have anything you could have done to prevent like a brake failure, but still plenty of time to grind your way back up. And if you haven't made mistakes or you don't make any more mistakes, it's very easy that you just start one position, 2 positions, 3 positions. All of a sudden, you could be up in P7 or P8 if people just make mistakes in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy to do here, isn't it? And I think like the thing that I always find with this place is that if you make one mistake, you make more than one mistake. Like I think it's so easy if you get sort of knocked out of that rhythm, it becomes very hard to kind of keep it, to sort of retch it back. So yeah, I mean, I think like we kiss the wall and stuff all the time and just hope it's nothing too bad. But yeah, that was all my job really was in those first 3 hours. Like I'm not as quick as as Luke and Lorenzo, so my job was basically to just trying to keep it out the wall. And we did manage that, and then unfortunately the brake pedal went all over the floor, so that ruined that plan. But yeah.
Oh, so the brake pedal actually exploded.
Yeah, the springs in the load cell just completely came apart. So, and the brake pedal fell to the floor, which was, I imagine, like for a split second, it felt a little bit like what it must feel like in an actual car when your brake pedals fail, because you press something that's there and it just completely falls away. So hopefully it's been patched up and fixed though. I think I've got one more stint left to do, so fingers crossed. But yeah, it wasn't much fun.
Yeah, what's the goal for the team?
Well, you have to ask Kaz, I guess. I'm new. Like they only wrote me in, I think, like a few days ago to do this race. So I'm just happy to be here. As cliche as that is, I think top 10 is kind of where we're at.
Goal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd be happy with us just getting to the end in like in a decent position, to be honest. But yeah, I think top 10s. They've saying that was what they were looking for at Zandvoort and in previous rounds. So I think that's kind of where we see ourselves. So if we can manage that, we'll be. Everybody would be pretty happy with it. So.
Yep, you guys are not far away from a top 10. Well, it does seem like it might be pretty far. And I think you guys are on a lap on your own. Depends on where the 998 is. 998 might be on the same lap.
I think they were, but they've been having issues, haven't they? So I think they've had to make a couple of stops out of sequence. So yeah, like. I think there's certainly no one ahead of us on the same lap, but I think there might be a couple of cars behind. I don't know. I know that Luke's driving pretty quickly at the moment, so hopefully we can gap those cars behind if they are on the same lap. So
a little bit of cloud cover, it seems. It's not quite as bright and sunny as it was. Do you guys like the rain? Not like the rain?
Personally, I love the rain. I think it's. Sorry, I just watched us have a huge slide going to the elbow. Yeah, I like the wet conditions. I think it's a good equaliser. I think that kind of it really kind of like tests the driver's ability. The car felt a little bit sketchy in that rain that we did have. I think our setup's very much designed to do well in the dry. So it was a little bit, particularly in like in the last corner, trying to get the car stopped. It was quite tricky, but yeah, like the guys are pretty good at what they do. So even if the setup isn't perfect for the rain, if it does come, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. It's the same for everybody, right? Isn't it? So yeah, I trust us to get the job done.
787 exclusive esports McLaren from P2 into the pit lane. Likely, we should be about to start a next round of stops in terms of stint timer, I would think. I'm not sure. When is you guys' next stop?
So I think I could be completely wrong here, but I think like when I joined the party, I think the last update that I had is I think we've got like 40 minutes left on the timer. So I've probably been prattling on for at least 10 now. So yeah, I reckon the next sort of 30 minutes or so probably. So I don't know where that's gonna like shake us out at the end. I don't know whether we're gonna have to like make an extra stop or one less stop, but you have to have somebody who's better at maths than me. So
Yeah, closer you guys get to the end, as you got a big off of the 212 directly ahead. Just outdrove the rear. That was the 212 McLaren. Where is that 212? Seemed to just be absolutely blind and trying to find it. That was the, oh, they've got a different number. It's the fitter number 212. They were P17. They've actually got the 788 Mustang now right behind them.
yeah, it's
788
it's so
is,
easy to lose the rear
flying.
going through McPhillamy like that. There's obviously a lot of bumps and those curbs. There's one on the outside of the track and there's one on the inside of the track, and both of those I found tend to really upset the car. So yeah, it's one of the hardest. I mean, they're all pretty hard corners on this track, but yeah, it's McPhillamy's probably one of the toughest, I think.
Is this the least anticipated race of the season or the most anticipated?
It was certainly the least anticipated for me personally. I think getting the nods like a few days before. I think I only got the setup for the car yesterday, so I was frantically sort of trying to make some changes to make it a little bit more suitable. But this place is pretty special, you know. It's one of the most iconic tracks in the world. I think it's probably the hardest track. I mean, I know we've got the Nordschleife now, haven't we? But it's probably the toughest track I think on the game that we have on Sim. And it feels like no other track because of that mountain section. Like the walls are so close. It's almost like having like a street track in a way. That section over the hill. I think everybody kind of wants to do well here. I think Spa and probably the Nürburgring, like the 24-hour races, are probably more anticipated, but I reckon it's this behind those two, I'd say.
Well, your boss said the least anticipated is actually going to be Indy, which I can agree with that. For some reason, every time I commentate a race at Indy, hardly anybody watches it.
Oh.
Because nobody likes Indy.
I quite like Indy, but then I'm weird, so yeah.
I guess you're
I'll be
also
watching.
lucky. You're also lucky that team had decided not to do an Indy 8-hour as the true race would be. They cut it in half down to 4 hours.
Yeah, people don't like it for some reason. I don't know why, but
I think it's just because it's so flat. It doesn't have the scenery that a lot of the other tracks have.
But I think it is special though, right? Like, again, like as a track, it's so iconic. I mean, obviously, I know it's mostly iconic for the oval and the 500, but you know, obviously we've got the 8-hour race there now, which always seems to be a good event, like a good watch. So yeah, I've always quite liked Indy, but I can understand why some people don't enjoy driving it, I guess.
Oh, Clorpt, welcome back into the Twitch chat. Can you tell me what happened to the 788 in the pit lane? Did you guys run out of fuel in the pit lane? Because you rolled to a stop in the pit lane and then had to return to garage. So I think it may have been no fuel. Has said most anticipated is the 9 hours of. He said Kaya Yummy, but I'm going to say Kaya Lami.
It's the sleep deprivation. I'm telling you, man's not slept in about 3 days. I think at this point.
Oh, almost a big moment there for the number 28.
Yeah, I think tyres are coming to the end of their lifespan. I think at this point, I can see that they've requested the stop. So I don't know if we're coming up to a boxing time, but So it looks like the 113 going a bit slowly out of the chase.
Yes. See the 113 up ahead. Oh, I've got the numbers all wrong again. There was the number 113. They've got a bit of damage. The 415 involved. The 32 Fast GT Academy car went off at McPhillamy. And full cloud cover again. Possibly looking for some rain. And Clark has confirmed, yes, the 788 ran out of fuel in the pit lane. I knew I was right.
That's unlucky.
That is very unlucky, especially when they had made their way all the way back up to second place and were on the lead lap. Ran out of fuel.
Am I reading this timing tower correctly in that it's only the 23 on the lead lap all by itself? Is that?
Yes, the 23 is leading on the lead lap. And it's not like they have been the fastest car. If you go back to just before the 788 ran out of fuel, I want to say the 787, it may not have been the 787, the 788 and the 415 had both unlapped themselves. They had passed the 23 and had gone onto the back of the lead lap. Like they were the last cars on the lead lap.
Right.
And then they both had mistakes and both had to re-enter the pit lane and both lost a bunch of time.
Crazy. It just shows anything can happen, doesn't it, in a race this long.
They also had the number 998 team, which the 998 went into the pit lane ahead of the 23, and the 23 didn't have enough covered up. I think they had about, I don't know exactly how long the stop is, you may be able to help me, but they had 42 seconds of a gap held. And I was saying on the stream, like, you know, that's not going to be enough time to cover off a pit stop from the car ahead. Whenever that 23 does come in, they're going to come in behind the number 998. Well, about 10-15 minutes later, the 998 has catastrophic damage and actually has to return to the garage. So the 23 lives to see another day.
Yeah, the 998's had some great pace. I say they've obviously had some big issues. I've been going the pit lane a couple of times lately. Like we're currently, I think, a lap ahead of them. Whether that stays,
they're actually
that
directly behind you guys in terms of position.
So hopefully we can keep them at bay. But I think in 7 hours they'll probably catch that lap back if they can continue at that pace. Yeah, it's about a minute. About a minute, I think you're losing the pits here. It's not the longest of pit lanes. I don't know, like every stop that we've made has been longer than that, just because I think we've had to repair damage. I think every time we've come in, not necessarily like huge amounts of damage, sort of like 5 seconds here, 6 seconds there, that sort of thing. I think it's hard to not get through a stint without requiring damage. I don't know, maybe I'm just speaking from my own lack of talent there, but there's so many variables going over the mountain with like other drivers and other cars, and you can drive a perfect stint and still end up in the wall if someone else has stacked it. So yeah, we'll see how we go. But yeah, it's impressive to be a lap ahead of the field at the moment. That's great stuff from the 23.
Yep. Again, I said a lot of luck has gone their way, and while a lot of people don't see, they don't say, you know, luck is much of a factor with many things. Luck always somehow tends to be a factor with racing.
Yeah, I think people say that, but I think ask every one of those people, I think they'd prefer to have a bit of luck than not, wouldn't you? So sometimes being lucky is all part of it. Fair play. Some days you don't get lucky, some days you do, so you have to take the days that you do get lucky, because there'll be plenty of others where you're not. So
all right, well, thank you for coming into the booth.
Thanks for
Steve's
having
awake
me.
with the number 28 Aztec Racing BMW. Got anything? Any shout outs for the team? Any shout outs to anybody? Anything that you would like to say on stream?
I don't. You put me on the spot there. I'm sure Haz would have me say lots of things, lots of advertising things. If you're watching this stream, I know there's about 30 of you at the moment. Just drop Retro a follow. He's close to a landmark, so click that button and help the guy out. He's doing a great job on what I can tell you is a very long day. If you think it's long for the drivers, the broadcasters have a tough time as well. So yeah, just drop him a like and a subscription.
The PayPal said not to say that.
Oh no. Oh god. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to be walked away in irons now, I think. So, but thank you for having me. See you again.
Thank you for joining in. And some issues. Have we lost the 28, or just some connection issues? I think
I think the server might be.
The server is definitely having issues. We are losing drivers. We are losing a few drivers. We may end up having a reset here. I think we're going to end up having a reset.
This is because I told everybody to like and subscribe, isn't it?
Yep. Everybody decided that the race was done, so at least we should have a good bearing to go off of. But this is definitely going to... This is going to be causing some issues. We are going to have a red flag more than likely. I think the field is going to be reset. But we have lost quite a bit of the field, so...
Sounds like the perfect time for me to duck out. I'll leave just in case I need to do anything once the server's back up. But thanks, guys.
Haz is fixing it, and I believe we are going to have a red flag. So, yep, server reset, and this is going to be a quick red flag. So, stick with us just a moment. We are going to be under red flag for just a little bit. But we have had a red flag, so again, bear with us. We will get this fixed. So, red flag, red flag. Haz, if you are listening, would you like to join the booth and be able to actually tell everybody verbally? But yep, we are officially under red flag conditions. So give us just a moment and I will provide you guys with an update. I will take a short break for myself. And we are actually going to go ahead and do the stream break here. So I will break the stream in half here. We will come back live for part 2. Give me just a moment.